Lambert, a man endowed with the miraculous Wonderland system, yet inadvertently drawn into the world of Harry Potter. Amidst his ascent to the pinnacle of life, he encounters Draco mind-reading maniac Malfoy, the Daily Prophet. May I inquire as to the criteria you employ in selecting models for the new season? The individual seated opposite Lambert gazes into his eyes and replies, "No criteria, merely myself." The Slytherin prince scoffs derisively. Lambert's secret is unveiled. "Do not look at me." Daily Prophet reporter. Is this an exhibition of affection due to a minor disagreement? Chapter 1. The first day in England. Wiltshire, England. The dismal weather shows no mercy to Christmas. Dark clouds gather ominously above, and the Malfoy manor, enveloped by dense forests, appears even more foreboding against the somber backdrop of its castle-like spires. Only the flickering lights from the windows signify the day's significance. Snowflakes, mingled with the light drizzle as night descends, flutter down. Guests arriving for the banquet hurry from various locales. The enchantments barring muggles from entering remain effective, though the usual defenses against intrusions have temporarily faltered. A few figures, eager to enter Malfoy Manor, gaze at the already illuminated spire-topped house, drawing their wands to cast multiple warming charms on themselves, finally feeling their frostbitten hands and feet regain sensation. New companions continue to join from all directions. One individual brushes off the icy droplets clinging to his robes and mutters, "This wretched weather." The magical world has undergone reforms for so long the nobility has declined, yet the cursed Malfoys stubbornly refuse to utilize the Flu network. Though he voiced the sentiments of others, the person beside him flicked his black umbrella, transforming it into a wand, and chuckled softly, "Awaken, brother. That is the noble Malfoy. As long as the head of the Malfoy family breathes, the Flu network shall never reach this place." A meticulously dressed lady enters the master bedroom, only to discover a man in a dazzling gown lazily reclining against the headboard, his eyes barely open. Even upon sensing another's presence, he maintains his languid demeanor. The footsteps of the visitor linger at the foot of the bed for quite some time before gradually receding, the door opening and closing once more. The man within the room finally opens his eyes. Two hollow black orbs in the vicinity of a pure black skull gleam with white light, the skull's teeth echoing the conversation that transpired at the manor's entrance. His light golden hair nearly cascades over his eyes, and though his gray gaze is laced with disdain, a deep-seated anger simmers beneath, causing a faint flush to appear on his pale visage. The memory of the once proud pure-blood lineage seems to be found only in the annals of wizarding history. The glory and splendor of the Malfoys have faded over the years. Resentment, fury, disdain for the half-bloods and muggleborns, and a sense of helplessness regarding the current state of affairs. An array of complex emotions surge within him, rendering the festive spirit of joy and celebration utterly absent from this day meant for merriment. The man with light golden hair forces a self-deprecating smile, intending to tidy his dismal mood before confronting the even more dreadful guests awaiting him. Perhaps he was genuinely exhausted, for during this brief respite, he swiftly succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he returned to the Christmas of his 10th year, the banquet hall of Malfoy Manor adorned in opulence, enchanted golden snowflakes drifting gracefully from above, and the banquet table perpetually laden with delicacies crafted by house elves. Everything felt so splendid. In a distant realm, another country. A man at a table reclines with one leg crossed over the other, cheerfully browsing the web on his tablet, prepared to enjoy a film that has just been released from theaters. As the familiar music of the opening credits begins to play, an incongruous piano accompaniment abruptly disrupts the atmosphere. "Hey, keep your mindless dress-up game away from me." He removes his headphones and gestures dismissively at his sister, who is engrossed in a mobile game beside him. The girl glances at his screen, then at his expression, taking a deep breath. This movie is about a Hogwarts student from the 20th century who travels to America with his magical creatures to defeat the dark wizard of the time. "Stop right there. Dad, I was wrong." Only when the boy raises his hands in surrender does the girl give a derisive huff, elegantly tossing her phone in his direction and declaring as she stands to leave, "Help me. Clear a few levels, I'm going to the bathroom." Despite his reluctance to assist her, and a strong desire to uninstall her game, the brother finds himself in a state of complex emotions. Yet, having already succumbed to the tyranny of spoilers, he begrudgingly picks up the phone, intending to explore the game's mechanics while simultaneously pausing the film that has begun to play. Zzz. A dreadful sound erupts from the tablet, indicating a short circuit due to moisture, and even more terrifyingly, as the screen goes black, his world plunges into darkness. When the world is once again illuminated by the light of divine creation, the scenes before him are utterly incredulous, like Cinderella entering the prince's ball for the first time. His eyes widen to the size of a startled goldfish. Before him, two foreign children are red-faced, bickering over a slice of cake, their English erupting like cannon fire. Countless individuals clad in black robes brush past, creating a stark contrast to the elegantly dressed women at the banquet, appearing both out of place and yet strangely harmonious. "Wait, harmonious, my foot." He glances up at the scenery above, his gaze following the flurry of fluffy objects as they land on his shoulders, only to pass through and disappear upon hitting the ground. The boy falls into contemplation. Perhaps he accidentally died from the tablet and became a ghost in the West. And as for why a ghost would host such a banquet, it could be some sort of infernal initiation ceremony. Bang! A sharp pain in his shin abruptly snaps his attention back. He watches in astonishment as both he and a colossal white plate containing a forest cake crash to the ground, the plate producing a resounding clatter upon impact. Why am I being terrorized by a flying black forest cake? He stares blankly, wanting to express his bewilderment, until he witnesses a green toothpick emerging from beneath the plate, wriggling its limbs to displace the overwhelming weight. He feels his face twitch in disbelief. A toothpick sprite? One with legs. Overwhelmed by this surreal Western fantasy scene, he instinctively exclaims, "What the hell? What on earth is going on?" The existence of the idiom misery loves company holds true, for often misfortunate individuals fortuitously collide. Equally bewildered is Draco, standing beside Crabbe and Goyle, astonished by the vivid realism of this dream. Both the sound of the plate crashing and the utterance of "What's up?" completely devoid of a London accent, are sufficient to capture his attention. Why is everyone staring at me? Why are they looking at me? I'm just as bewildered. The little boy, clad in a tattered suit, was utterly oblivious to the sheer terror reflected on his face, his emerald green eyes wide open, anxiously darting around to meet the gazes of those surrounding him until, that is, they locked onto a pair of scrutinizing silver-gray eyes. In that fleeting moment of connection, a chaotic torrent of images surged into his mind, akin to ferocious waves crashing against a cliff. It felt as though God had just awakened from a slumber, suddenly compelled to unveil the events that had transpired, cramming an overwhelming amount of information into his tiny head, heedless of whether his walnut-sized brain could possibly comprehend it all. No, it simply couldn't be. Thus, his mind declared a strike, plunging him into darkness once more. In that instant of mental short-circuiting, a faint sigh of relief escaped him, as he hoped that when he opened his eyes again, he would be greeted by a world of normalcy. If that were not to be, perhaps it was better to keep his eyes shut. However, the toll of his fainting spell was not insignificant, for it bore a contagion that rendered Draco, who had been locked in eye contact with him, unconscious as well. This unforeseen turn of events left Crabbe, who had been fervently vying for the last piece of strawberry cake, utterly stunned, prompting him to exclaim, "Good heavens! Oh, Draco! Someone come quickly!" Chapter 2, The Second Day in England. The liquid in the cauldron bubbled and sputtered, and as the pale green hue gradually faded to transparency, a handful of finely chopped powder was deftly sprinkled within. The eager bubbles that had erupted instantly vanished, and the scent of mint began to permeate the air. There were no signs of a curse attack. The man who entered the room had yet to change out of his formal attire from the soiree. His light golden, shoulder-length hair was neatly arranged and gleaming, and his slightly raised chin reflected his habitual air of arrogance. The coldness in his steely blue eyes and the taut line of his lips revealed the depth of his displeasure at that moment. The dark-haired man poured the potion from the cauldron into a slender, transparent vial, releasing a disdainful huff, as expected. Even in the midst of his friend's dismal mood, his tone remained as icy and unyielding as ever. Holding the potion in hand, he was the first to stride out, evidently anticipating that even if he permitted his companion a moment to speak, no more useful information would emerge. The long black robes that rarely revealed any signs of wear billowed dramatically in his wake, creating ripples of darkness in the air. In the bedroom, Draco observed his mother, Narcissa, who was visibly concerned for him. The delicate and somewhat pallid smile that graced her face bore a resemblance to Lucius, and her elegant yet restrained posture, while seated at the head of the bed, led Narcissa to wonder if her son had truly suffered some sort of head injury. "I'm fine, mother. You should trust the professor's and the family doctor's judgment." While he outwardly reassured his mother, his thoughts had already drifted to an entirely different realm. At present, it appeared as though he had regressed to the age of 10. Though he was uncertain how long he would remain in this state, and what had transpired just before he fainted, particularly regarding the boy he had seen. The boy's vivid green eyes had almost tricked him into believing he was looking at Potter. He harbored a deep disdain for all green-eyed individuals. Yet, he could not recall any such Weasley-like character attending his family's Christmas celebration at the age of 10. The boy was clad in a well-worn suit. Its color faded despite numerous attempts at restoration through spells, and brown shoes that looked like tattered rags, along with those infuriating green eyes. Had it not been for the abrupt image that flashed in his mind upon losing consciousness, he would not have found himself haunted by memories of this boy, compelling him to wish for a cleansing charm for his thoughts. "Mother, do you remember that boy who also fainted? I mean, why would we invite such a person to our Christmas gathering?" Draco attempted to find a less derogatory term in his mind, but clearly he failed. And thus he could only raise his chin earnestly toward Narcissa, seeking to glean additional information about the boy from her. Narcissa, recalling the boy who was likely connected to her son's fainting spell, responded with clarity. I am terribly sorry, Draco. Had I known this would happen, I would have done everything in my power to prevent your father from sending him an invitation. Though Draco had suffered no harm, the night's events had been a false alarm. Nonetheless, Narcissa's intuition insisted that the boy, who had already been removed from Malfoy Manor, was intertwined with the incident. Despite the near-zero information pieced together from Crabbe's solitary eyewitness account of the scene, seeing the topic they had only just begun to explore falter, Draco leaned forward slightly, his smile widening, and his silver-gray eyes met Narcissa's with sincerity, providing reassurance. Do not worry, mother, I am well. I am merely curious as to how father could allow such a little imp to tread upon the carpets of Malfoy's gala. His repeated use of the terms boy and little imp should have sounded somewhat jarring, yet his tone of disdain and arrogance rendered it entirely natural. A half-blood of the Lestrange family, Narcissa succinctly identified his lineage, her brow furrowing slightly as she paused after her statement, appearing hesitant about what to say next. This piqued Draco's curiosity even further. He had always believed the Lestrange family to be confined solely to the confines of prison. Perhaps with Bellatrix and her husband poised to escape, perhaps Lucius truly believed the astonishing family history they had concocted. Narcissa was most reluctant to align her husband with the term naive, yet she was even less inclined to instill in Draco any erroneous notions about the wizarding world's realities. Regardless, my dear, you must understand that anyone who boldly proclaims to be a descendant of the Peverils is undoubtedly taking fools for their surroundings. Draco raised a delicate eyebrow, feigning surprise. Wait. Mother, are you suggesting he could possibly be a descendant of Peveril? The great Peveril brothers? Indeed, there exists a rumor in the magical community. The owner of the invisibility cloak, Ignotus Peveril, once left behind secrets regarding the cloak, accessible only to his descendants. As she recounted this, her expression was reminiscent of a mother sharing a bedtime story with her child. She then shifted the conversation, clearly indicating that his unfortunate father, Weeg, had, in a bid to appear less helpless, woven an elaborate tale through his remarkable imagination, successfully deceiving the princess of the Lestrange family. Mother, even so, you and father do not strike me as individuals who would succumb to such rumors. While traces of doubt lingered in Draco's expression, the tilt of his head and his assertive tone suggested he anticipated unexpected twists in this narrative. Narcissa's demeanor softened considerably, evidently warmed by her son's trust. Yes, dear. But surprisingly, Weeg is indeed a pureblood, and according to him, his family could only inherit the Peveril legacy upon reaching the age of 10, a period lasting until 18. By the way, he has unfortunately failed in this regard. Draco's expression mirrored the complexity of his mother's. Mother, how shall I convey to you that this story might actually hold some truth? He feared that uttering those words could lead his beloved mother to send him to St. Mungo's for a thorough examination of his mind. Fortunately, the arrival of Severus and Lucius liberated him from this untenable predicament. Father, Professor, good evening. With his gaze shifting toward the door, Draco greeted them both with a remarkable decorum. This unusual display of composure after his injury, neither feigning weakness nor lashing out in search of the culprit, even took Severus by surprise. Beneath his slightly glimmering dark hair, the man's face remained as perpetually brooding as ever. Even his words of praise carried a heavy dose of sarcasm. Congratulations, Lucius. It appears this unexpected incident has granted you a son who possesses better manners. The downside being that he is so eager to apply for admission to Hogwarts this year, that he might send an owl with his acceptance letter to the wrong address. Oh, Merlin's socks. Draco silently berated himself, for the shock of the earlier revelations had rendered him so stunned that upon encountering Professor Snape, he instinctively addressed him with Professor out of respect and nostalgia. In truth, he should not have forgotten that Professor Snape also served as his godfather, and he had yet to reach the age for enrollment at Hogwarts. After assessing Draco and assuring himself that the boy was in satisfactory condition, with no lingering so-called after-effects, Lucius breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At long last, I find the time to respond to my old friend's jests. My dear little dragon is indeed as adorable as you say, Severus. If his failure to address you as godfather has left you feeling somewhat wounded, you need only to voice your sentiments candidly. Draco can scarcely recall a time when his father would offer such commendations of his own charm. Nevertheless, the sheer joy of reconnecting with his loving father and mother, as well as the esteemed head of Slytherin, who is still very much alive, fills his heart with delight. Oh no, godfather, perhaps you would care to hear my explanation. The protagonist of the tale unfolding between Draco and his mother, our beloved hero, has only just awakened from a state of unconsciousness. The sole companion in his vigil is the poor Uncle Ryan. His sudden awakening caused Ryan's heart to race tumultuously, his demeanor resembling someone startled from a nightmare rather than a mere slumber. Indeed, upon seeing Ryan's visage, our protagonist, Lambert, finally began to untangle the memories that had been muddled in his mind during his slumber. After staring at Ryan's face for an extended moment, he reluctantly accepted the unsettling truth. He had most likely transcended into another realm. Far more terrifying than enduring decades of oppression at the hands of Harry Potter in a dream was the notion that he had dreamt of a sentient, speaking house that beckoned him. And even more alarming than being summoned by a dwelling was the stark reality that he had truly traversed realms. The most horrifying realization of all was the peculiar sensation that the life story in which he had been oppressed by Harry Potter did not originate from his own corporeal form, known as Lambert. He harbored an unsettling premonition that the owner of those silver-gray eyes he had seen before losing consciousness might be linked to his fainting spell. Swallowing hard, he clung to a shred of hope. Uncle Ryan, perhaps you could tell me that all of this did not transpire at Malfoy Manor, correct? Maybe I was merely dreaming. Yet his Uncle Ryan unceremoniously shattered his illusions. Oh, poor Lambert, it seems you must have accidentally bumped your head on a table or something while fainting, causing your memories to become jumbled. However, I must remind you that in order to ensure your safe return to London to reclaim your family inheritance, I am devoid of even a single galleon to send you for a brain examination. This was the first time Lambert had encountered such brazen poverty-stricken rhetoric and such convoluted sarcasm. Could he not express himself more plainly? He endeavored to navigate the current predicament with the limited faculties of his mind. He had been fortunate enough to attend the Christmas gathering at Malfoy Manor. Yet during his inaugural meeting with Master Malfoy, he inexplicably fainted. Given the Malfoy family's fiercely protective nature, it was nothing short of miraculous that he was still alive. Moreover, his mind was now filled with memories unmistakably belonging to the other party. Do not inquire how he knew. 7 films were not watched in vain. Thus, a terrifying hypothesis unfolded before him. If and only if he had acquired a fragment of Draco Malfoy's memory, was it conceivable that the other party might have also obtained his? Should this conjecture hold true, Lambert counted on his fingers and nodded. He would become the first individual in history unable to survive past the first installment of this magical cinematic saga. Chapter 3. On the 3rd day of his arrival in England, Lambert faced a dilemma so severe that it had never crossed his path in either of his lives. No. I absolutely refused to seek out that accursed house. The child, barely taller than a man's chest, glared with his striking green eyes, slightly rising on his toes in an attempt to appear less diminutive, hoping his protest would be heard. Evidently he failed. Ryan's cerulean gaze remained fixated on the cup of hot cocoa resting on the table, as though a chocolate frog might leap from it at any moment. Young man, it appears I must impart a lesson to you. To be a gentleman, one must learn to take responsibility for one's own words. With a casual shrug, he scanned Lambert's face before turning to a chair in the corner of the small room, upon which rested a leather suitcase. After all, I am not the one seeking that house. I shan't bear this burden. Lambert, unimpressed, rolled his eyes at Ryan's back, resolute in his determination to extinguish any notions of abandoning underage children in the wilderness that might linger in the man's mind. Just a dream about a haunted mansion? And what of family inheritance? Absolutely not. Next. The man squatted before the worn suitcase, and Lambert peered over his shoulder. The corners of the suitcase were frayed, revealing metallic components, clearly a relic of considerable history. Lambert stroked his chin. Typically, such antiquated belongings are kept for reasons of sentimental significance. Ryan showed no inclination to evade him, withdrawing his wand from his waist and tapping the 2 metal clasps of the suitcase. In the next moment, one of the clasps popped open with a soft click. Today was evidently not destined to be his fortuitous day. Ryan, with an air of regret, pressed open the remaining clasp with his left hand. Almost instantaneously, the upper half of the suitcase sprang open, revealing a black, blunt-beaked head. A duck? Lambert's eye twitched as he watched Ryan swiftly push the black head back into the suitcase, perplexed by the eccentricity of a man who kept pets in his luggage. Does my uncle possess a childlike heart? Ugh, that notion is rather unsettling. Ryan paid no heed to the boy's musings, placing the suitcase on the ground and standing upright, nonchalantly stepping inside. Wait, stepping inside? He stepped into the suitcase? Leave that suitcase alone, it's still a child. Fortunately, Uncle Ryan did not catch sight of Lambert's gaping mouth, which could easily swallow an egg, or else he would insist on selling a few bird eggs to procure funds to compel Lambert to see a healer in St. Gobain to check his sanity. The boy, still struggling to adapt to the bizarre nature of the magical world, let out a deep sigh, picked up his scattered worldviews, and summoned the courage to approach the suitcase. If upon seeing the studio of that small house within the suitcase, Lambert had still wished to make a futile struggle, after touring the vast forest and the expansive desert fraught with peril, his face bore nothing but the expression of utter desolation. He was certain that his foreboding conjecture regarding the danger posed by the dream house paled in comparison to the threat of a venomous beast. Oh no! That house was even less perilous than a tree guardian in a fit of rage, watching the black duck before him, struggling to push a hefty mound of glimmering galleons into its resplendent palace. Lambert stifled his desire to rob the duck, especially knowing that his own family's vault contained not a single canute. What could be more terrifying than the specter of poverty? Uncle Rhine, you are evidently wealthy enough to possess a vault of your own. Lambert lay despondently against a boulder, steadfastly refusing to avert his gaze from the dazzling reflection of galleons, even as it threatened to induce vertigo. A chuckling voice floated from the studio. Believe me, young boy, you would not wish to compete in treasure hunting skills with a niffler. Oh, it's simply a matter of robbing it first, and then it comes to rob me? As long as it allows him to have the means to survive in London, may such mutual harm come with greater ferocity. Contemplating the prospect of robbing such a wealthy duck, he felt a surge of excitement bubbling within him. After a prolonged silence without a response from Lambert, Rhine, with a mere strand of hair, could easily surmise his thoughts. Hey child. The illustrious history of the Peveril family is undoubtedly on par with that of other pureblood families in the wizarding world. You should not forsake this invaluable opportunity. Remember, your father has spent his life regretting the lack of recognition from our lineage, and he would not wish for the same fate to befall you. However, Lambert's focus was fixated on the word ancient. A history that rivals other pureblood families, such as the Malfoys? He sat up straight, turning his gaze toward the studio, his eyes, hidden beneath soft black hair, darkening with excitement, akin to emerald gemstones. Of course, Rhine replied without hesitation. Then, does wealth not rival that of the Malfoys? Upon hearing this question, the man exhaled, his brown, slightly curly hair fluttering momentarily before settling back into place. He flashed a standard smile, indifferent to whether the other had noticed. A vivid imagination indeed. Had that unfortunate incident not occurred at the Malfoy family banquet, perhaps you could have attempted to befriend young Master Malfoy. He might have regaled you with tales of how many generations a pureblood family requires to amass wealth rivaling that of nations. The boy rolled his eyes at the air, his voice returning to a languid monotone. Oh come on, Malfoy would never befriend someone as impoverished as me. Rhine genuinely laughed aloud, to the extent that he accidentally missed a slice while cutting the white potion's ingredients, leaving a prominent scratch on the workbench. Casually glancing at the surface, he added, I am truly delighted that you have finally attained a proper understanding of yourself, my child. Trust me, Uncle Rhine. Being kind to me won't result in you being cursed in the next moment. Lambert, feeling dejected, rested his chin in his hands, once more observing the scene of the black duck pushing money around, and spoke harshly to the man engrossed in his work. Shortly thereafter, he distinctly heard laughter emanating from the studio. So, now must I commend you for being aware of the curse's existence? The other party wishes not to converse with you and has hurled 1,000 alpacas your way. Lambert's mood reflected this sentiment. After preparing the white potion, Rhine habitually reached for a towel to wipe his hands, even though not a single drop had splattered. He even inspected his cuffs for any traces. He ambled over to the pile of gold, keen to see what the imaginative little boy was up to, only to find a face resembling that of someone who had consumed counterfeit liquor. Rhine pressed his index finger against his temple, somewhat exasperated, and remarked, Let me guess. You have concocted yet another underhanded scheme? Quickly composing himself and erasing the look of ecstasy from his face, Lambert glanced at him and, in a gesture of surrender, spread his hands. I merely envisioned a splendid future with the surname Peveril, Uncle. Rhine, somewhat incredulous, pondered what stroke of fortune had transpired while he had been preparing the white potion. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the snoozing creature atop the mound of gold, attempting to ascertain whether a noticeable portion had mysteriously disappeared from the mountain's edge. Soon he dismissed the thought, as he had never counted the creature's wealth. Well, let us hope it is indeed as you say. He extended a hand toward the boy, wishing him success. The dark-haired boy raised an eyebrow and shook his hand, his tone cheerful. Thank you. In truth, Lambert had just envisioned the future of his newfound wealth. The crux of this future lay in the story's protagonist. Let us indulge in a fantasy. Having gained the Peveril family's recognition and inherited the ancestral home, he would approach the little tycoon Potter and inform the great savior that he was the true heir. After all, he would eventually possess an invisibility cloak. Furthermore, he would present Potter with a better option than residing with his aunt and uncle. This assistance wouldn't cost much. Half a vault would suffice. Immersed in delightful fantasies, Lambert found his future exceedingly promising, devoid of any guilt over deceiving a genuine minor. While perusing the historical tomes in the family's library, Draco suddenly sneezed without warning, rubbing his nose, unaware that their vault had just been eyed by someone. His light golden hair was meticulously slicked back, and his silver-gray eyes swiftly scanned the contents of the books, which lay open on the table, towering almost as high as he was. The furrow in his brow indicated that any author who had turned hearsay into a hefty tome was straining their intellect to deceive readers. After flipping through that section with mounting boredom, he lifted his gaze to the farthest bookcase, behind which lay the Malfoy family's restricted section, a domain inaccessible at his current age. While he could still find tales about Peveril and the wizarding world in the current area, only the restricted section could unveil the secret of his soul returning to the age of 10. As he pondered how to access the restricted section, he flipped through the pages of the book at hand. Legends of Werewolves, Tales of the Founders of Hogwarts, The Secret of the Invisibility Cloak. Wait, The Secret of the Invisibility Cloak? The aged pages before him were marred with black paint, an entire 2 pages of darkness, leaving no crevice untouched. In the center, inscribed in white lettering, was, "Legend has it that only the descendants of the Peveril family can uncover the secret of the invisibility cloak from the darkness." Draco Malfoy. He wished to know the identity of this author. If that person were still alive, he would not hesitate to send a killing curse their way, returning them to the embrace of Merlin. Chapter 4. On the 4th day in England. The red iron train ambled along the tracks, the mechanical wheels turning rhythmically, occasionally punctuated by a long whistle that startled the slumbering birds in the nearby woods, sending them flapping deeper into the forest. The scenery outside transformed from mountains to rivers, from canyons to plains, the breathtaking beauty of nature, and the fresh air wafting in at every moment tantalizing the nerves of the travelers. However, no matter how beautiful the landscape, what is the experience of gazing at it for 3 days straight? Lambert could tell you. For someone who cannot survive without their phone, it is a veritable death sentence. In the compartment occupied by 4, only the 2 of them remained, the attendant seemingly enchanted by the roadside scenery, utterly unable to take a step from the studio, demonstrating a lack of will to patrol the compartments. Lambert shifted his support to the other hand, gazing at the brown-haired man beside him, who was engrossed in his book, head down. A minute later, Ryan received an inexplicable kick from Lambert. Faced with the stick almost poking his nose, the black-haired boy, clad in a tattered coat, innocently raised his hands in surrender. "Surprise, uncle. My leg might have cramped just now." The man blinked his deep blue eyes, wearing a perfectly fabricated smile. "If you are not afraid of being baked into a human jerky, my boy, I think you might require an enhanced warmth charm. After all, the warmth charm from a few minutes ago does not seem to have saved your legs from the encroaching chill. Does it?" From the pocket of Ryan's denim jacket, a slender vine quietly emerged, followed by 2 tender green leaves. Moments later, a delicate tree guardian fell onto the pages of Ryan's open book, its height seeming disproportionate to its frame, leading Lambert to momentarily believe it was genuinely contemplating self-destruction, wishing to transform into a fresh toothpick. He let out a deep sigh, confessing the truth. "Well, I am merely a bit bored." Reinhardt still had to coax the toothpick, yet the toothpick was entirely disinclined to acknowledge him. It was nothing short of a miracle if it made an appearance before him today. After all, one cannot expect a shy creature with a heart so introverted it seems to recess within itself to confront outsiders swiftly. Reinhardt emitted a soft snort through his nose, surveying the toothpick with a gaze tinged with almost a semblance of sympathy, before leisurely articulating, "Fear not, child. Before long, you shall regret not cherishing this leisurely moment." This statement left Lambert with an unsettling impression that a vast pit awaited him ahead. He longed to pry open Reinhardt's lips with the allure of wealth. For money can indeed move mountains, and anything solvable by currency is no true issue. The crux of the matter, however, was that he was penniless. After enduring 3 days, 12 hours and 41 minutes, Lambert finally bid farewell to the train that seemed destined to traverse until the end of this century. Grinning through gritted teeth and limping along, he followed Reinhardt forward, feeling as if his backside had been jostled into 2 separate halves. Clad in an old suit from a banquet that was so tattered he could not procure a replacement, he attempted to restrain his fidgeting on the train. But the hopeless fabric remained crumpled as if it had just emerged from a pickle jar. The village that lay before him seemed to be in a state of slumber, forgotten by time. The only discernible path was the dim stone road, dampened by humidity, with green moss creeping through its crevices. The uniformly styled black brick English cottages flanked the road, their pale yellow walls partially peeling, each bearing the indelible marks of history, yet exuding an atmosphere of profound tranquility. His heart suddenly settled. A hand patted his shoulder, the weight of it causing him to stumble forward a few steps, and he turned to glare at the culprit. Reinhardt chuckled softly, crouching beside him to meet his gaze. Lambert had never realized that when those deep blue eyes focused on him, it felt akin to gazing into a gentle sea. You must walk the remainder of this path alone. Reinhardt's voice instinctively softened as he recognized the youth before him. A child barely old enough to attend Hogwarts, yet compelled to confront peril on his own. Take care of yourself. He paused, then smiled. I mean, if you truly harbor such disdain for the Peveril family, I shall await you in New York. I trust Ifamoni would be willing to send you an acceptance letter, should you manage to save enough for a plane ticket. The corners of his eyes crinkled with laughter, revealing two fine lines that, while indicative of his age, for the first time made Lambert perceive Reinhardt as exceedingly handsome. Thus he instinctively nodded. I shall. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I promise. Reinhardt stood with satisfaction, placing the suitcase he had been carrying upon the ground, drawing forth his wand. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Lambert's sight, as though absorbed by a miniature black hole into another realm, leaving the boy standing there, melancholically gazing at the space he had occupied. 5 minutes later he clapped his hands, suddenly exclaiming, Wait a moment. Is it too late for me to declare my abandonment of this endeavor? Reinhardt had already consented to his pursuit. Why then should he seek that accursed family legacy? Had he just brushed past the opportunity for a life of comfort? And all the while, he had foolishly assured the other that he would prioritize his safety in uncovering the Peveril family legacy? On the cobblestone path of the ancient town, a boy crumbled, clutching his soft black hair, with an old suitcase lying quietly on the ground nearby. As Lambert emerged from his stupor, he glanced down and spotted the suitcase. Lambert. Suitcase. Lambert. Suitcase. If his memory had not been devoured by some peculiar creature, he recalled that Reinhardt possessed a suitcase filled with wondrous creatures from an entirely new world. Did he not? Uncle Reinhardt, has anyone informed you that one should not assume the role of a seasoned driver without a valid license for apparition? After squatting until his legs grew numb, waiting from dawn until dusk without the return of the man, Lambert finally accepted that neither he nor the suitcase could sway the man's resolute heart. Cautiously approaching the suitcase, he ensured its spring latch would not suddenly release something unexpected before he gingerly set off on the path toward the haunted old house, feeling remarkably brave. To behold scenes once dreamt of in the waking world sent shivers down his spine, particularly since Lambert had felt the house's roar in his dreams. Now he sensed his legs weakening, undoubtedly a residual effect of the warmth spell. He understood that magic was utterly unkind to an ordinary person like him. In the depths of the forest, surrounded by towering trees, only a small boy and a house face one another. Ultimately, he resolved that should the house dare to act arrogantly, he would unleash the creatures from his suitcase and raze the place to the ground, thereby severing the Peveril lineage once and for all. Perhaps sensing his threat, the house exhibited no peculiarities as he approached and touched the doorknob. At the very moment he intended to release his grip and step inside, his hand felt as though it were glued to the handle, refusing to budge. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his palm. The entire house emanated a blue luminescence, raising itself from the ground like any other English cottage in the ancient town. Black bricks fell away as the flat roof transformed into a sharp peak. Even the very ground beneath him was enveloped in the azure glow. The light spread into the surrounding forest, the nearby trees appearing to melt away, as if the outer shell of illusion had finally been shed to reveal their true essence. In his desperation to extract his hand from the door, the pull suddenly ceased, causing him to stumble backward forcefully, landing squarely on the ground, with the suitcase tumbling heavily beside him. The wound on his palm pressed against the muddy earth, the dull ache morphing into a sharp sting, but at that moment, he could afford no further distractions as he gazed up at the towering spire of the castle, which seemed poised to pierce the sky. The lights in the windows of the 4th floor flickered on, and the door he had attempted to grasp had morphed into 2 imposing doors. Awaken, old friend. Another little creature with your essence has arrived. A thunderous voice reverberated through the entire forest, the weight of it apparent as the massive doors, nearly 10 men high, creaked open, buffeted by the wind from within. For the first time, Lambert comprehended the potency of words. How evident it was. Setting aside the peculiar description of the little creature, Lambert was far more concerned that these ancient doors might just come crashing down upon him. Excuse me. Is this the Peveril residence? I mean, Ignatius Peveril. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he uttered a question he himself deemed utterly foolish. Clearly, the sentient house shared his sentiment, as it erupted in a booming laughter that echoed throughout the forest, resonating like the clang of a bell. The doors appeared to tremble with mirth, and Lambert swore he could hear the screws groaning under the strain. Calm your excitement, Al. I wager the unfortunate little fellow outside is on the verge of fleeing in terror. A man's voice emerged from within the grand doors, finally providing a reprieve for Lambert's ears and heart. The elderly man, clad in a flowing black robe, stood at the threshold, his advanced age evident in the deep creases that obscured his features, particularly the long, wavy white beard that cascaded down to his chest like straw. He opened his arms towards Lambert and with a benevolent smile, welcomed him home, saying, "Welcome back, my child." Lambert hesitated, rooted to the spot, contemplating that it would be prudent to maintain his manners. "May I ask who you are?" he inquired. The old man chuckled heartily, his drooping eyelids barely revealing pale, discerning eyes, and with a hint of implication he replied, "Oh, look at that, you no longer recognize me. How delightful. It is a pleasure to see you, child. I am Ignatius Peveril." Lambert was taken aback. Good heavens! How can the ancestors not remain in their coffins? The forebear has emerged from the grave. On the 5th day of his arrival in England, Lambert, in a bid to project confidence despite his quaking legs, took a couple of tentative steps forward. Suddenly recalling something as his gaze darted around, he hurriedly trotted over to a toppled trunk, gripping it tightly in an attempt to straighten his back as he made his way towards the grand entrance. Internally, he bolstered his spirits, reassuring himself that the magical realm was rather peculiar, with individuals enjoying extended lifespans. He was simply too young. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lambert," he said, extending a somewhat anxious hand, his eyes falling upon his grimy, blood-stained palms. A sharp pang of pain in his hand awakened nerves that left him feeling as though his bones had been hollowed out, rendering him unable to lift it. The old man, noticing Lambert's disheveled hands, clapped his palms together and, with a kind smile, remarked, "Oh, how forgetful I am." At the moment he clapped, Lambert felt a rush of wind encircle him, and when he glanced down again his attire was immaculate, and his hands bore no trace of injury. "Wow," he exclaimed, looking up at the old man in awe. No matter how many times he witnessed such magic, it never ceased to astonish him, especially since it appeared as if it had materialized without the old man brandishing a wand, akin to a magician's trick. The corners of Ignatius's mouth curled up beneath his unkempt beard, clearly accustomed to relishing the admiration of the younger generation. To be frank, had it not been for the deepening wrinkles at the corners of his eyes when he smiled, Lambert would have struggled to discern any shift in expression on his beard-dominated visage. The elder guided him on a brief tour of the small castle, and despite it being a mere introduction to the main paths, it consumed nearly half an hour of their time, during which he recounted both his journey and Lambert's own lineage. As Ignatius prepared to lead him to the studio and library, Lambert finally remembered he had an unresolved inquiry. "I apologize for interrupting, but I have a question regarding the Peveril family legacy. I have successfully arrived here, but what should my next steps be?" The castle's design was steeped in ancient English style, its grandeur imposing. The interior bore no signs of abandonment. Though it appeared aged, it was impeccably clean, and he could almost read the words "I am quite valuable" from each tile underfoot. Lambert found it hard to believe he was destined to become the master of this place. He felt more like a tourist in England. Ignatius stood at the intricately carved entrance of the studio, chuckling softly at Lambert's question, his eyes narrowing almost entirely due to the age-worn skin surrounding them. Sensing the boy's unease, he placed his hand, speckled with age spots, gently on Lambert's slender shoulder and reassured him, "Be confident, child. You have already received Dale's acknowledgement, which is embodied in this very house. You are indeed its master." Lambert was evidently taken aback by the simplicity of this inheritance process, but the chaotic jumble of his thoughts revealed that the good news had him more rattled than jubilant. "Excuse me, are you saying that I have now received the Peveril's acknowledgement, and this house belongs to you? Look, you are still alive and standing here." Realizing his words were somewhat clumsy, he attempted to untangle his tongue, but after a few moments he could only slump his shoulders in defeat, his emerald eyes wide with longing as he gazed up at the elder, his expression pitifully dejected. "I sincerely apologize," he said, extending his hands in a gesture of contrition for his poor command of language. The elder found amusement in his demeanor and waved off the apology, gently soothing him. "It's quite all right, dear child, relax. I lament the circumstances surrounding your parents. However, if you do not mind, I could perhaps take your father's place and enlighten you about the truth of the Peveril legacy." Lambert readily agreed, recognizing that a narrative from the involved party would undoubtedly surpass the myriad of odd tales circulating outside. After elucidating the rules of the Peveril inheritance, the elder began to regale him with the stories of past heirs, including the current one. 103 years ago, Eden Peveril, upon accepting the family legacy, ventured into the Muggle world with the family's assets held within Gringotts and never returned. "Wait a moment," Lambert exclaimed, diverting his gaze from the poignant portraits of his parents to the old man beside him, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Peveril family possessed all those assets in Gringotts? Is this what you call inheriting the family legacy? This amounts to theft, does it not? Wake up. Faced with Lambert's incredulous gaze, the elder's eyes mirrored a semblance of regret, seemingly apologetic for his inability to prevent such occurrences. I am sorry that you have been left with such a poor impression, child, but I assure you prior to him, all the other heirs were exemplary. Lambert felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. He found himself grappling with the realization that such a windfall was unlikely to befall him. Poverty had become an inherent attribute of his name, rendering the similarity in pronunciation to Lamborghini utterly ironic. Just as he was about to press for clarity on the matter, an eerie melody of piano notes erupted from the house behind Ignatius, echoing through the empty castle. The tune itself was soothing, yet it struck him as bizarre, for it unmistakably resembled the background music from some ludicrous dress-up game. He was left questioning whether he had, once again, been transported to another realm. The old man, equally astonished, appeared momentarily stunned before turning toward the door, his gaze flitting between Lambert and the threshold with a tone that was both enigmatic and inviting. It seems your arrival has ushered in new changes here, child. Would you care to step inside and take a look? He gestured invitingly, and the ornately carved wooden door began to creak open behind him. Yet Lambert, the invited guest, remained rooted in place, unwilling to move. Nay, let those who wish to enter do so, he thought, fearing that crossing the threshold would render him a mere inhabitant of the absurd dress-up realm, forsaking his proud human intellect to defeat all adversaries solely through costume changes. The images that flooded his mind were so jarring that his expression shifted towards one of utter resignation. However, Ignatius appeared captivated by the curious transformation occurring within the house. Striding boldly inside, only to be met with a shout of astonishment moments later. Oh, Merlin's beard. Astonishing. The excitement in his voice, especially from someone of his age, raised concerns about whether he might faint from overwhelming emotion. Reluctantly, Lambert shuffled his feet towards the door, compelled to follow. Even if he had truly traversed into some warm and enchanting realm, he mused with a bittersweet humor, at least he was not alone. The scene before him was as magnificent as the golden dome that IG was astounded by, adorned with countless stars. Occasionally, a shooting star would glide gracefully through the vast expanse of the starry sky, which shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. Surrounding him were neatly arranged wardrobes. Some contained garments, others displayed shoes, and one entire wall was adorned with an array of glittering accessories so abundant that Lambert felt as though he had stepped into a vast warehouse of a prominent fashion brand. Rather than the so-called studio described by IG, the elderly man stood with his back to Lambert, positioned before an imposing stone, lost in thought. After surveying his surroundings, Lambert resumed his stride toward the center. This time, I have certainly not been mistaken. As Ignotus turned to face him, his pale eyes reflecting a sense of gratification. After a brief pause, he continued, I have a premonition, my child, that you shall become the most remarkable heir in the history of the Peveril family. If this distinction pertains to a tailor, then please reserve such praise for another. Thank you. Lambert scarcely had the opportunity to voice this retort, for his attention was seized by something that had previously been obscured by IG's form, rendering him momentarily speechless. A plump white cat, anthropomorphically lounging against the stone, donned a small yellow cape, lazily gazing at him with its round black eyes. After letting out a long, satisfied burp, it extended its front paw to pat the floor, as if to complain, too much pork belly, right, Lancy? Where am I? Is this your grandfather? Ha ha ha, then the question arises, who is Lancy? Lambert maintained an impassive expression as he locked gazes with the seemingly intoxicated white cat. He could tolerate the addition of an English name, but bestow upon him a female name, and he might just combust on the spot. He ought to be grateful that the cat did not call out the name Warm at that moment, sparing him from the terror of being dominated by a woman clad in pink hair, wearing only underwear and a white shirt. To hell with Miracle Nikki. To hell with Lancy. IG. He hoarsely called out the name of the elderly man beside him, his green eyes dimmed slightly by both poverty and the cat's double whammy. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, even if you were to tell me today is the end of the world, I doubt I would be surprised. The large cat looked dumbfounded, pondering for a long while before tapping its front paw before it. A semi-transparent screen materialized in the air, then was pushed toward Lambert. Lancy, have you lost your memory? Lambert glanced down to see a girl's avatar prominently displayed, with the accompanying information reading, V6 Lancy, level 60, Lambert. Isn't this my sister's account? He looked up at the bewildered cat beside the stone, then turned to the equally puzzled Ignotus. No, don't ask me. I genuinely have no idea what is happening. Where is Jingjing? I need some peace. On the 6th day of his arrival in England, Lambert finally managed to shed the old suit, which resembled a salty pickle, and discovered the sole merit of the white cat. It provided him with countless opportunities to flaunt his style. Lancey, look at what you were wearing before. Don't you dare tell anyone you are friends with my big cat. The large white cat remained reclined against the central stone, disdainfully addressing the boy who was adjusting his coat in front of the mirror. For the 3rd time I will correct you, my name is Lambert. As he bent down to put on his boots, the boy rose from his chair, casting a sympathetic glance at the large cat, responding, besides, no one cares about a cat's social circle, wake up. The big white cat leaped up in frustration, angrily shouting at him, one day, you will beg me for fashion advice. Emph. Lambert scoffed, his emerald eyes narrowing as he shot it a disdainful glance. I'll consider acknowledging your sense of aesthetics once you discard that glaring yellow cape. No passing marks. No grading system. No fashion competition. And it dares to critique his sartorial choices? Look at the indulgence bestowed upon it by Warm. Ignotus, fluent in various languages, paid no heed to their exchange. Instead, he eagerly buried himself in books, searching for information regarding the sudden sentience of his studio, with tomes stacked nearly to his height. As Lambert himself could not comprehend why he had acquired a big cat system, the task of investigating this phenomenon fell to the only learned elder present, although Lambert suspected he would not arrive at any conclusions. After all, here he stood, the most unscientific embodiment of a transmigrator. Just then, a semi-transparent red exclamation mark suddenly appeared before Lambert. Curiously, he reached out to touch it, causing the red exclamation mark to vanish. Unsure of what had just transpired, Lambert turned to the large white cat, which was now standing on its hind legs with a challenging posture, forepaws crossed over its chest. What was that about? The big cat huffed, without a moment's thought, relaying, today's routine lottery awarded. Ring of Hope X1. Oh, what a letdown, moving on to the next. Lambert lost interest in the outcome of that item, and turned toward the direction of the cloaked elder. Additional attribute. Resistance to sleep spells 3 times, the big cat added. Lambert remained unperturbed, clearly unaware of the true value of possessing an item with magical resistance attributes. The only one with a functioning intellect, IG, suddenly looked up from his book, the thick eyelids failing to conceal the spark of excitement in his eyes. What is that? Faced with the elder's expectant gaze, Lambert had no choice but to approach him, gesturing for the big cat to reveal its findings. You deeply wounded a cat's pride earlier. You must apologize. The big cat held its head high, its black round eyes regarding him with disdain, an air of smugness radiating from its fluffy feline face. Lambert smacked his lips, leveraging his height advantage to respond with equal disdain. In your dreams. Not only was what it won in the daily lottery contingent upon his approval, but everything in this room could only be accessed with his consent. The big cat finally devised a means to counter him, its tail perked up, its small eyes scrutinizing the boy's new attire, including what you are wearing, as long as I desire it. Lambert quipped. Are you suggesting I would be parading around naked at the slightest disagreement? Without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, Daddy, then swiftly followed up, I was wrong. The big cat. Its small black eyes were filled with confusion, and even the few whiskers on its face appeared to droop, clearly underestimating Lambert's dignity threshold. 10 minutes later, Lambert could no longer endure IG's 17th effusive praise of the blue bracelet. All right, IG. I understand you are in awe of its exquisite craftsmanship and excellent attributes, but if I don't step out soon, I might only be greeted by the closure sign of the leaky cauldron. Reluctantly, Ignotus returned the blue bracelet to him, and upon hearing Lambert's eagerness to venture out, patiently advised, you should trust in the efficiency of the Flu network, my child. Do not rush off just yet. I have something to give you. Observing the brightly colored bottles and jars within the open box before him, Lambert gingerly picked up a transparent vial, only to find the label so blurred that the writing was indecipherable. He then carefully placed the bottle back down. IGG. Perhaps I ought to remind you that my visit to Diagon Alley-'s Gringotts is merely a mundane errand, not an expedition to vanquish some dreadful foe. Surely, there is no need to bring along any potions? A wand was presented before him, an heirloom, which, before claiming their own wand, successive heirs could wield as a substitute. His gaze upon the wand was laden with complexity, and Lambert naturally understood who its original owner was. However, just in case, should I, by some misfortune, encounter dire circumstances, you would not wish to see me wielding it as a weapon against another's nostrils, Lambert remarked, raising his hands in mild exasperation. He was utterly bemused, wondering where on his visage it was inscribed that he was exceptionally gifted. IGG appeared to lament this fact, setting aside his longtime companion, and retrieving an object resembling a compass. Lambert thought to himself. Even if he were to provide me with a compass, I lack the ability to discern north from south. This intriguing contraption, he explained, would upon a mere shake, randomly alter one's temporal existence, and another shake would revert it to its original state. Lambert peered at the device, hesitating briefly before continuing. Given its inherent instability, I surmise its utility would not exceed 3 uses. After hearing this, Lambert entirely dismissed the idea of attempting its use, even once. Observing IGG produce an antique pocket watch, Lambert promptly interjected, IGG, while I appreciate your kindness, it is likely that no one in the wizarding community would find me, a mere pauper, of any interest. Though a sense of unreliability loomed, the smile that involuntarily graced his face revealed his inner feelings. After all, the sensation of being cared for is always delightful, especially in a foreign environment. No, this is not a trivial matter, my dear boy. You must take me with you, IGG insisted, his determination to promote this peculiar item evident in his words, which left the listener utterly astounded. Subsequently, IGG, invoking the spirit of his ancestor, performed a startling transformation, drawing Lambert's astonished gaze as the elder was absorbed into the watch, the hands of which now displayed the animated visage of a talking old man. Excuse me, are you perhaps a pocket watch spirit cultivated over many years? Lambert inquired, still struggling to mend his expression of disbelief as the elder reappeared before him. I fear I must reveal the truth to you, the elder began, clearing his throat after Lambert had teased him with a name bestowed by Rancy. What you perceive is merely a fragment of my consciousness, a remnant of my unsuccessful attempt to wield the resurrection stone. Only through this special pocket watch, capable of containing souls, can I escape this confinement. The magnitude of this revelation overwhelmed Lambert, and he resigned himself to the idea of carrying this centuries-old relic into the world. Wait, there's also me. A small, white, spherical creature, resembling a fireball, hurtled towards him, colliding with his shins and nearly causing him to kneel in supplication for a red envelope before the new year. 10 minutes later, standing in the closet of the sitting room, Lambert sneezed vigorously while grasping a packet of flu powder that may have expired a century ago. Dust clouded his face. As he scattered flu powder while announcing his destination, he suddenly recalled a poem that resonated perfectly with his current sentiment. An old man reminisces about youthful exuberance, with one hand on the ancestor and the other on the descendant. Since the fall of the Dark Lord, Diagon Alley had reclaimed its former vibrancy and bustle. Even just after Christmas, Gringotts buzzed with the comings and goings of wizards, the hushed conversations scarcely muffling the metallic clinks of gold coins being poured into scales, nor the scratch of quills on parchment. Absolutely not. The man with golden hair halted, turning to lower his head. His slate blue eyes ignited with irritation. Dispense with the dangerous thoughts in your mind. I know not what has suddenly spurred you on with that damned ambition, Severus. But Malfoys do not place themselves in peril. Seeing the resolute expression on his counterpart's face, Draco understood that he would not be allowed to step into the restricted section of the family library for the foreseeable future. However, time was running short. If he did not seize more advantages now, the next year, upon stepping through the gates of Hogwarts, he would be destined to relive history. Just as he was about to make another plea, a frantic figure departed his line of sight. His silver-gray eyes narrowed, and hesitating for a moment, he obediently replied, Very well, father. I was merely a tad too curious and eager to find answers in books. I happened to pass by the Leaky Cauldron and noticed a new promotion. I trust you wouldn't mind if I spent some time there? Lucius felt a pang of anguish at his son's lack of interest in the family business. How was it that, at the tender age of 5, he had shown interest in inheriting the Malfoy fortune, yet now he was veering towards the path of a bookworm? Where had the Malfoy education gone awry? Fully aware of the family's affairs, Draco endured his father's glare and was admonished, Listen, stay within my sight. Naturally, Draco complied. As he navigated through the bustling streets, Lambert rubbed his pained head with gloved hands. The jostling on the cart at Gringotts had nearly dislodged what little brain matter he had left. Never again would he allow himself to ride such an unprotected cart for the sake of 2 solitary galleons. As if that declaration was insufficient, he hastily emphasized, Until Gringotts prioritizes passenger safety, even if it were filled to the brim with galleons, I shall not set foot in this place again. Perched upon his shoulder, the plump white cat struggled to minimize the spaces between its limbs, attempting to find a stable perch on Lambert's shoulder, yet its hind legs continuously slipped, indicating the difficulty of its endeavor. Clinging tightly with its front paws, the cat, despite its struggle, could not refrain from commenting, A warehouse full of coins? I have noticed you can't even afford a piece of bacon, Rancy. Laughter resonated from the old pocket watch around Lambert's neck, and he turned in exasperation to glare at it. Cease your ridiculous antics and be quiet. I shall not treat you like a mute feline. Lambert Peveril? A voice behind him queried with mild curiosity, its distinctly British accent melodious, and he could discern the character of the speaker from the subtly elongated intonation. Turning around, he met a pair of silver-gray eyes radiating a peculiar mirth. It seemed the legend was indeed true. A boy of similar stature to Lambert wore a dark cloak that appeared exceedingly warm, accentuating his pallor. His iconic golden hair was meticulously swept back, and his face bore an expectedly feigned smile, his silver-gray eyes glinting with an air of shrewdness as they regarded Lambert, feigning surprise at the sight of the other. Lambert hesitated before inquiring, I apologize, but I am unsure of what you are suggesting, Mr. Malfoy. Surely he wouldn't be attempting to extract information from me? This was something he could not admit. You know me, Draco asserted, a smile spreading across his lips, his chin raised slightly, exuding an innate sense of superiority. Lambert blinked, conceding under Draco's gaze. Yes, we met once at the Christmas banquet at Malfoy Manor. I must admit, I was quite surprised by that encounter. You know what I mean. The blonde youth interjected decisively, not permitting Lambert to sidestep the topic. A muggle or a pureblood? Draco's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized Lambert's emerald green eyes, attempting to draw a conclusion. What? Apologies, a muggle? Are you referring to me? Lambert gazed into his eyes, inadvertently reading the thoughts swirling within. Draco's expression morphed into something peculiar, a hint of confusion flickering in his silvery gray eyes. Legilimency? What is that? Lambert furrowed his brow, bewildered by the long string of unfamiliar terms he had just heard. After a few moments of silent mutual contemplation, they ultimately acknowledged the dreadful truth. Almost simultaneously, they exclaimed to each other, No! Stop. Chapter 7. The Seventh Day in England. Diagon Alley, Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. The younger wizards seemed indifferent to the season. Even in the depths of winter, their passion for frozen treats remained unabated. The wind chimes at the shop's entrance jingled incessantly, mimicking the crisp sound of galleons clinking together. At a table by the window, a white cat donned in a yellow cloak anxiously paced at the foot of the table, occasionally raising its head to meow at the black-haired boy seated before it, and sometimes pausing to pat his boot with its front paw. Not a chance. Lambert shifted his foot, looking down at the feline with an expressionless refusal. As a cat, why harbor fantasies for something not included in your dietary repertoire? The disgruntled feline sat down abruptly, meowing impatiently at Lambert, its black eyes vividly expressing desire. I can eat ice cream. Spare me the excuses. You are simply too stingy to buy it for me. Draco, seated across from him, heard Lambert earnestly conversing with the cat, and cast a sidelong glance at the creature. The moment Lambert noticed his gaze, an idea sparked in his mind. He lowered his eyes to the increasingly agitated cat that had jumped onto his lap, and with a subtle nod, indicated it should look at Draco. He deliberately switched to Mandarin, saying, Indeed, I am quite impoverished and miserly, but sitting across from me is a wealthy aristocrat. Why not beseech him instead? It would create a most delightful image if Draco Malfoy, accompanied by a miraculous dressing system, were to embark on an adventure. Put away such dangerous thoughts, boy. Though Draco could not comprehend the Mandarin, nor understood what a dressing system entailed, it did not hinder him from sensing that Lambert was attempting to throw him a conundrum. Lambert sighed regretfully as the cat, having been denied, sulked on his lap, feeling utterly wronged. Due to Draco's iconic light golden hair, and the unmistakably new and luxurious fabric adorning him, he drew the attention of many around them. However, accustomed to the gazes of others, he remained serene and composed. Lambert, on the other hand, was adversely affected. While the onlookers regarded Draco as the young master of the Malfoy family, their scrutiny of him shifted into confusion. Why would the Malfoy heir be seated with a boy clad in muggle attire? He raised his right hand, fingers curled, leaning forward to tap the table gently, seeking to communicate with the opposite party through his gaze. Have you given it any thought? Draco narrowed his silver-gray eyes slightly and, after a moment, smiled faintly, his gaze drifting to the throng outside the window as he leisurely responded, The Malfoy family never engages in losing ventures. Since their encounter, Lambert felt as though his very essence had been subdued by Draco's presence. The inherent superiority exuded through his words and demeanor perpetually created an illusion for those nearby. Either comply or retreat. Yet, he found himself unable to threaten someone so intimately acquainted with his background. Saying something like, if you divulge my secrets, I'll reveal yours, would indeed be a reckless gamble with his life. Thus, he preferred to approach Draco with a request for terms rather than prematurely transforming a potential ally into an adversary. particularly given that Draco was well aware of his past. All the Peveril family's tomes? Lambert inquired tentatively, having perceived a flicker of irritation in Draco's eyes. Draco frowned, clearly displeased that the other could discern his thoughts. Such mutual insight compelled him to resolve to practice mind-closing spells upon returning home. For the sensation of having one's thoughts read was utterly abhorrent. Just as he contemplated augmenting his offer, their drinks arrived. The platter held only a tall, double-handled cup, presented by a man whose countenance was as dark as his attire. His deep-set eyes bore heavy bags, his hair was a chaotic mass, and his clothing bore several misaligned buttons, rendering him a most unkempt figure that utterly extinguished Draco's appetite. Placing the filled cup in the center, he forced a smile onto his face, a grimace that only made him appear more terrifying, yet he remained indifferent to it. Turning to Lambert, the only one at the table who seemed willing to entertain his proposition, he spoke in a raspy voice. Congratulations on being our 100th customer today. To celebrate, we have a complimentary drink. Simply grasp the two handles and pull them apart, and it shall reveal a surprise. Upon hearing his words, the children at other tables turned their curious gazes towards the cup, their eyes glued to it as if glued by an adhesive, urging the duo to engage in the experiment. Draco scoffed disdainfully, showing no interest in the matter, reclining back in his chair, entirely disinterested in performing the trick with Lambert. A boy with brown hair leaned closer to Lambert, encouragingly whispering, "Hey, if you don't mind, may I join you in unveiling it? I swear, I just want to witness the magical moment." Observing the hopeful glimmer in the boy's eyes and glancing at the indifferent Draco across the table, Lambert smiled and nodded. Of course. As the boy maneuvered around the waiter to reach the cup, the still present server suddenly extended his hand, turning expressionlessly to Draco, and said, "It seems this young lad is not particularly interested in our surprise. How about this? I shall personally demonstrate it for you." By that time, Lambert had already grasped one of the cup's handles and looked up at the man, feeling a sense of unease. Yet before he could fully comprehend, the man abruptly seized Draco's hand beneath the table, pressing it onto the cup while his other hand also clasped the vessel. Without even granting him a moment to be astonished, Lambert felt as though a hook had latched onto his navel, yanking him abruptly into the air, causing him to hastily release his grip. With a thud, he crashed face first onto the ground. Although his nose was not particularly prominent, a sharp sting coursed through him, and as he struggled to lift his head, he felt something icy trickle onto his lips. Wiping his hand across his mouth, he found his fingers stained crimson. At that moment, the man yanked Draco by the collar from mid-air, bringing him down gently. Upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of the black-haired boy, he let out a derisive snort, a tumultuous smile playing across his face. "Look, a 2-for-1 deal, what a splendid outcome." The once thriving Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. The young boy left behind appeared somewhat dazed, staring blankly at the now empty table. Hearing a meow, he bent down to peer beneath the table, only to catch sight of a white figure darting swiftly out of the shop. "David, what are you doing here? Your ice cream is ready." A middle-aged woman, having just exited a lengthy queue, navigated through the throng until she finally spotted her son standing in front of a table that clearly had not yet been cleared since the last guest departed. Lost in thought, the boy, still reeling from the earlier spectacle, finally spoke up. "Mom, I just saw 3 people holding a cup disappear." "Oh darling, that was merely a door key. There's no need for alarm," the woman replied nonchalantly, gently urging her son out of the shop. As she had numerous items still left to purchase, and did not wish to squander too much time in a children's refreshment establishment, Draco's expression was decidedly grim, his silver-gray eyes brimming with fury as he watched a man named Merciber, an escaped lunatic from Azkaban, grasp Lambert by the collar and drag him towards the door, rasping in complaint. If it weren't for this damned one being so uncooperative, apparition would certainly be swifter than utilizing a door key. Observing the boy struggling against his grip, he deepened his smile, one that made his sleep-deprived visage appear even more menacing. "You are no Malfoy scion, boy. I would be quite pleased to reduce your appendages if you prefer to crawl to Lucius with your report. I advise you to behave accordingly." To be betrayed by a Death Eater already imprisoned in Azkaban was a humiliating experience for him. Had he discerned the man's intentions sooner, he would never have allowed such proximity. Lambert, like a quail, recoiled and remained motionless, allowing the man to toss him outside as if he were refuse. "I don't care how you do it. Inform Lucius, that treacherous wretch, that if he cannot shield me from the ministry's pursuit, he shall never see his beloved son again." He paused, his gaze fixated on Lambert, madness glimmering in his eyes. "Of course, should you seek assistance from the ministry, I assure you, you will come to understand the methods employed by a Death Eater to compel obedience. Crucio. You require a lesson. Refrain from employing your father's treacherous tactics in my presence. In mid-sentence, the man abruptly turned, casting a spell with his wand toward the boy behind him. Instead of the expected chaotic scene of rolling on the ground, Draco found himself hurtling backward, colliding violently with the wall. The man's countenance darkened further, and Lambert hastily promised to seek out Lucius, fleeing in haste as he wished to avoid experiencing any of the spells erupting from the man's wand. Clearly, Merciber was infuriated by yet another failed incantation. Addressing the pale-haired boy struggling to rise from the ground. Anyone imprisoned in Azkaban is unlikely to possess a pleasant temperament. Should I catch you attempting to assault me or flee again, perhaps Lucius will be greeted with nothing but your lifeless body. Having escaped several streets away, the boy was evidently shaken, sliding down against the wall to sit on the ground, clutching the pocket watch around his neck. He now felt that his decision to bring IG along had been remarkably wise, breathlessly inquiring, "What should I do, IG?" Chapter 8. The Eighth Day in England. Nocturnally. The weather in England is notoriously capricious, and it is not uncommon for dark clouds to loom ominously overhead. Despite the narrow alley separating this place from the adjacent Diagon Alley, the chill of winter seeped through unabated, rendering the streets nearly devoid of life. Occasionally, a figure clad in a tightly wrapped black cloak would flit by, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. The storefronts across the way were adorned with thick frost, and Lambert, bundled in a heavy coat, huddled within a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person. Exhaling warmth into his palms and longing for the warmth of the Rhine's charm, the skin on his upper lip and between his nose felt stiff. Blood clots forming made speech a laborious task, and he sighed despondently, "I wish I could call 999 IG, to summon the omnipotent police to rescue poor Mr. Malfoy." A gentle yet slightly muffled chuckle emanated from the pocket watch, which was cloaked in its metallic casing. IG allowed him to vent his futile lamentations, and once Lambert's melancholy subsided, suggested, "In my view, pureblood families have always been quite diligent in safeguarding their progeny. You simply need to return to the place you were just at. His family will surely come looking for him. You need not feel guilty about it, child." Lambert remained silent for a moment before responding flatly, "But how could I? My conscience would ache." The notion was absurd. Ever since the last Christmas banquet, the Malfoy family had not held him in particularly high regard. If Lucius were to learn that his son had once again encountered such a kidnapping incident due to their meeting, it would not only concern the Malfoys. Lambert himself felt a profound dissonance with the haughty scion. Were it not for this inexplicable tragedy, he would undoubtedly have skipped over, offering to serve as a messenger without hesitation. Now, however, he had chosen this path, one that could very well lead to his demise. The silence was so profound that only the wind howled through the street, and a distant meow echoed, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, upon deciphering the meaning behind the cry, Lambert first sighed in relief, then felt a renewed sense of urgency. The arrival of the cat offered him merely another conversational partner. He could hardly expect this creature to bestow upon him a formidable aura of invincibility. What a tiring ordeal! Where on earth have you vanished to? What manner of bizarre world is this? A white cat, clad in a yellow coat, swiftly dashed to his side, flopping belly up at his feet. Unwilling to rise for a moment longer, Lambert rubbed his nose, chuckling softly as he replied, "I do not represent the magical world in extending a belated welcome. I trust you won't take offense? After all, my current dilemma concerns the high-stakes matter of rescuing a hostage from a madman." He unconsciously began to scrape at the grimy, dark bricks of the adjacent wall, lost in thought. Upon hearing his words, the white cat suddenly sprang to its feet, its tail standing erect as it gleefully exclaimed, "Ha! At last it's time for me to shine." Lambert was startled enough to dislodge a chunk of brick from the wall, which thudded heavily to the ground. "Time is of the essence. We must change into suitable battle attire at once." The cat, brimming with excitement, stood upright, its two hind legs supporting its weight, eager to showcase that it was far from ordinary. Lambert, maintaining his composure, replied, "Foolish, no." Glancing down at the recently dislodged brick, fearful that the cat might persist, he added, "Dressing up is no better than wielding a brick. At least that's a weapon, though for my stature, it matters little." The cat was not so easily deterred, stamping its hind legs in impatience. "But if you do not change your appearance, that person will never grant you entry. Moreover, our Northern Kingdom's military garb comes equipped with combat skills. It is particularly suitable for someone of your non-combatant nature." "Oh, so it's my fault for being utterly inept?" He had yet to voice his disdain when the pocket watch interjected once more. "It is indeed an excellent idea, child. I believe you should recall that little trinket you brought with you when you left. It is a splendid solution." Lambert felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "IG, why are you joining in on this nonsense? Do you remember you are a wizard? Encouraging me to don attire and confront my kind with a brick? What on earth are you thinking, ancestor? Oh, consent granted. Entering dress-up mode. The great feline announced with palpable excitement, as Lambert remained in a state of bewilderment. A colossal wardrobe materialized in midair, its doors flinging open to engulf him. Upon surveying the surroundings of this room imbued with a pink hue, reminiscent of a young girl's sanctuary, Lambert felt as though he were being coerced into a most compromising situation, silently lamenting the gradual erosion of his dignity. After all, he could scarcely conceive of a more ludicrous plan than this. It was promised to be military attire. If you present me with women-esque clothing, I assure you, our affair will not end amicably, great feline. Contemplating his predicament, Lambert made one final attempt, for the allure of the combat skills sounded rather enticing. And at the very least, his chances appeared to have risen to a modest 10%. The cloak-wielding cat did not materialize within the room. Yet its voice reverberated in a three-dimensional surround sound. I am the latest creation of the system. I can transform any attire to suit the player, you know. Are you questioning my professional capabilities? The professionalism of a dress-up game. A contender for the annual best joke. Fearing it might take offense and confine him within this girlish little black room, or conjure some other mischief, Lambert stifled his derision and retrieved an old compass from the deep pocket of his outer coat. Heaven help him. He hoped that the age range it indicated would be between 15 and 40. Gently shaking it, he observed as the needle began to tremble and spin, feeling much like a lottery participant or a casino enthusiast awaiting his fortune. 3 sixes. Open, open, open. The needle turned sluggishly, akin to a tortoise. And just as it traversed a quarter of its journey, it came to an abrupt halt. Simultaneously, Lambert felt his perspective rapidly ascending, soon reaching the height he was most accustomed to. Glancing down at his limbs, which now seemed to stretch as if he had consumed height-enhancing potions, he noted that his attire, indeed, adjusted itself as the great feline had promised, expanding to fit his new form perfectly. Letting out a cheerful whistle, the dark-haired youth wore a satisfied grin. I am indeed a true European. Deep within a crooked alley, a modest gray building nestled inconspicuously among its neighbors, its windows shrouded in a thick layer of dust, leaving the question of habitation ambiguous. A white cat peeked over the edge of the rooftop chimney, surveying below, scurrying along the tiles in search of another route down. Soon, it discovered what it sought, landing gracefully on the eaves of the adjacent house, before leaping back to the window here, finding a gap to slip through. Minutes later, a furry white head pushed open the kitchen window on the first floor. From the side alley, a man darted swiftly against the wall, quietly prying open the window and climbing inside. In the second-floor room, the ill-gotten buttons of his stolen clothing were still haphazardly fastened. The man was in no mood to tidy himself. He paced anxiously, his face occasionally twitching as he struggled to suppress his emotions. Now and then, he would glare menacingly at the boy curled up in the corner, his expression one of barely contained fury, as if he wished to tear flesh from the boy's body. He had already devised a plan. Once Lucius dealt with the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, known for their keen senses, he would seek out his master. The dark mark on his arm had yet to fade. His master must still be alive. By that time, those traitors who had evaded Azkaban would undoubtedly face the consequences of their actions. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resounded at the door. Merciber abruptly turned his gaze towards the sound, instinctively slowing his pace as he approached the door. Pressing his ear against it, he listened for a moment, only to hear the knocking resume, accompanied by a man's voice. Excuse me, is anyone home? The homeowner scheduled me to come and do some masonry today. Masonry? Merciber pondered, perplexed. He tentatively grasped the doorknob, and the instant he opened it, a realization struck him. No, wait. This is the second floor. How did that man gain entry? Reacting swiftly, he reached for his wand at his waist, and as he opened the door, he shouted towards the figure outside, Avada. Midway through the incantation, an unseen force seized his wand, abruptly snapping it in half. The green light of the curse surged backward along the wand's length. Cadavra. The man was struck by a beam of green light, sent hurtling backward to collide with the opposite wall, crumpling to the ground, still clutching the broken piece of his wand. The dark-haired boy outside, clad in white military garb and trousers, gazed down at the brick in his hand, exhaling in relief. To initiate a killing curse right off the bat? This fellow has certainly escalated matters. Thankfully, his luck was formidable, proving that a brick could indeed rival the might of a wand. A legend, the second individual in history to escape the killing curse. A smile graced the boy's handsome face as he entertained the prospect of crafting a headline for tomorrow's Daily Prophet, should a reporter manage to capture this moment. A splendid idea. Sparse applause echoed from the corner, and he turned to see Draco Malfoy's pale visage adorned with a mocking smile. In truth, I too have been contemplating whether a bloodline connection exists between you and the Potters. How else could I explain my perpetual misfortune upon encountering you? His expensive cloak, now dulled by contact with the ground, appeared somewhat disheveled, and even his meticulously styled hair seemed a tad unruly, with strands of light golden locks falling over his forehead, rendering his already pallid complexion even more colorless. A man in his 20s stood at the door, chuckling dryly as he suggested, I believe expressions of gratitude towards your savior need not be so acerbic. Thanking a muggle, cloaked in pureblood pretense, for devising a method to counter a curse with a brick? Draco, maintaining a stoic demeanor, approached him, his gaze unwavering, even as he looked up at the other boy, his presence commanding. After a brief pause, he continued, unless I have lost my mind. Lambert, trailing behind, retorted defiantly, but it is indeed the only solution. I have yet to learn any spells, and should I seek your father, he would likely cast the blame upon me. The likelihood of seeing the sun rise tomorrow would be exceedingly slim. Draco scoffed, quickening his pace, aiming to shake him off. However, the taller boy failed to perceive his intentions, closing the distance with several strides to elaborate. You see, we may very well end up attending the same school, perhaps even the same house. In due time, as we genuinely interact, you will come to realize that our encounters thus far have been mere coincidences. After all, he mused optimistically, he wouldn't be cursing Draco 365 days a year. The blonde boy halted abruptly, turning to face him, his expression vividly etched with incredulity. So now I must thank you for preemptively informing me of the dismal 7 years that lie ahead? I shall earnestly consider the invitation from Durmstrang that is to arrive next year. Lambert, I feel quite hurt. The first companion he encountered in this world seemed to prefer a life of solitude over the prospect of ever meeting him again. Chapter 9. On the 9th day in England. Soft black locks tumbled onto his forehead as the handsome youth donned a fitted white military uniform. An ensemble that would undoubtedly turn heads on the streets of London, yet appeared entirely incongruous within the Wizarding Alley. Thus he conjured a black cloak from thin air, enveloping himself snugly, revealing only the elegantly pointed curve of his chin. The two walked back to Diagon Alley in silence, the air thick with unspoken words. Lambert was mentally devising his plans for the upcoming endeavor. Previous heads of the family had operated clothing stores in Diagon Alley, while others had ventured into the mundane world of London. Before inheriting the family business, he felt compelled to inspect the operational status. Moreover, he faced the prospect of a prolonged train journey back to the Peveril ancestral home in Brook Valley. As he pondered these matters, Draco ahead of him quickened his pace once more, darting towards someone he had spotted in the distance. Lambert pushed back his hood, his gaze fixed ahead, while Lucius spoke rapidly, glancing back towards him with a hint of scrutiny in his cool gray-blue eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his clever transformation into a 20-year-old. He doubted Draco's father possessed the ability of mind-reading. Moments later, Draco's demeanor visibly relaxed, and after obtaining his father's permission with a smile, he turned to approach Lambert, looking up at him with the quintessential Malfoy smirk. See you next time. Yet, his silver-gray eyes conveyed a silent reminder. Don't forget the books you promised me. Until we meet again. The boy's lips curved slightly, his typically aloof expression softening momentarily, his emerald eyes sparkling with mirth. Shall I send them to you? Just provide me with an address. Draco hesitated briefly, but recalling his potentially impatient father, quickly responded, next year, Hogwarts. Bring the information on the Niffler and other books concerning souls. Very well, Lambert nodded, a smile deepening on his face as he watched Draco's retreating figure. Ah. How ironic that a friend who once declared he would never set foot in Hogwarts is now so eager to go. He decided to pretend that Draco's failure to thank him was merely due to shyness. The most renowned establishment in Diagon Alley was Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, alongside a high-end ready-to-wear boutique, both specializing in dark robes and cloaks. After perusing the offerings, he remained perplexed by the subtle distinctions between the various black fabrics. Upon arriving at his own store, tucked away in an unfrequented corner, and resembling a purveyor of funeral attire, he found himself lacking the courage to step inside. It was indeed miraculous that such a shop had not gone bankrupt. As he exited Diagon Alley, a cat clad in yellow and clutching a fish snack dashed out from a corner, accompanying him through the opening created by shifting bricks. Well, which benefactor have you ingratiated yourself with to procure such treats? He inquired playfully, kneeling down and raising an eyebrow. The feline, tail proudly erect, feigned disdain, replying, Truth be told, I prefer pork belly. Ah, how impressive, Lambert smirked, uninterested in engaging further. He extended his palm, and the cat leaped onto his hand before perching comfortably on his shoulder, satisfied. "So, where are we headed?" Lambert remarked, his expression stern as he cautioned. "If you dare to drop fish crumbs on my clothing, you shall face dire consequences." He removed his cloak, allowing the cat to retreat to its designated space. London, near the banks of the Thames. Even from the shop's transparent windows, one could behold the iconic London Eye and Tower Bridge, set against a backdrop of azure skies and fluffy clouds, resembling a scene plucked straight from a postcard. Lambert had just learned from IGG that the original owner of the shop, the previous heir of Peveril, had stipulated in his will that upon his demise, his estate would revert to the Peveril family, provided he completed the necessary procedures in the Muggle world. This century-old clothing store, which had yet to succumb to bankruptcy, would automatically transfer to his ownership. He mused delightfully about the accumulated interest over the years. The prospect of sudden wealth always uplifted one's spirits. After browsing the current stock, he mused on how to leverage the cat's advantages to develop a clothing chain, quietly asking, "By the way, can you exchange those designs for me?" "Of course, but the issue lies in the absence of seamstresses and collaborating garment factories here. Without those, you cannot mass-produce." The cat replied, sounding somewhat dejected, feeling that Lambert could easily acquire stylish clothing without its assistance. "Perhaps I should discuss this with IGG." Recalling the house brimming with garments in the studio, he sensed there was something extraordinary about it. Just as he contemplated wealth, a figure suddenly dashed from a nearby alleyway. His military training instinctively kicked in, and he dodged without conscious thought. The boy, running too swiftly, turned to check if someone was pursuing him, but abruptly stumbled, sprawling at the edge of the road in a manner that looked painful. When he finally raised his head, Lambert felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. Soft black hair obscured the boy's forehead while broken glasses framed his bewildered, pale green eyes. Blood streamed from his nose, dripping onto his lips. Moved by an empathetic impulse, Lambert approached and extended his hand. "Are you all right?" The boy grasped his hand, rising from the ground, casting a glance at his now even dirtier clothes, and wiped his nose, responding, "I'm fine, thank you." A group of children suddenly emerged from the alleyway, with a boy at the forefront sporting hair dyed a garish hue resembling a feather duster, who shot a glance at Lambert. Intrigued, Lambert turned to watch them. Noting that the leader seemed hesitant, reluctant to intervene in the situation, and eventually muttered to his companions, "Forget it." Then pointing at the black-haired boy beside Lambert, he warned, "No second chances, freak." As they departed, the black-haired boy visibly relaxed, recognizing that Lambert's presence had been a protective shield, and offered a grateful smile, saying, "Thank you." "Ah, no need for thanks. I merely acted out of our striking resemblance," Lambert replied, scrutinizing the boy's nose. After a moment of contemplation, he lamented, "Your nose appears to be in poor condition, yet regrettably, I have no money with me. Even if he had brought some, it would not be in pounds." And he feared that revealing his silver coins would frighten the child. He felt he could not even afford a pack of tissues. The black-haired boy, in front of Lambert, emptied his pockets, revealing only scraps of paper. He looked up awkwardly, but Lambert felt an unexpected kinship. Had Draco been present, he would have understood the unspoken bond shared between two impoverished souls. "If you don't mind, may I accompany you home?" Lambert, buoyed by the prospect of newfound wealth, felt an unusual urge to perform a good deed. Upon hearing the word home, a flicker of disdain crossed the boy's face, and his mood noticeably soured. "No thank you. I can walk back by myself." Lambert mentally spun a narrative about a boy who ran away from home only to be expelled from the Beggars' Guild. Just as the boy trudged homeward in a dismal state, an elderly voice suddenly called from behind, "What?" Lambert furrowed his brow, quietly consulting his pocket watch. "IGG. We agreed to keep a low profile in the world of Muggles." Upon hearing the voice, the boy halted in his tracks, turning around to repeat with a touch of bewilderment, "A wizard?" The man awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, chuckling as he replied, "I suddenly recalled a most intriguing tale about a wizard from the medieval era. Oh, by the way, I still do not know your name. Perhaps we shall meet again?" Since IGG had referred to him as a wizard, and the man appeared to be of a similar age, the boy seized the opportunity to forge a favorable impression. Though he seemed to harbor little hope of a future encounter, out of courtesy he introduced himself. "Harry, my name is Harry Potter." Lambert. Chapter 10 The 10th Day in England. He should have anticipated this. When IGG mentioned that the individual was a wizard, he ought to have recognized the high probability of encountering a bespectacled boy with dark hair and green eyes in England, who was none other than Harry Potter. However, he had only taken note of the lightning-shaped scar upon the boy's forehead, neglecting to identify him by his visage. Observing the astonishment etched on his face, Harry appeared somewhat perplexed, watching as the man took a few steps back, casting him an odd glance before returning his gaze to the shop window. After employing time magic, Lambert had been solely focused on the task of rescuing, entirely oblivious to his own appearance, though he often heard Draco, that sharp-tongued fellow, mock him for resembling the protagonist. Now gazing at the reflection in the window, the expression he wore seemed rather indifferent. His soft, short black hair lay obediently, with a few strands falling just enough to obscure his view. His facial contours did not exhibit the broadness typical of a square jaw, but rather possessed a gentle delicacy reminiscent of an oval face. His green eyes were somewhat elongated, and his nose was perfectly proportioned, neither too high nor too low, with lips that were rather thin. One might say he bore a resemblance to the classical Eastern aesthetic, or perhaps to the frail royalty of European history. The boy's dissatisfaction grew. Many remarked that Harry had grown less handsome with age, yet he still possessed a ruggedly handsome visage. Why then, did his own relative appear so androgynous? And did he truly look as if his vitality had been drained? He could not help but draw a comparison to the large cat wandering the streets at that moment, pondering whether that foolish feline had somehow tricked him into wearing women's clothing by clandestinely altering his face. Doubts lingered, but the culprit he suspected was nowhere to be found, especially with the dazed figure standing before him. Lambert smiled, his expression softening considerably. I believe I may have discovered the reason I found you so agreeable earlier. In the midst of the boy's confused countenance, Lambert deliberately sought to befriend him, eager to discuss their potential familial connection, even mentioning his parents, Lily and James. Thus, the conversation inevitably turned to Voldemort. Harry was clearly taken aback by this previously unheard truth. However, recalling the chaos that ensued whenever he became emotionally charged, such as the incident today with the person pursuing him whose hair had inexplicably turned a chicken feather hue, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe the man's words. What shocked him further was the revelation regarding his parents, having endured the oppression of the Dursleys since childhood. He had long conditioned himself to accept the dreadful tale of his only relatives, who claimed his parents had perished in a car accident. The sudden discovery that he was a descendant of wizards, that his parents' demise held deeper secrets, and that he had a distant relative in this world shattered his fragile worldview into a million pieces. The streetlight nearby shattered with a loud pop, glass shards scattering across the ground. Lambert thought to himself, is telling the protagonist a story truly fraught with such peril? He glanced down at the debris at his feet, then at Harry's somewhat awkward expression, and suggested, perhaps I should escort you home? We could converse as we walk. No, I do not wish to return just now. Harry felt an aversion to the notion of returning to the home that had deceived and mistreated him, particularly when contemplating the inevitable confrontation with his aunt's displeased countenance following school complaints and the mocking grin of Dudley. The thought filled him with resistance. Yet do you not find it odd to stand here motionless, engaged in conversation? Lambert wished to voice his thoughts but restrained himself, instead proposing, then how about a stroll across London Bridge? We certainly should not remain like a couple of statues here. As for IGG, since his earlier remark, he had lapsed into complete silence, his thoughts a mystery. The Thames shimmered with golden reflections, the scattered sunlight dancing upon the water's surface, warming the otherwise chilly winter day in London. Lambert had, when no one was around, borrowed a thick coat from the large cat's wardrobe, finally making Harry appear considerably warmer. Witnessing this inexplicable acquisition, Harry began to trust the man's claims of being a wizard even more, despite it being a borrowed guise. A biting chill swept through the air. Yet he removed his gloves, offering them to Harry with a smile as he listened to the boy recount his experiences with the Dursleys. I am truly sorry, Harry. My circumstances mirror yours, though I currently reside alone. I would love to invite you to my home, but I must inform you that I am the same age as you. This means I cannot contest the Dursleys for custody, nor can I afford to support another person. In response to Harry's astonished gaze, he merely hinted that his appearance was a trick. Furthermore, according to the memories of the Rhine, Lambert's parents' deaths were indeed intertwined with Voldemort. Harry appeared quite dejected at the thought of not being able to live with this newly discovered relative, his large green eyes behind his glasses looking rather pitiable, particularly with the dried blood beneath his nose. So, will we be able to meet again in the future? I mean, will you come to see me? Lambert nudged the cat perched on his shoulder, which gazed longingly at the London Eye. A handkerchief, if you please. As he dampened the handkerchief in the icy river water to wipe Harry's face, he smiled and responded to the earlier inquiry. Of course. We can meet at Hogwarts next year, the Wizarding School's magical institution. At this point, he suddenly recalled an amusing notion. If he could garner Harry's favor for Slytherin now, persuading him to join that house would not only allow him to witness Harry's bewilderment in the presence of Professor Snape, but also afford him daily views of Draco's scowling face, How delightful. Harboring malicious thoughts toward Draco, he rummaged through the scant memories of Hogwarts he possessed, providing Harry with a preliminary education on the school. It was not until nightfall that Harry reluctantly parted ways with him, knowing that if he delayed any longer, the Dursleys would undoubtedly lock the door and demand a commemorative token from Lambert as an early New Year's gift. However, Lambert, who had ignited the protagonist's anticipation for the future, evidently overestimated his situation, as he patted his pocket en route to the train station, bewildered by how he might afford a train ticket, a rather challenging conundrum, not wishing to disclose that the Peveril Manor had reconnected with the Flu network. He had no idea how Al had managed to completely obscure the coordinates of the old house during their visit to Diagon Alley, but returning without a plan would be rather awkward. Fortunately, after he shared his predicament, IGG, ever understanding, offered a helpful suggestion. Do not worry, my boy. Number 75, Cumberg, is also our property. We can use the Flu network to reach Cumberg, and then walk back to the old manor from there. Lambert exhaled a sigh of relief as he approached Diagon Alley, pondering to himself, if the distance is this short, it truly would be feasible to frequently boost the protagonist's favorability. Speaking of which, IGG, did you already know who he was when you first spoke? Lambert had ample reason to entertain such suspicions, for the elder statesman of the magical realm appeared to possess an acute sensitivity towards lineage. IGG chuckled softly, responding kindly. I merely sense the fluctuations of his magical aura. Is he indeed another descendant of the Peverils you mentioned? Lambert nodded, recalling that the other party could not see him. He added yes. As they neared Diagon Alley, IGG remarked languidly, but he belongs to the Potter family now. The legacy of the Peverils will not grace him. Lambert chuckled awkwardly in response. Am I destined to have a treatment that even the protagonist lacks? Is it my fate to start from scratch in poverty? The night enveloped Brook Gorge, shrouded by dense vegetation, with not a sliver of moonlight daring to penetrate the canopy above. Navigating through the pitch-black woods should have proven exceedingly challenging. However, if someone were to observe from above, they would see the trees seemingly parting with sentient grace, ultimately revealing a clear path leading to the castle at the forest's heart. If his initial arrival here was tinged with panic, this time, confronted by the imposing silhouette of the castle, he felt a sense of reassurance. In fact, he even found the leisure to wave at it with a smile. Al, I have returned. The heavy doors swung open before him, and as the castle was about to speak, Lambert wisely sidestepped to a window on the first floor, listening to a voice that seemed just awakened, lazily uttering, "Welcome." The moment he stepped into the castle, a venerable figure emerged from the pocket watch hanging around his neck, shaking his head as if to express dissatisfaction with the cramped space he had just vacated, softly lamenting, "Indeed, age has its burdens. Venturing far is no easy feat." The large cat perched upon his shoulder leapt down in perfect synchrony, chiming in, "Yes, traveling is truly exhausting." Lambert quipped. "Isn't it even more exhausting for the one bearing your weight?" Within the studio, the opulent expanse remained as lavish as he had previously observed. As Lambert unpacked the old trunk he had brought, he inquired of IGG and the large cat how to transform the ethereal garments hanging around them, clothes that appeared as mere images, into tangible reality. After unlocking 2 old clasps, he handed the trunk to the large cat, saying, "A gift for you. Open it for a surprise." The large cat, blissfully naive, believed him, pushed the trunk aside, and eagerly began to lift one side. IGG, standing nearby, addressed Lambert's query. There are indeed methods to create them, provided AL's energy is sufficient. At this, IGG's pale eyes met Lambert's, revealing a mixture of solace and regret. Sensing Lambert's confusion, IGG fell silent for a moment before divulging the truth. Ever since the chamber that once facilitated the transfer of external energy, and the castle's operational energy malfunctioned, any master wishing to summon AL's assistance must sacrifice their own magical energy. Lambert exclaimed, "What? The house seeks to drain him of his essence? Truly, it is an ancient trickster." Uncertain as to why this revelation caused him to touch his lower back, IGG sighed, responding, "Unless something can act as this converter. I have spent many years researching and currently only found magical stones to serve as a solution." Lambert gasped, "Yexem? In the very first installment. I must confront the villainous boss. I wish to live a few more years." Chapter 11. On the 11th day in England. The vast studio resembled a realm suspended in space, with cosmic scenes shifting above and below. Countless stars danced, and occasionally, meteors silently streaked by like silver arrows. The surrounding wardrobes were bedecked with an array of garments. With but a thought, the owner seated here could summon them into being. At the center stood a cauldron, from which wisps of mist rose, exuding a peculiar aroma, while various ingredients lay neatly arranged in accordance with the order of their addition, alongside an old book, coated in dust. Yet, Lambert had no time to regard these matters. He was diligently practicing the levitation spell, brandishing a deep-hued cherrywood wand. With a flick, a distant trunk collided violently with the ceiling, resembling something determined to escape Earth without a backward glance. Startled, the large cat, napping beside the trunk, jolted awake, its fur bristling in alarm. What happened? What happened? Was there an earthquake? It exclaimed, bewildered and ready to flee. Lambert felt a surge of irritation when it came to that trunk. Initially, he had assumed Uncle Ryan was merely concerned for his safety, and had bestowed his belongings for protection. However, upon opening it, he discovered it contained nothing more than a few photographs of his parents, alongside the scant remnants of what Ryan had referred to as his parents' final inheritance, and an address from his time in America. At this moment, he had no time for anger towards Ryan. Each day without a magical stone to produce garments to alter the business of that shop in Diagon Alley meant another day of tightening his belt to make ends meet. Meanwhile, the small upscale clothing store in London had already opened several branches. He was perplexed as to how the proprietor managed this, as their annual revenue barely kept pace with expenses. His earlier dreams of earning a fortune had quickly shattered in the face of his dismal magical aptitude, despite IGG, a seasoned wizard of the magical realm, patiently guiding him. Do not be disheartened. You simply have yet to master the rhythm of the levitation spell, and your wand may not be entirely comfortable for you. IGG encouraged, flashing a reassuring smile and shaking his long beard. Lambert gazed up at the starry ceiling with a blank expression, replying, "But this is already the 139th failure, IGG. I feel as though my magical energy has been entirely drained." The elegant image of effortlessly sending someone flying with a mere flick of his wrist existed solely in his dreams, as Lambert, battered by reality, contemplated how long he would last in a direct confrontation with Professor Quirrell. Having learned of Voldemort's existence, and the subsequent narrative from him, IGG felt profound sympathy for this descendant. However, aside from imparting knowledge of the magical world, his capacity to assist was woefully limited. Stealing a glance at the bubbling potion in the cauldron beside him, he extinguished the flame, sprinkling in the crushed porcupine quills. With a flick of his wand, he stirred the mixture, watching as the initially clear liquid thickened into a paste. This marked the third batch of scabious potion he had attempted. The first had burned due to improper heat, and the second had been an experiment in curiosity, resulting in a small volcanic eruption when he hastily tossed in the quills at maximum heat. IGG assessed the color of the finished product, pondering for a moment before assigning a score. If you are fortunate enough to encounter a good-tempered potions professor in your first year, this might earn you an E, exceeds expectations. Lambert, recalling the notoriously stoic Professor Snape's face, had no doubt that upon witnessing his failure-prone attempts at potion-making, the professor would bestow upon him a mere passing grade, accompanied by a truckload of sarcasm, provided he was not sorted into Gryffindor, or else he could expect scores akin to that of a troll. You know this, IGG. He gazed sincerely into the elderly man's pale, almost translucent eyes, responding with unwavering earnestness. I have always been rather unfortunate. IGG smiled benevolently, bestowing him a courtesy by inquiring, "My dear child, which subject do you deem yourself most proficient in?" "Care of magical creatures," Lambert replied without a moment's hesitation. For his prior experiences living with Ryan had endowed him with a modicum of knowledge about magical beasts and Uncle Scamman's writings. However, the slumber-interrupted feline perched upon the table had been scrutinizing the Hogwarts reading lists of former heirs, and upon hearing his response, it mischievously flicked its tail, remarking, "But I have noted, that is not a first-year subject." Indeed, none of his strengths were to be assessed. This stroke of bad luck made him nostalgic for his time spent with Draco. Whenever he was in Draco's company, he never felt like the most unfortunate one. Reaching for the list, he felt inundated by a torrent of English vocabulary upon glimpsing the subject of history of magic. Although he could now manage reading short original texts and engaging in uncomplicated conversations in English, it did not imply he could memorize lengthy historical treatises in the language. The magical realm seemed intent on his demise. The thought that all of this was forced upon him by Voldemort ignited a fierce desire to scour every Horcrux and submerge them in a cauldron of concentrated sulfuric acid. Perhaps it was this oppressive adversary that compelled Lambert to excel in his levitation charm for the 140th time, successfully levitating the potions textbook. He then set down his wand and dashed to his bedroom for a much-needed nap, all the while imploring IGG to regale him with a bedtime story of history of magic in Chinese, thereby alleviating the academic pressures of his future. As March approached, the occasional cold gust of wind lingered, reluctant to relinquish the essence of winter, compelling passers-by to keep their heavy garments firmly in place. In the quaint town of Cumberg, some trees had begun to sprout new buds, though the green at their tips awaited warmer temperatures to reveal themselves. After countless nights of relentless spell practice akin to cramming for exams, he had finally mastered the warmth charm and seized an opportunity to venture outside for some fresh air. A bird soared overhead, and as he looked up, a brown owl swooped towards him, narrowly avoiding his head and ruffling his hair, dropping a rectangular slip of parchment at his feet. He bent down to retrieve it, discovering it bore the address of the old house. Flipping it over, he beheld Rhine's wax seal, unable to suppress a smile. Casting a glance around, he spotted a flash of yellow darting between the houses and declared in Chinese, "I'm off, heading home." Upon hearing his words, the feline emerged from a corner, its mouth smeared with an unidentifiable sauce, exasperatedly complaining, "It's one thing to deny me pork belly, but must our outings also be time-limited? As if I don't feed you enough meat every day?" Lambert rolled his eyes in response, considering that the entire forest lay within Ael's domain, and the castle's table was perpetually adorned with an array of meats. The boy, with his refined features, regarded the cat, which was attempting to feign innocence while likely having pilfered food, and suggested with a smile, "How about this? I could gift you to Harry. He would certainly ensure you enjoy pork belly at every meal." He remained steadfast in his resolve to uninstall the warmth system. The cat lifted its front paw, wiping the traces of fish treats dipped in ketchup from its fur, quietly trailing behind him as they returned home, pretending to be an elegant and aloof creature, above petty quarrels with humans. Upon arriving home, IGG was taken aback, having expected him to return much later in the afternoon. "Rhine just wrote to inform me that he is heading to Africa to mine for gold." Lambert, who had already opened and read the letter on his way back, hurried to his study to pen a reply. IGG, bewildered by the implication, mused, "Isn't his uncle the one who raises magical creatures?" Midway through his writing, Lambert paused to glance at the ceiling, asking Al, "Do we have any owls?" "No owls. How then shall we send messages?" came Ael's robust voice, the multifaceted housekeeper who juggled roles as chef, nursemaid, and gatekeeper. "I noticed a nest of newly hatched owls on the hill nearby. Would you like me to fetch one for you to raise? Is that rather brazen?" Lambert chuckled, dismissing the idea, realizing that by the time it grew, Rhine would likely be crowned a chieftain in Africa. He decided instead to send the letter via international mail to Rhine's address in America, expressing his sentiments of longing and outlining his plans for the upcoming summer break, to visit him in America. Suddenly, the flames in the fireplace turned a vivid green, and a letter shot forth from the fire, with Ael's voice announcing, "A letter for number 75 Cumberg. I have redirected it here." IGG, intrigued, approached and, spotting the Gringotts emblem, teased Lambert, "What have you been purchasing lately? A bill from Gringotts has arrived." "No, please refrain from using that name. I assure you I have no outstanding debts in Diagon Alley, nor have I ordered anything." Lambert set down the letter in his hand, moved to IGG's side, and accepted the envelope he offered, tearing it open to reveal Gringotts' statement indicating that he had deposited 8,000 galleons into Draco Malfoy's vault that day. Where on earth had he acquired 8,000 galleons? And how had he inadvertently contributed to the wealthy Malfoy's fortune? After pondering this in vain for several moments, another letter erupted from the fireplace, and before IGG could reach for it, Lambert swiftly seized it, discovering it to be a commendation from the Ministry of Magic. The gist of the letter praised him for bravely reporting the whereabouts of a wanted criminal, stating that a reporter from the Daily Prophet would be visiting him the following day to cover his courageous deed. Glancing at the commendation, he then returned his gaze to the Gringotts statement, reflecting, what was it like to have money fall from the sky? Exhilarating. What was it like to witness money raining down without collecting a single coin? Lambert's face darkened, and he muttered through gritted teeth, "Are you great, sir?" After claiming the ministry's bounty in his name, they left him with a commendation letter and a Daily Prophet journalist. How outrageous! The crux of the matter was the 8,000 galleons, equivalent to 40,000 or 400,000 RMB, and not a single coin had been shared with him. This was an affront indeed. Chapter 12. The First Day at Hogwarts. King's Cross Station. Lambert leaned against the side of the long bridge corridor, his left hand dragging a suitcase and his right clutching an overly ornate gift box for this era, a snow-white cat resting atop his head, the bright yellow cloak finally out of sight. Below, a black train stood waiting, while the hurried passers-by had no time to pause and observe their fellow travelers. A cart approached briskly, and the cat atop his head immediately sat up, while the dark-haired boy, with a blank expression, threatened, "Dare to stand, and I shall let you experience bungee jumping from here." Accepting the cat's presence on his head was already a stretch. Standing on the shoulders of a giant? What was he thinking? A poetry recital? Thus, the cat could only watch helplessly as the impending collision drew near, even choosing to close its eyes in reluctant resignation. Fortunately, the seemingly unattended cart with a clear destination came to a halt before Lambert, revealing a diminutive black head, significantly shorter than the pile of luggage, with beautiful green eyes brimming with guilt as it gazed at him. "I apologize for my tardiness," it said. Lambert gently shook his head. "No worries, let us proceed." Without a hint of hesitation, he placed the gift box from his right hand atop the already towering luggage. "Your belated birthday present. Were you not home yesterday?" "Oh, thank you. I shall open it immediately," Harry exclaimed. "You see, my aunt and uncle despise wizards. They even relocated to a lighthouse to evade the letters from Hogwarts that were sent to me." With vivid descriptions, Harry elaborated on the Dursleys' terror of being inundated by owls. Lambert chuckled as they walked, keeping an eye on the station sign. Harry was recounting tales about Hagrid when he paused, realizing he needed to retrieve his ticket from his pocket to check the platform. Platform 9 3/4? His emerald eyes widened behind his glasses in surprise as he looked up at the sign, only to see platforms 9 and 10. "Wait a moment." Lambert halted, scanning the throng of pedestrians until his gaze settled on a group of individuals also laden with an abundance of luggage. A knowing smile crossed his handsome face as he nodded toward them, indicating, "Follow them." He had no inclination to recklessly collide with a pillar. Such behavior seemed utterly foolish. Inside the train compartment, Lambert had an open history of magic textbook resting on his lap, its pages densely annotated with Chinese translations. The large cat beside him pawed at the window, taking in the scenery, while Harry sat across from him, eagerly unwrapping the gift box. Inside was a simple green bracelet. Lambert had truly exerted himself to select a gift for Harry, as finding something gender-neutral amidst a plethora of women's clothing and accessories proved to be a Herculean task. Aside from curses, it reflects back other spells thrice, Lambert briefly explained. To be honest, had it not been for his desire to present a gift to Harry, he would have undoubtedly claimed this accessory for himself. Its attributes were exceptional. After all, the essence of magical attacks lies not in the terror of the spells themselves, but in their flexible application. "Wow, that's so cool," Harry exclaimed, eagerly donning it, his interest in such magical artifacts palpable as he glanced at Lambert with eager anticipation. "No, not a chance," Lambert swiftly declined, not wishing to experiment with any spells at the moment. "Thank you." The compartment door was abruptly blocked by two boys clad in wizarding robes. Lambert calmly raised his gaze. The leaner boy scrutinized his face for a moment, furrowing his brow. "I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before." Lambert's eyes shifted between the two, and he swiftly deduced their identities. Closing his book, he inquired, "Which compartment is Malfoy in?" "You're Lambert? Draco is just down the corridor in the third-to-last compartment waiting for you," Crabbe spoke up. Goyle, who had yet to utter a word, candidly provided the answer, as they had been sent out by Draco to find Lambert due to their noise. Nodding, Lambert rose and said, "Thank you, may I now exit?" Turning to Harry with a smile, he added, "Keep an eye on that silly cat for me. I'm off to retrieve my missing 4,000 galleons." Harry nodded, somewhat bewildered. Peering through the transparent glass of the compartment door, Lambert saw a boy clad in black robes seated at a table, engrossed in a book that nearly occupied 3/4 of the surface. Lambert's frustration flared as he approached, knocking on the door with irritation. Upon hearing the rude knocking, Draco glanced up. Upon meeting Lambert's displeased expression, his previously sour mood brightened instantly, and he even managed a courteous smile after flipping through several history books without finding any useful information. "Bloody hell, my mood has plummeted," Lambert remarked as he opened the compartment door, reaching into his jacket pocket to retrieve a miniature book the size of a thumb, placing it expressionlessly on top of Draco's open tome. "The book you requested." His tone was laced with barely concealed annoyance. Draco raised an eyebrow, tilting his chin inquiringly. "Please restore it to its original state. Your service attitude leaves much to be desired." Lambert forced a smile, his gaze icy as he replied, "My apologies. I happened to forget how to perform the restoration charm. But surely, Mr. Malfoy has a remarkable memory, considering he thought it clever to claim a reward under the guise of his savior after being rescued from a villain. Not a single penny for damages, I might add. I don't even deign to accept a bribe." He scoffed inwardly. "While my memory is indeed sharp, I prefer to regard it as a sign of intellectual superiority." He nodded slightly, accepting Lambert's compliment with feigned modesty. "As for the 4,000 galleons that should have been yours," he trailed off, pretending to ponder. Yet Lambert had already gleaned the answer from his eyes. Let us consider it compensation for the mental anguish I suffered after being rescued in a muggle-like fashion. Lambert inhaled deeply, thinking, the next time I save you, I shall chop off a hand. Whichever hand saves me, it shall be severed. While he anticipated the absurdity of Draco's self-harm, he felt compelled to remind him, as long as you keep your distance, I shall certainly live to a ripe old age. Draco regarded him with evident disdain, treating him like a contagious plague. Lambert chuckled dryly, swiftly reverting to his indifferent demeanor, responding flatly, precisely my intention. I wonder if the distance between Gryffindor and Slytherin is sufficient. Draco frowned initially. The mention of Gryffindor had become a trigger for his aversion. His silver-gray eyes stripped of emotion, he fixed Lambert with a chilling stare before curving his lips into a perfectly crafted smile, his thin mouth parting. That could not be better. I can hardly wait to teach you how to be a proper wizard. Lambert had no desire to continue the conversation, and promptly turned to leave. This fellow's tongue was far too venomous. He believed only Harry could handle this arrogant individual. Despite the lingering mystery of whether 11-year-old Harry could indeed contend with a 30-something Draco. Upon returning to the previous compartment, Lambert couldn't resist glancing up at the compartment number to ensure he hadn't lost his mind and misremembered his path. Otherwise, who could explain why? During his brief absence, the table was now overflowing with a mountain of snacks, accompanied by a freckled boy sporting a head full of chicken feather-like hair, crying mournfully. Harry was bent over, retrieving items that had fallen beneath the table, and upon straightening, he saw Lambert standing by the door smiling. You're back. Lambert stood at the entrance, observing the large cat, which had kicked aside the snacks to resume its vigil by the window, before shifting his gaze to the freckled boy's face. Hello, I'm Ron Weasley. Perhaps noticing the evident displeasure on Lambert's face, Ron unconsciously ceased his lamentations and offered a polite introduction. Lambert's scrutinizing gaze fell upon the boy's head. Wasn't it said that all Weasleys had red hair? Was the original text misleading? Still, he responded out of courtesy, I am Lambert. Faced with Ron's expectant expression, he added, just Lambert, no surname. Harry noticed the look he cast at Ron, and after he settled into his seat, he whispered, your gift has indeed worked wonders. Just now. Ron attempted to cast a spell to change the color of his rat, but accidentally aimed it at me, resulting in a delightful rebound. Observing Ron's exhilarated expression, Lambert mused. As long as you are happy. His gaze then fell upon the abundant array of snacks before him, and he realized that even though he had been the one to first meet Harry, would he lavishly shower his newly acquainted friend with a veritable feast of treats? Oh dear, I am rather disappointed in you, my child. It felt akin to the sensation of raising a son, only to see him being outshone by a pig. Noticing Harry's gaze lingering on the heap of snacks, he felt an inexplicable chill at his neck, and compassionately glanced at the white cat perched by the window, adorned like a statue. After a moment's contemplation, he mustered his courage and extended the chocolate in his hand, saying, I am quite intrigued by these snacks. Would you care to try some? Following his gaze, Lambert glanced at the large cat that seemed eager to press itself against the glass as if it were a decoration. Then nodded knowingly. Ah, it appears it is shamelessly attempting to charm you. Accepting Harry's chocolate, his spirits inexplicably lifted, he took a bite, finding it surprisingly sweet, and decided this time to overlook the lazy cat. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts via a small boat after disembarking the train, night had fallen. The moon hung high in the sky, forcefully breaking through the layers of surrounding clouds, its silvery light cascading over all it touched. If the Peveril family's ancestral home could be considered a modest castle, then the Hogwarts campus undoubtedly resembled a grand version of one. As Lambert walked from the entrance to the Great Hall, and beheld a woman clad in wizard robes, and a towering hat standing at the top of the stairs awaiting them, he experienced a fleeting sensation of having traversed through time. Welcome to Hogwarts, she proclaimed. The stern-faced middle-aged woman rarely displayed a smile. Yet she opened her arms to welcome them, and proceeded to introduce the upcoming sorting ceremony. Upon hearing the name Slytherin, Ron appeared eager to say something to Harry. But Lambert leaned in first, smiling as he gazed into Harry's eyes, which were nearly the same shade as his own. You remember what I told you, don't you? Harry nodded and reiterated, each house has its merits. There is no good or bad. Ron seemed taken aback by Harry's conclusion, incredulously exclaiming, no. Slytherin is definitely not a good house. Do you know that, Harry? Ah, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about Slytherin, came a graceful retort from behind Ron. When the others discerned the speaker's identity, they could sense the malice lacing his words. Draco Malfoy sauntered out from the parted crowd, casting a disdainful glance at his own hair, a mocking smirk playing upon his lips. Isn't that from the Weasley family? When did your family adopt the latest hair color? Do you think the sorting hat will show you sympathy for your brave attempt to escape the Weasley family legacy, and place you in Slytherin? Lambert couldn't help but stifle a laugh beside Harry. When Malfoy's venom wasn't directed at him, it was rather pleasant to hear, he thought. In return, Lambert resolved to deliver Harry, the friend that Malfoy had long desired, right into his midst. The next day at Hogwarts, countless candles floated above the expansive Great Hall, and the ceiling appeared transparent, reflecting the night sky outside the castle. The high moon proudly looked down upon all, suppressing the candlelight to mere twinkling glimmers. First-year students followed Professor McGonagall into the hall, while the 4 long tables were designated for the respective houses, with students from the second year and above seated along the sides, eagerly awaiting the new arrivals. Above the tables, flags of various colors hung about 3 meters high, each adorned with the emblem of its house. The silver serpent encircled by emerald green, the lion encased in scarlet, the badger set against earthy yellow, and the eagle soaring against a blue backdrop. At the head of the hall, Lambert surveyed the teacher's table, still in a state of wonder, recognizing only the giant Hagrid, the brooding Professor Snape clad in black robes, and the ancient-looking headmaster, Dumbledore, who seemed to have been alive since time immemorial. Before the teacher's table stood a high stool, upon which rested a tattered classic wizard's hat, its shabby appearance and old creases leaving one to question whether it concealed any fleas. Just as the first years directed their curious gazes toward the hat, it unexpectedly belted out a song, showcasing a year's worth of pent-up creativity. As it was an original composition, no one criticized its off-key notes. Rather, the astonished first years were captivated by the spectacle of a singing hat. Noticing someone observing him, Lambert discreetly lowered his head and, amidst the hat's melody, whispered in Mandarin to the white cat on his shoulder, "Big cat, keep an eye on the teacher's table for me." The Sorting Hat's song lingered for a full 3 minutes before it finally concluded amidst thunderous applause. Professor McGonagall promptly stepped forward, holding a parchment in one hand and the hat in the other, addressing the first years. "Now, when I call your name, please come forth and sit on this stool. The Sorting Hat will tell you where you belong." Each name called was met with a mix of anxiety and excitement, especially as they approached the high stool, the gaze of the entire hall upon them, leaving many in a daze. Lambert witnessed Draco stride confidently to the front, and almost as soon as the Sorting Hat touched his head, he boldly declared, "Slytherin." The light-haired boy smirked satisfactorily, a look of expectation on his face, as he made his way to the Slytherin table. When Professor McGonagall peered at the solitary name on her list, she leaned in for a closer look, confirming she hadn't made a mistake. Her eyes, magnified behind her round glasses, scanned the remaining first years until they landed on the boy with black hair and green eyes standing beside Harry. The big cat leapt from Lambert's shoulder to Harry's, meowing, "Good luck." Although it was Lambert's name being called, Harry appeared even more anxious, his eyes following him to the stool, as if he were being led to a gallows. Having heard that the Sorting Hat could read the thoughts of those who donned it, Lambert silently repeated, "Gryffindor, Gryffindor," wishing to wield his wand against that Malfoy brat. "Ah. It has been quite some time since I last encountered a descendant of Peveril. Such a family carries more history than even I," the Sorting Hat mused excitedly, reminiscing about the past. Lambert even noticed Harry's expression growing more concerned as he listened. "I sense your fervent desire to join Gryffindor. However, dear child, one must not approach the sorting ceremony with thoughts of revenge, for it holds great significance for your future." The hat, feeling Lambert's intense longing, took a whole half-minute to impart its wisdom. Truly despairing, not only is the singing dreadful, but it is also so verbose. "Help." The Sorting Hat fell silent for a few moments, its voice tinged with excitement, now hoarse from controlling its volume. "You do not approve of my new work? I have made my decision." Before Lambert could even utter an apology, the hat proclaimed loudly, "Slytherin." Lambert stood there in shock as Professor McGonagall removed the hat from his head, still dazed and immersed in the echo of the word Slytherin, his heart filled with resistance. "Hat, love me once more. Let us delve into heartfelt conversations about history, from poetry and songs to the philosophy of life and your musical creations." As the first freshman in history to be sorted into a rival house by the Sorting Hat, Lambert felt a profound sense of despair. So much so that he hardly noticed he was seated next to Draco, staring blankly at the silver cutlery before him. "Look at that sorrowful expression, as if he wishes to consume the fork itself. It seems you are quite disappointed not to have been placed in Gryffindor." Draco's remark drew the attention of nearly a third of the Slytherin table. "Is he trying to stir up trouble?" Lambert perked up, turning to meet his gaze with a smile. "Mind your words, Mr. Malfoy. I harbor a deep affection for Slytherin House. What I regret is merely the lack of an opportunity to practice dueling with you at any given moment." Across from Draco sat a girl with deep brown hair, whose inquisitive gaze flitted between Draco and Lambert. Having been Draco's companion since childhood, She acutely sensed the unusual dynamic between the two. Draco huffed disdainfully. Keep your venomous thoughts to yourself. No rule at Hogwarts permits students to attack one another. Moreover, I assure you, I will return any spell you hurl at me in kind. Lambert appeared poised to respond further. But their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a sudden uproar at the Slytherin long table, where excitement flickered across every face, even causing Draco to furrow his brows in confusion as he glanced towards the Sorting Hat. Draco's keen eyes caught a hint of regret in Dumbledore's wise gaze. Obscured behind his crescent-shaped glasses, evident in the noticeably slower applause he offered compared to others. The sustained applause from the Slytherin table was a resounding welcome for Harry Potter. Harry's smile appeared a blend of excitement and shyness, a blush adorning his cheeks as he squeezed his way next to Lambert, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fantastic. We are in the same house. Lambert returned his friendly smile, only to feel an unexpected weight on his thigh. Looking down, he saw the large cat sprawled on its back, as if in a state of shock. You nearly scared me to death. I almost lost track of you. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, and Lambert took a moment to notice that Hermione, his idol, had been sorted into Ravenclaw. A sudden burst of inspiration struck him with 100 ways to pursue his goddess, just as Dumbledore succinctly announced the commencement of mealtime. The table, adorned with neatly arranged silver cutlery, was soon filled with a sumptuous feast, eliciting awe from the first-year students, featuring fragrant roasted chicken legs, delectable pumpkin juice, and a basket of bread slices that, unfortunately, did not quite suit his palate. However, he had prepared for this, planning to explore Hogwarts tomorrow, especially seeking the kitchens to offer the house elves a Chinese cookbook. What followed? Lambert sipped some pumpkin juice, and quietly queried the large cat, contentedly gnawing on a chicken leg beside him, in Chinese. Harry and Draco were well aware of his habit of conversing with his feline companion, and bore no ill will, though the two opposite him cast puzzled glances in his direction. He scratched the cat's soft paws, relinquishing the pursuit of an answer, and returned their gaze. I am Pansy Parkinson. Apologies, I overheard you speaking in Chinese. Might I inquire if your surname is the same? The girl with deep brown hair possessed matching beautiful eyes and slightly lifted her chin in self-introduction, her tone rising at the end with a poised pause that spoke of her refinement. Just from her exquisite yet somewhat sharp features, Lambert could sense her character. Returning a courteous smile, Lambert refrained from detailing his family background or interests, merely stating, No, I simply purchased this cat from China. Speaking Chinese is merely for amusement. As for my surname, I can only say that I have yet to reclaim it. You may call me Lambert. Lestrange? A boy with darker skin seated beside Pansy posed the question. Upon seeing Lambert's glance, he smirked and added, Blaise Zabini. A pleasure. It seems you are familiar with my family. At that moment, Harry, engaged in conversation with other first-year students nearby, glanced over upon hearing Lambert mention his family. Zabini shrugged, neither affirming nor denying Lambert's comment. There are only a handful of pure-blood families, and sometimes it is challenging to remain oblivious to their affairs. That much is true. Lambert nodded in agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, if I recall correctly, it is now mealtime. For the sake of my dwindling appetite, might I request that you change the subject? Draco, listlessly slicing the lunch meat on his plate, lifted his eyelids to observe the group, his silver-gray eyes brimming with impatience. Lambert cast him a sympathetic glance, kindly suggesting, if your appetite has waned, perhaps you should try some hawthorn. It aids digestion. To struggle with such trivialities is truly excessive. Fortunately, Draco was too preoccupied to notice him. Otherwise, the words in his eyes might have prompted Draco to hurl his fork at him. In a buoyant mood after sparring with Draco, Lambert placed a chicken leg on his plate, unaware that his name had already circulated amongst the first-year students, alongside those of the two renowned figures. That night, 3 first-year students gained notoriety: Harry, Draco, and Lambert. The first 2 were either celebrated or of noble lineage, while the latter was merely a fool. Indeed, the upperclassmen of Slytherin lamented internally, pondering how a person with no familial background dared to exhibit such overt hostility towards the sole heir of the Malfoy family, lamenting the loss of a face strikingly similar to that of the savior. Chapter 14. 3 Days at Hogwarts. Desserts following the meal were slightly more to his liking. Lambert leisurely savored 2 chocolate souffles and a strawberry pudding. By the time he set down his fork, much of the cutlery on the Slytherin table had already been returned to its original place. Dumbledore tapped his goblet with a spoon, rising to his feet. Almost as soon as he began to speak, all food and cutlery vanished, restoring the 4 long tables to their pristine order. I trust everyone has eaten their fill. As the new term commences, I would like to share a few points of consideration. Dumbledore's beard, neatly groomed unlike that of Professor McGonagall, perhaps due to his personal charisma, drew the attention of listeners to his brilliantly sparkling blue eyes. The more Lambert observed him, the more he found him reminiscent of McGonagall, even sharper than she. Likely due to his age, which could not conceal his renown, the aura surrounding him rendered him still vibrant and spirited. For the upperclassmen, Dumbledore's reiteration of the Forbidden Forest and the prohibition against using magic in the corridors was mere repetition. And just as they anticipated a conclusion, Dumbledore added, "Furthermore, for your safety, if you wish to avoid a sudden demise, please do not approach the corridor on the far right of the 4th floor." At that moment Harry, seated beside Lambert, suddenly raised a hand to cover his forehead, inhaling sharply. Being the nearest to him, Lambert leaned in and whispered, "What's wrong? Is your scar hurting?" Harry's gaze turned towards the staff table, locking onto a dark-haired man with a brooding expression, clad in dark robes that only augmented his ominous aura, beside whom sat a man wearing a head wrap, murmuring something indistinct. "Ah, you are referring to Professor Quirrell, the one adorned with a purple turban. Do you know who the individual beside him at the leaky cauldron was?" Harry averted his gaze, for the penetrating stare of the dark-haired man was exceedingly discomforting. Lambert smirked slightly. "That would be Severus Snape, our esteemed head of Slytherin House and Potions Master. I have indeed heard an intriguing tale about him, which I shall share with you later." Each year group was escorted by their prefects towards their respective common rooms. The spiral staircase and the occasional ghosts emerging from the walls helped the first-year students acclimate somewhat. As curiosity faded, and there were no more ghasts that drew the attention of others, the Slytherin common room was situated in the dungeons, behind a damp stone wall, where a concealed door served as the entrance to the cellar. Surrounded by the Black Lake, a chill permeated the air, occasionally dampening the thick wallpaper when the weather warmed. Even in the heat of summer, the fire in the common room's hearth seldom extinguished. The 5th-year Slytherin prefect was a tall, lanky boy who, after lazily calling the roll with a drawn-out tone, imparted a few brief rules to them before handing a list to a first-year nearby and eagerly turning to depart. The salient points Lambert gleaned were as follows. First, the dormitories were shared rooms allocated by surname initials. Second, the password for the common room for the next fortnight was Glory. And third, wandering the grounds was prohibited after 10 o'clock in the evening. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged excited high-fives upon discovering they shared a dormitory, while Blaise, peering through the gap between them, cast a sympathetic glance at Draco before raising an eyebrow and grinning at Harry. "Come along, Potter, we share a room." Draco, receiving that sympathetic look, regarded him with confusion. Harry appeared somewhat disappointed at not sharing a dorm with Lambert. However, Lambert had anticipated this, bidding him good night with a smile and reminding him, "There's class first thing in the morning, do not be late." "Good night." Harry nodded and turned to leave with Blaise. Observing their interaction, Draco seemed eager to voice an opinion, yet Pansy's laughter and subsequent remarks successfully captured his attention. "Merlin's beard, what a clever allocation system. I hope you can sleep well tonight, dear Draco," the girl with short, dark brown hair remarked, her voice slightly shrill due to its higher pitch. Unlike Blaise, she was merely relishing the spectacle, her gaze flitting over the dark-haired boy awaiting the list before she turned to Draco and added with a smile, "Of course. I'm certain Professor Snape would not be pleased to see Slytherin down a member on the second day of term." If Draco could not decipher the implications in her eyes and words, then his 30 years prior had been in vain. "No. Don't tell me." Draco looks utterly reluctant to accept this reality. He lamented, he should have seen this coming. Nothing good ever comes from engaging with that fellow. Lambert, who had been dismissed from head to toe, offered a dry chuckle, tugging at the corners of his mouth as he responded to Pansy. "Perhaps this isn't too dreadful for me? After all, I won't be the only one unable to sleep now." He would rather endure the sofa in the common room than be at odds with this venomous 4,000 galleon nuisance. "Thank you very much. Do remain steadfast in your choice, boy." Draco comprehended the underlying sentiment in his gaze, almost ready to applaud him for carving out a space entirely his own, a sardonic smile curling his lips as he turned without hesitation towards the dormitory. At 11 o'clock that night, Lambert lay in bed, staring at the intertwining silver and green drapes above. The instincts of a night owl stirred within him, especially with the malevolent individual lying opposite him. Sleep seemed an elusive prospect. His gaze drifted down to the opposite bed where a pale golden head peeked from beneath the dark green duvet. Perhaps his scrutiny was too intense. Even as Draco wrestled with the demands of sleep, he teetered on the brink of consciousness. "I say, you wouldn't be attempting to employ this fatigue tactic to coax me into returning the 4,000 galleons, would you?" Draco, unable to endure any longer, sat up abruptly. His once neatly styled golden hair now tousled, and the pallor of his cheeks betrayed a hint of exhaustion, enhanced by the shadows beneath his eyes. Lambert sighed, also sitting up, while a large cat leaped onto his bed, curling up beside him. He spoke softly. What angers me is not that you did not share with me, but rather that, having no intention of doing so, you made me aware of its existence in the first place. As he contemplated the sentiment, eager to articulate it, Draco interrupted with a low curse. For heaven's sake, cease your inebriated truth-telling mode. I couldn't care less about your thoughts at this moment. Reaching beneath his pillow, he extracted his wand and waved it in the air. Alarmed, Lambert assumed he was about to be hexed and hastily grasped his own wand. Despite its current limitations in spellcasting, Draco's gaze fell upon a row of green numbers materializing in the air, his mood plummeting to an abyss. Damn it. It's 11 o'clock. Lambert, if your mind is still buzzing like it's filled with pop rocks, I would gladly bestow upon you a stunning spell. Oh, what a splendid idea, Mr. Malfoy. Come on, cast one at me. I assure you I shall fall asleep swiftly once you do, Lambert grinned. Glancing at the blue bracelet on his wrist, baring his teeth at Draco, Draco exhibited no interest in the trinkets adorning Lambert, flinging himself back into his covers, his mind racing with a torrent of frustration. At 12:37 in the morning, Lambert stifled a yawn, his large cat beside him already deep in slumber. While he persisted in his vigil until dawn, lacking a phone for companionship, he resorted to conjuring useful thoughts in his mind, such as rehearsing 100 ways to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Just as he reveled in this imaginative exercise, a morose voice interrupted from across the way. Do you know what fate awaits those who attempt to pilfer from a Malfoy vault? Lambert blinked in surprise, propping himself up on one arm, and stared incredulously at Draco. As I previously stated, I truly had no intent of asking you for money. You cannot possibly think I am awake at this hour compelling you to hand it over. Can you? Silence ensued, and Draco's stillness conveyed his unspoken thoughts. Truthfully, I merely find it unsettling to retire before someone who harbors ill intentions towards me, even if I am uncertain of the origin of such malice. Therefore, I assure you, once you sleep, I shall do the same. Upon hearing Lambert's explanation, Draco scoffed, lazily reclining without any intention of rising, utterly drained from this prolonged exchange. Ill intentions? Boy, if I truly wished to avoid your presence, do you think you would still be here conversing with me? And you are currently exhausting my dwindling patience. I swear, in 3 minutes, if you do not cease your chatter and succumb to sleep, I shall unreservedly disclose the extent of my knowledge regarding dark curses. Oh, how impressive! Lambert, who was already feeling drowsy, suggested with a blank expression. How about a truce for the night? Draco disdainfully emitted a nasal sound in response. After a brief silence of several seconds, a tentative suggestion suddenly echoed within the room. I have one last thing to say, for the sake of our sleep quality. Perhaps you should consider asking Professor Snape for a room change tomorrow? A harmonious dormitory culture is truly essential, just as intended. Now shut your mouth. If I hear another peep from you, I guarantee you a meeting with Merlin. From Draco's originally elaborate rhetorical flourishes to such a blunt expression, Lambert discerned that his counterpart was indeed at the brink of exhaustion. Thus he contentedly nestled deeper into his blankets. Ah, the wonders of cultivation. On the 4th day at Hogwarts, the warm morning sunlight struggled to penetrate the depths of the Black Lake, and the Slytherin dungeon, submerged beneath its waters, remained untouched by the sun's embrace. In other words, the Slytherin dormitory bore no distinction between day and night. Beneath the intertwining silver and deep green drapes, a disheveled black head emerged from the dark green covers, sleeping soundly. The white ragdoll cat, which should have been beside him on the silver pillow, now stared with wide, round, black eyes, nimbly leaping onto the bed and circling around the slumbering head. At that moment, a golden antique pocket watch on the other side of the pillow stirred slightly, prompting the white cat to leap over and press an ear against the watch. 1 minute later, the white cat jumped onto the covers, patting the pale face with its soft paws while emitting urgent meows. To Lambert's ears, it was as if a voice was anxiously calling him to rise. Rancy, get up. Wake up. Something big has happened. The boy, deeply immersed in his slumber, was forcibly dragged from the abyss by this sound, his eyes still closed as he inquired, "What is it?" The cat, standing proudly on his chest, proclaimed from its lofty position, "The Qing dynasty has perished." It took 3 seconds for Lambert's sluggish brain to process this information, after which he rolled his eyes in annoyance and warned, "I'll give you one more chance. Speak in plain language." Leaping to the edge of the bed, the cat yawned widely and calmly stated, "Oh, IGG told me just now that it's almost 9, just 10 minutes to go." Lambert, Draco, also having overslept, appeared extraordinarily grumpy, mindlessly groping beneath his pillow for something. Lambert's danger antennae perked up as he dashed towards the washroom, hastily reminding him, 10 minutes until you're late. The first class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. Draco muttered a curse under his breath. Among the teenagers experiencing growth spurts, the two of them epitomized a case of failed trials. With extensive experience in oversleeping and rushing to classes since high school, Lambert managed to get himself ready in 5 minutes. Before departing, he advised the cat to befriend Filch's feline companion during the day, clutching his beginner's guide to transfiguration as he sprinted out the door. Passing through the first floor, he made a detour to the hall to grab a sandwich, eating it on the way as he hurried upstairs, internally counting down the seconds. This peculiar sight of walking and eating attracted the attention of passers-by, yet their gazes paled in comparison to the terrifying expression Professor McGonagall would wear upon his tardiness. Nearly choking on the last bite of his sandwich, Lambert bounced 3 times on the spot in front of the classroom door before arriving precisely on time for transfiguration. Almost as soon as he settled into his seat, the class bell rang. Harry, seated beside him, quietly inquired while reviewing the textbook, "Are you all right?" Lambert, feeling quite cheerful, responded with a nonchalant ahm-ham, scanning the classroom for that familiar golden head, and felt a tinge of sympathy for his new roommate. A few moments later, Draco entered the classroom with a noticeably foul expression, his face darkening at the sight of the stairs. Anyone encountering such a staircase while only 2 minutes late would share his dismay. As he passed by Lambert, his robes nearly brushed against Lambert's face, and he aimed to sit beside Blaise at the front when a tabby cat perched on the desk leapt forward, transforming midair into a stern woman in a deep green robe and high-top hat. With dark eyes peering from beneath square spectacles, she curtly reprimanded Draco. "A sense of time. Mr. Malfoy, perhaps I should teach you how to read a pocket watch before instructing you in transfiguration?" Laughter erupted from a neighboring desk. Yet in the otherwise hushed classroom, the sound felt particularly jarring. Undoubtedly, the only ones to exhibit such amusement at the Slytherin's reprimand were the Gryffindors, Lambert and Harry, who turned to see Ron Weasley deliberately lowering his head to stifle his laughter. Draco's elongated eyes briefly darted in that direction. Then he nodded apologetically at Professor McGonagall. "I apologize, Professor McGonagall. I assure you it won't happen again." Witnessing his courteous and sincere demeanor, Professor McGonagall softened her tone, replying, "I hope so," while casting a warning glance at Ron. The entirety of the Transfiguration class was a veritable whirlwind, as the lively Gryffindors could always stir up chaos at any moment. When Seamus Finnegan cast a spell, a match flew from his hand, igniting upon landing on the head of the unsuspecting Longbottom, who, startled, leapt high, landing on Draco's table. In a fit of irritation, young Malfoy transformed the unfortunate toad into a needle, serving as a substitute for the match. Longbottom's expression was one of sheer horror. He was torn between rescuing his hair or his poor Neville. Thankfully, Seamus, quick on the uptake, swiftly removed his shirt to smother the flames on Longbottom's head. Alas! What a disaster! Having never experienced such a lively classroom, Lambert set aside his wand, which had failed him multiple times, and rested his chin in one hand, grinning as he observed the chaos. Harry, undeterred, continued his struggle with the slender matchstick before him. Upon hearing the commotion, he couldn't help but glance over, matching eyes with Ron, who shot him an indignant glare for Lambert's words. "Look, our great savior. This is the house you chose. A bunch of rascals who derive joy from the misfortune of others." It was clear from his words that Ron Weasley still harbored resentment for not persuading Harry to select Gryffindor. At this moment Harry, still unfamiliar with the customary animosity between the two houses, found it perplexing, as if entering Slytherin was an unforgivable transgression. Faced with his former acquaintance's sudden change in demeanor overnight, Harry's smile faltered slightly. He glanced over at Neville, whose singed hair indicated a state of distress, and cleared his throat, explaining, "I'm sorry, I wasn't mocking him." Lambert interrupted, a sardonic smile gracing his face, mirroring Harry's features, as he addressed the freckled redhead. "If I recall correctly, it was not a certain Ron Weasley who just mocked a student for being late to our house?" Draco, having overheard, turned back in irritation, glaring intensely at Lambert. "Who do you think is responsible for all this?" Lambert shrugged, glancing towards Ron, and helplessly replied, "I thought we were at least on the same side now." Draco scoffed derisively, raising his chin haughtily as he looked at Ron, whose face was red with indignation at Professor McGonagall's awarding of points to Slytherin for Draco's excellent transfiguration, even exclaiming in disbelief, "Why should they get points? On the same side as you?" He contemptuously curled his lips, his gaze flitting between Lambert, Harry, and Ron with a lackluster air, before dismissively remarking, "Is this all just to deal with an irate mole? I have not yet fallen to such depths." For a moment, Lambert found it difficult to discern whether the sarcasm was directed more at Weasley or at himself. "You certainly have an impressive knack for self-deprecation." Similarly caught in the storm, Harry regarded the chaotic scene with bewilderment, ultimately choosing to abandon any attempt at mediation. Ignoring Ron's flushed face, which had reddened due to Draco's words, he turned his attention to Lambert. Perhaps I could discover what causes such animosity between you and Malfoy. Lambert stroked his chin, gazing up at the ceiling. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, he lowered his eyes to meet Harry's steady gaze and calmly replied, "It is likely the jealousy of one perpetually dwelling below the average line of fortune towards a king at the pinnacle of luck. In simpler terms, it's the innate enmity of A-Luck Edwards A-Luck Yex." At that moment, Professor McGonagall escorted Longbottom to the hospital wing to rescue his valiant forehead, which had been singed in several places, the flames having even scorched his scalp, while announcing that the others could study. Why not speak of the inherent disparity between the wealthy and the impoverished? Draco, who had excelled in his studies from the front row, leaned back, turning his face to casually retort. After a moment's reflection, he added, "Moreover, if you wish to avoid becoming the experimental subject for the next lesson, I suggest you abandon this vile habit of speaking ill of others behind their backs." Lambert, I am specifically addressing you, Malfoy. You are hardly worth my seeking another venue to express my opinions. Listening to their exchange of barbs once again, Harry realized that the conflict between these two was of an irreconcilable nature. Could you two possibly cease this bickering for a moment? Must you make Gryffindor the audience to your spectacle? Having been engrossed in a delightful conversation with Pansy earlier, Blaise was now rendered speechless as he observed the pointed exchanges between the two and the occasional glances from those around them, reluctantly stepping into the role of peacemaker. During lunch, Lambert recounted the tale of his sleepless night to Harry. When not far away, Draco approached listlessly and took a seat at the Slytherin table, exuding the aura of a defeated rooster. "I presume your conversation with Professor Snape did not go well," Pansy chimed in, taking a seat on one side, while Daphne occupied the other. Draco felt weariness wash over him at the mere recollection of that conversation. With an expressionless face he replied, "Correct." Daphne smiled curiously and inquired, "What did the professor say?" As Draco's silver-gray eyes glanced at her, he was about to decline repeating such an embarrassing rejection when Lambert, having finished his meal, set down his utensils and, with a hint of schadenfreude, read the answer in Draco's eyes. "I assume you had a single room in your first year. When you are fortunate enough to become a prefect, shall I fill the Black Lake to create a washroom to satisfy your demands?" Chapter 16 On the fifth day at Hogwarts. Slytherin Dungeon. The ceiling was adorned with translucent crystal carvings, and during the scorching midday sun, shimmering waves of light cascaded down, rolling like golden waves through the common room. However, at night, all that remained was a blanket of darkness, concealing whatever lay within. Perhaps the tentacles of a giant squid quietly clinging to the surface, or perhaps nothing at all. The fireplace crackled with blazing flames, and the long sofa facing it was the prime spot for warmth, usually occupied by the older students, while scattered nearby were dark green, intricately carved armchairs and small wooden tables. Hanging from the ceiling were iron chains that held lamps emitting a faint green glow, their illumination proving rather limited. At that moment, Harry sat in a corner armchair, engrossed in reading A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, with a quill and parchment on the small table beside him. The Transfiguration homework he needed to complete before Thursday. Meanwhile, Lambert nestled in another chair, cradling his white plush cat, while savoring a chocolate mousse cake that Crabbe and Goyle had brought him as a late-night snack after discovering the kitchen on the first day of school. As for the two of them, they were enjoying their own portions on adjacent chairs. Pansy and Daphne were passionately debating the style of a particular robe featured in the latest wizarding fashion magazine, while Blaise had seemingly vanished elsewhere. As Draco returned from the library and approached the first years, he nearly mistook the scene for Slytherin's newly opened night restaurant, irritably addressing Crabbe and Goyle. "Do you still think your physiques aren't wide enough? Must you stuff your brains with fat as well?" Upon hearing his words, Lambert leisurely took another bite, though Harry's concerned gaze was already upon him. Swallowing the sweet cake, Lambert smiled at Harry and explained, "Don't mind him. I have a metabolism that prevents me from gaining weight. Next time, let us just order directly from the kitchen. Those house elves have quite the culinary talent. Look at you. Not content with your own decline, you must drag our savior down with you?" Draco mocked, standing with his arms crossed on the opposite side of the chair. Casting a condescending glance at Lambert before turning to Harry, "I find myself starting to agree with the red-haired mole, Potter. Choose your friends wisely." Had this been days prior, Harry would have fervently defended Lambert, or at least argued in favor of his own views on friendship, but after observing the two throughout the day, he realized they merely engaged in verbal sparring for amusement, prompting our savior to swiftly learn to refrain from involving himself in their disputes at any occasion. "You are clearly envious of my steadfast friendship with Harry," Lambert had grown accustomed to such provocations, even boldly advising Harry to set aside his textbook. However, Harry, for the sake of your eyesight, you should not gaze at this for too long. At the very least, the study room is better lit than here, right, Draco? Draco snorted disdainfully, his lips curling into a familiar insincere smile. I don't recall agreeing to let you address me by my first name. Taking a seat, he found a plate of Wizardess chess left by Crabbe and Goyle on the table before him, with a new player in the mix. The pieces promptly took their positions, and Draco, lowering his head to scrutinize the board, appeared disinclined to invite anyone to play against him. As a creditor of 4,000 galleons, I merely wished to kindly remind you that perhaps we could negotiate a different repayment method, such as borrowing a glance at your freshly completed transfiguration assignment. Additionally, you have an obligation to assist Harry with his. Had you not demonstrated your prowess in transfiguration class today, Professor McGonagall would not have assigned the theoretical task on living transformations. Based on the adage that the debtor is the master, Lambert felt particularly put upon. Harry attempted to muster his strength for one last struggle, lifting his head from the book with hesitation. I think I can manage. Don't be shy, Harry. One must learn to live easily. I bet Draco has already anticipated and completed all the assignments for this week, Lambert remarked, his gaze settling on the potions textbook beside Draco, filled with a sense of lament. He could forego pre-studying any textbook, but Snape's class was certainly not among them. You speak nonsense. I can't imagine how Potter will turn out under your influence, Lambert retorted incredulously. Draco languidly seized the knight before him, and tossed it into the anticipated position, causing the piece to grumble as it struggled to regain its balance, nearly suffering a sharp reprimand from the opposing enemy for overstepping its bounds. Due to the upcoming potions class on Friday, Lambert was determined to carve out some time for self-study over the next few days. Considering Harry's academic performance, Lambert smacked his lips and addressed Harry, saying, "Very well, Harry, we might contemplate a study session tomorrow evening to enhance our report cards for this term." Of course. Lambert was also reminded that during the evening study, all 4 houses would be gathered in the Great Hall, significantly increasing his chances of encountering the goddess. Listen to how he speaks of the Savior as if he were his own son. Potter, have you not realized that in his eyes, your intellect is nearly on par with that of a troll? Stretching his arm, Draco placed the opposing bishop at an angle beside his knight, settling back into the soft embrace of the armchair, leisurely offering his commentary on their conversation. Harry tugged at the corner of his mouth, responding with a hint of displeasure. "Thanks, but I have my own judgment," before turning to Lambert. "This place doesn't seem suitable for my continued studies. I shall return to my room. Good night." Ever since Draco's return, the discussions between Pansy and Daphne had significantly quieted, and there was even a moment of silence when Harry turned to leave. Pansy, who was somewhat more familiar with the two, chuckled and remarked, "Even our good-natured savior can't tolerate your childish antics any longer, boys. When do you plan to cease this flirtatious bickering?" "Flirtatious? Your choice of words is alarming, Pansy," Draco retorted, rubbing his arms as goosebumps prickled at his skin. With Harry gone, Lambert naturally lacked the inclination to remain in Draco's presence. Disposing of his empty cake plate into the nearby bin, he stood and earnestly addressed the beautiful girl with deep brown hair. "It's all Malfoy's fault. He made even Harry flee." Feeling particularly insufficient, he switched to Chinese, directing his words at Draco. "Every day, you are just so theatrical." With that, he turned to leave. This left the 3 perplexed Slytherins behind. Daphne glanced around, hesitantly looking at the most learned among them, Draco, and inquired, "What did he just say?" Having not paid any attention to him, Draco, of course, did not understand. Feeling quite irked by the experience of being confronted with an unfamiliar language, and replied with a displeased expression. "Even a hair's breadth of thought would tell you that was not a compliment." Pansy smiled and translated, "What Draco means is he does not understand Chinese." The exposed blonde boy retorted with a harsh tone, "That statement is utterly redundant, Pansy." The following day, in the defense against the dark arts class, Lambert recalled a study suggesting that scents leave the most lasting impressions. He was uncertain whether Professor Quirrell had encountered this research in the Muggle world, but the overpowering stench of garlic emanating from him was firmly etched in Lambert's mind, for garlic was among his least favored aromas. The last time the cat returned to inform him, it was revealed that during the sorting ceremony, this Professor Quirrell had taken to secretly observing Harry and him whenever others were distracted. Lambert was well aware of the reason. Just the thought of the filthy purple turban concealing a face beneath it dampened his appetite for lunch. Of course, the garlic assaulting his nostrils was a significant factor as well. Throughout the entire defense against the dark arts lesson, the professor sniffling and speaking in a heavy nasal tone, recounted his dull and fabricated tales of encountering vampires and witches in the jungle, leaving the Gryffindors feeling as if their bones had been extracted, while the Slytherins busily scribbled on parchment with quills. Do not be mistaken. They were not diligently taking notes, but rather completing the homework assigned by Professor McGonagall the previous day, a trend initiated by Lambert. In herbology, they were released into the greenhouse like chicks, only to be hurriedly corralled back into the castle for history of magic. Professor Binns was equally soporific, and despite being the only ghostly professor among them, his class failed to captivate any interest. The Slytherins occasionally glanced up from their assignments, copying his hasty scrawls on the blackboard before returning to their studies. Following that, the Quidditch class proved to be particularly invigorating. Having completed their assignments, the Slytherins were filled with a yearning for freedom, especially upon discovering their ability to soar into the sky. Thus, among a row of at least spirited individuals, Lambert's despondent countenance stood out starkly. Harry, observing his expression, asked in confusion, "Hey, that essay broomstick, don't you think it's cool?" "No. You find it cool simply because you possess the capability to ride it," Lambert replied, lacking enthusiasm. "I don't find it appealing. I prefer the grounded sensation over the thrill of adventure." Squinting against the afternoon sun, he responded lethargically. Draco, positioned 2 people away, scoffed at this statement, offering a friendly warning to Harry. "Don't be deceived by his grandiloquent reasoning, Potter." His dejection stemmed solely from his failed attempt to procure a leave of absence from Madame Pomfrey, using his fear of heights as an excuse, only to be expelled by her wielding a broom. Lambert could hardly muster the energy to glare at Malfoy, as the spirited Madame Hooch approached, announcing the commencement of the class, her dazzling hair and the silver whistle around her neck glistening in the sunlight. Following the instructions, they called out to the brooms on the grass a dozen times, yet the broom merely shifted slightly, exhibiting more reluctance than Lambert himself. Meanwhile, the surrounding students had already grasped their brooms. Observing this spectacle, Ron Weasley chuckled unabashedly. When did the haughty Slytherin fall to the level of being rejected by a broom? Just as he finished speaking, Neville, sitting beside him, soared into the air on his broom, accompanied by a piercing scream. Lambert shrugged and gestured toward Harry. "See, that's the fate of those favored by broomsticks." Laughter erupted among the Slytherins, but they soon found themselves unable to remain aloof, as someone else nearby was also whisked away by a broom at great speed, and Lambert could hardly register who it was. It was Pansy's scream that revealed the identity of the unfortunate soul, and Lambert stared in disbelief at the pale blonde boy, precariously clutching the unruly broom with one hand in midair, muttering incredulously, "This instant karma is far too swift." Chapter 17. On the 6th day at Hogwarts. Complaints aside, Lambert possessed more experience regarding Draco's peril than anyone else present. He swiftly drew his wand from his side, aiming it at Draco suspended in the air. Just then, Draco's broom suddenly shot upwards, nearly matching Neville's altitude at the castle's peak. All present gazed upwards with expressions of concern for the two in the sky. In stark contrast to Longbottom, who appeared utterly dazed, Draco furrowed his brows, rapidly devising a strategy in his mind, as evidenced by his action of releasing one hand to grasp his wand while supporting his weight with the other. This dangerous maneuver elicited gasps from the surrounding Slytherins, with Pansy covering her mouth, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. "Oh, no." At that moment, Harry suddenly felt a warmth radiating from his wrist. Looking down, he noticed the green bracelet Lambert had gifted him, which typically felt cool, was now faintly warm. He then glanced at the broom, and then at Draco, who was attempting to release the broom that was careening him toward the castle's outer wall. Acting on impulse, Lambert sensed another whirlwind swirling around him. Distracted, he cast a glance out of the corner of his eye and realized Harry had vanished. Mrs. Hodge gazed up at the several boys suspended in midair, as if witnessing her own disqualification as a teacher. She observed Harry, who had taken off on his broom without permission, and grasped the silver whistle around her neck, blowing it forcefully as she anxiously and sternly commanded, "Mr. Potter, come down at once." To be honest, Harry himself was unsure where he found the audacity. He merely felt that he could not stand idly by as this scene unfolded. Once he mounted the broom, aside from the initial wobbling, he swiftly acclimated to the sensation. He lowered himself and dove towards Draco, calling out, "Draco!" Draco, possessing a modicum of flying experience, instantly comprehended Harry's intent. He tightened his grip around his wand, resolutely deciding that just before colliding with the castle, he would release his hold on the broom and plummet straight down. Almost the moment he let go, Neville Longbottom's broom spiraled wildly, sending him careening around Hogwarts, until at last, he was unceremoniously snagged on a protruding spear atop the castle. His robe was sharply pierced, and he clung to the edges of Hogwarts as he fell, nearly in tandem with Draco. However, Draco's predicament was far more perilous. He had no buffers to break his fall, plummeting directly through the air. Lambert held his breath instinctively. As they descended to within a third of the ground, he realized Harry was about to miss Draco. Pointing in their direction, he quickly uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. One of the two falling figures, akin to meteors, was suddenly steadied in midair before slowly descending before the approaching Mrs. Hodge. His spell struck Longbottom. Fortunately, Harry's intentions proved correct. Just as everyone inwardly held their breath for Harry's recklessness, fearing Draco would be reduced to a pulp, some even closing their eyes in distress, Draco landed on the broom behind Harry, grasping his robe tightly. The somewhat inferior teaching broom managed to support the weight of two children, and apart from the initial swaying, they landed safely. Excellent flying skills, Mr. Potter. However, I hope you will refrain from taking unilateral actions in the future, Mrs. Hodge remarked, somewhat relieved as she supported the trembling Neville. Her tone was less severe this time. After a brief pause, she added, for your bravery and impressive technique, Slytherin earns 10 points. The Slytherins had already encircled Harry and Draco, welcoming them like heroes, leaving Lambert standing alone with his wand, finally exhaling in relief. And for that flawless levitation spell, Mrs. Hodge exclaimed as she emerged with Neville, glancing at Lambert, who was about to retract his wand, her eyes glimmering with gratitude. Slytherin earns another 10 points for your commendable act of helping a fellow student. Without a doubt, this year's first-year Slytherins were exceptionally talented. Thus, Lambert received a complex array of expressions from both houses. Now, I will accompany Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary for a checkup. This lesson is concluded, declared Mrs. Hodge. The infirmary. Despite Draco's repeated assurances that he was only startled and suffered no other injuries, Madame Pomfrey insisted on administering a potion, while Longbottom, who genuinely needed it, appeared to require at least 2 vials to regain his composure. Professors Snape and McGonagall arrived almost simultaneously at the infirmary, concerned for the students from both houses who had nearly met with disaster. A rare smile graced McGonagall's stern face as she observed the cluster of Slytherins at the edge. Mr. Lambert, I must once again thank you for extending a hand to Gryffindor. Slytherin earns 10 points. Lambert felt the discontent of Pansy and the others intensify around him. I would expect, as a qualified teacher, that Mrs. Hodge, Snape began, casting a quick glance at the unharmed Draco before striding toward Mrs. Hodge, his robes billowing with an imposing presence. His deliberately elongated tone deepened his aura of authority, his dark, penetrating gaze fixed on Mrs. Hodge. Isn't it your duty to regularly inspect the safety of teaching equipment? No one desired to confront the formidable head of Slytherin, even among Hogwarts faculty. Mrs. Hodge was baffled by the day's events, feeling powerless to defend herself. I did inspect them, Severus. Snape raised a hand, signaling her to cease, his expression devoid of emotion. You may save your explanations for the Board of Governors. After all, one of the students almost ended up here in a grotesque state. His eyes shifted to Draco, whose father Lucius was indeed a member of the board. He turned his gaze toward the 2 dark-haired, green-eyed boys among the Slytherins, causing Lambert to tense up. For our exceptionally gifted savior, Slytherin earns 5 points. His tone was capricious, leaving Harry uncertain of his sentiments. Behind the round lenses, his large green eyes regarded Harry, a hint of unease present. Harry vaguely sensed that this professor bore a disfavor towards him, yet his evident concern for his house students was unmistakable, leaving Harry perplexed by his observations. Today, Potter evidently would not become the target of Snape's ire. As Snape's icy gaze shifted to Lambert, the dark-haired Slytherin boy quietly interjected, Professor. A sardonic curve graced Snape's lips, contrasting with the gloom of his dark eyes, dripping with irony. Although he was issuing praise, he seemed to be deducting points instead. For your interhouse kindness, Lambert, Slytherin earns 5 points. However, I hope next time you utilize a spell, you might prioritize its precision, especially for fellow housemates who find themselves in dire straits. Even when Lambert adopted a pleading tone, Snape remained unyielding in his customary manner. McGonagall, standing nearby, appeared torn, seemingly wishing to speak. Lambert met Snape's gaze calmly, wishing to suggest that this was not the time to harbor house biases, but evidently, his head of house was in no mood for such discussions, so he opted for silence. Unexpectedly, Neville Longbottom, the rather earnest Gryffindor, approached him to express gratitude. However, upon seeing Neville's honest face, Lambert felt this gesture was entirely natural. Thank you for saving me today, he said earnestly. Not at all, Lambert replied with a habitual polite smile. Neville seemed poised to say more, but several Slytherins nearby cast him unfriendly looks, causing his face to redden. He glanced at Lambert, likely recalling that he was indeed a Slytherin, before turning to leave. Pansy and the others appeared displeased that Lambert's spell had inadvertently saved Neville. Yet in the end, everyone was relieved that the outcome was fortuitous. Upon hearing Madame Pomfrey declare that Draco was unharmed, Lambert glanced at the group tending to Draco, contemplated for a moment, and then turned to exit the infirmary. Harry, who had been nearby Draco, noticed the scene, bid them farewell, and followed after Lambert. "Hey, I think you're quite remarkable," Harry remarked as he caught up with Lambert, walking beside him and sensing the almost serene calmness within him. Assuming he was feeling down, he attempted to console him. "We all know that you were more intent on saving Draco, despite your usual rivalry." A smile appeared on Lambert's face, which bore a resemblance to Harry's, his beautiful green eyes sparkling with clarity as always. I was indeed there to save someone. I have no regrets about rescuing Longbottom. It's just that after such a harrowing morning, I desperately need to treat myself in the Great Hall. After all, even a mistake can lead to helping someone. I still feel quite accomplished." Harry sighed with relief. It struck him that he had rarely seen Lambert display any emotional turmoil. More often than not, he exuded a tranquility that set him apart from those around him. Today was no exception. He had maintained his composure, and even thought to use a spell to save someone, making him the calmest person in the room. At that moment, Harry recalled the matter he wished to discuss with Lambert, raising his hand to reveal a bracelet. Speaking of which, during flying lessons today, it grew warm again. The last time it did that was on the train when Ron miscast a spell. Harry appeared somewhat anxious, sensing that his next words might be rather shocking. Unsure if his friend would accept his perspective, Lambert paused, his eyes, nearly the same shade as Harry's, locked onto him. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Are you suggesting that someone at Hogwarts wishes to harm you?" Harry nodded. Lambert contemplated for a moment before smiling at him. "First of all, Harry, I must thank you for not disclosing the matter of the bracelet to the professors. And don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this before tonight. Just wait for me in the dormitory." Figuring it would be quite simple to clarify the situation, he decided he would just ask the fifth-year Gryffindors whether Professor Quirrell had been present in defense against the dark arts class today. In a way, he felt he had assisted Gryffindor once again. Meanwhile, Draco, who had also been cleared from the hospital wing, listened to Pansy's incessant admonitions about safety. His silver-gray eyes languidly surveyed the surroundings before he lazily interrupted. "Do you all have the textbooks for the next class?" Pansy, momentarily halted in her speech, found herself at a loss for words, her deep brown eyes gazing at the boy who had nearly been harmed, yet remained unfazed throughout the ordeal. She suddenly found him somewhat inscrutable. He raised a hand to rub his ear, and stopped when he reached the stairway, still wearing that same lackadaisical expression, as if he hadn't just been in mortal danger. After a pause, his silver-gray eyes seriously scanned Pansy, Blaise, and the others behind him. Remembering what had just transpired, he emphatically stated, "You all know that I was nearly on the same level as that foolish Gryffindor. In fact, any of you would have done no better in his place, especially since his botched spell also managed to save someone." Blaise, who had been mostly silent, narrowed his eyes in surprise at Draco's words. "Merlin's socks, what did I just hear? You're actually praising Lambert? Is this truly the same Draco who usually opposes him?" Pansy chimed in with a laugh. "Since you think so highly of him, why didn't you commend him to his face just now?" Draco shrugged and replied rapidly, "Not a chance." As they observed Draco, who perfectly embodied the essence of being Sundra, Pansy and Daphne erupted into laughter, while Crabbe and Goyle exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Chapter 18. The Seventh Day at Hogwarts. Slytherin Dungeon. Upon entering the room, Lambert was somewhat astonished to see the large cat, which should not have been so still at this hour. "It's quite surprising that you could tear yourself away from the kitchen for once." The cat, perched on the deep green rug, regarded Lambert with its round black eyes, as if to say, "It's all because of that certain someone leaving me in a predicament." The news has reached the Hogwarts kitchen. As he was alone in the room, the old golden pocket watch hanging around his neck chimed with Igor's gentle voice. "Do not be disheartened, my child. You are doing splendidly." A warm smile flickered in Lambert's green eyes, reminiscent of willow branches swaying in a spring breeze, uplifting all who beheld it. "I'm not disheartened. I'm quite well. Thank you. I was merely pondering today's events." "Igor, did you sense anything?" "I did not detect any signs of dark magic," Igor replied, somewhat regretfully. Lambert nodded thoughtfully. That could only confirm the absence of dark magic, but it did not rule out the possibility of wrongdoing. Half a minute later, he snapped his fingers. "It seems I must pay a visit to Mr. Longbottom, whom I just encountered." When the clumsy and shy Gryffindor boy learned that Lambert was seeking him, A distinct look of bewilderment crossed his somewhat baby-faced features, rendering him unable to articulate a single coherent sentence in the first minute of their encounter. I am Lambert. Don't be nervous. I would like to ask you for a favor if you could. The friendly smile on the dark-haired Slytherin's face only heightened Neville's anxiety. Merely moments ago, he had thought that this Slytherin regretted saving him. Nodding vigorously without even processing what Lambert was requesting, Neville was all too aware that if his grandmother found out he had been associating closely with a Slytherin, she would undoubtedly send him a scathing letter from miles away, hysterically warning him at the Gryffindor long table. Just help me inquire whether Professor Quirrell attended today's defense against the dark arts class with your fifth-year students. It's that simple. I will have my cat find you after dinner. Dinner time arrived, and Lambert found himself somewhat puzzled as he scanned the common room for Harry, but to no avail, so he proceeded to the great hall for his meal. Just as he poured himself a glass of pumpkin juice, he saw someone rush in through the door, excitement radiating from his face. What good news has transpired? Lambert asked with a smile, pouring a glass of pumpkin juice for the newcomer as well. Did you know? The captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team just approached me, saying that I'm being considered to compete for the seeker position in this week's internal selection. It was Professor Snape himself who informed him. Harry's green eyes sparkled with exhilaration, and as he accepted the pumpkin juice from Lambert, he quickly shared the joyful news. Lambert's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could respond, Crabbe's fork scraped loudly against his plate. Joining Quidditch? But I noticed you're only a first-year. Harry, Goyle, with pudding poised at his mouth, exchanged glances with Crabbe, and they both set down their utensils, beginning to applaud Harry. For it was indeed a miracle for a first-year to emerge as a member of the school's Quidditch team. Blaise, Pansy, and the others who had heard the news also came forth to congratulate him. Lambert, joining in the wave of celebration, couldn't help but glance toward the staff table. Professor Snape was expressionless as he sliced his steak, radiating an aura that discouraged any approach, and appeared even more irritable than during lunch, completely oblivious to the commotion at the Slytherin table. Could it be that since Harry's arrival in Slytherin, Professor Snape's only remaining sentiment towards him was that of a protective housemate? Lambert couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more intricate at play. After returning to the room with Harry following their study session, Big Cat raised a paw and tossed over a crumpled piece of paper. This is for you. Lambert opened it and, after a glance, carelessly tossed it into the nearby fireplace, where the flames danced and eagerly consumed the long strip of parchment. This afternoon, Professor Quirrell had conducted a defense against the dark arts class for Gryffindor, but upon entering, he could barely speak due to a severe cold, and had to excuse himself to Madame Pomfrey for some medicine, thus leaving the students to study on their own. It all aligned perfectly, but what had prompted him to target Harry so prematurely? Surely it couldn't be because Harry had entered Slytherin. As Lambert pondered this, the door to the room swung open, and Draco strode in, clutching a hefty tome. Lambert cast a sidelong glance at the spine, which bore some title related to wizarding powers, but the subsequent words eluded him. Draco removed his robes and hung them on a nearby rack, only to turn around and discover Lambert intently observing him with those striking green eyes. He raised an eyebrow in his customary mocking tone. If you're here to apologize for today, I suggest you save your breath. I don't expect a muggle, who has just stepped into the wizarding world, to master spells. Even if Potter hadn't meddled today, I would have landed on my feet just fine. In response to his condescending expression, Lambert instantly adopted his usual disdain, even suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. However, he had more pressing matters at hand and couldn't be deterred by Draco's level of mockery. Harry told me today that the Slytherin Quidditch captain has invited him to try out for the school team this week. Did you know that? Draco was about to retort that it was of no concern to him when he noticed Lambert's penetrating gaze, the infuriating mind-reading scrutiny. He averted his eyes, his tone laced with irritation, just returning what's his. What do you want to say? Lambert pondered for a moment before replying, well, how should I put it? You seem somewhat different from the Malfoy I know, yet I can't shake the feeling that it's all rather predictable. Draco paused in his actions, striding over to Lambert, leaning down to scrutinize his eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Potter's, also a vivid green. Speaking of that boy, with your apparent familiarity with me, just how much do you know? Not much regarding you, but I have tales about Voldemort if you're interested. After a brief silence, Draco comprehended all the words Lambert had yet to articulate, his expression darkening as he straightened and took a step back. Lambert was the first to break eye contact, glancing towards the dark window, which was completely sealed. Outside lay the depths of the Black Lake, and he wondered where the ventilation shafts of these rooms were located. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, he continued, returning what's his. What do you mean? Harry's rightful achievements in Quidditch? Draco reflected on the afternoon's events, not fully processing his words, distractedly replying, "Though I hate to admit it, those glasses are damn useful on the Quidditch pitch." Lambert found himself occasionally admiring Draco's ability to sound like he was insulting someone even while complimenting them. "Wait a moment, myopia? I have a theory, Draco." He was taken aback by his own imaginative leap, staring blankly at Draco, even unconsciously altering how he addressed him. He had previously been baffled by why it was Harry and Draco, but if the focus shifted to him and Draco, it pointed directly to the earlier incident in Nocturne Alley, the kidnapping. Targeting Harry too soon would certainly draw Dumbledore's attention, while Quirrell's objective was merely to locate the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort. And could it be that Professor Quirrell, being secretly myopic, had mistakenly cast the Confundus charm on Harry? No, first, he needed to ascertain Quirrell's connection with Moldy Voldy. Given all the convolutions, Draco had only narrowly escaped danger. What was the end goal here? A warning from the Dark Lord to my father. Draco concluded, his demeanor weary. Lambert was bewildered, struggling to digest his words for quite some time before incredulously exclaiming, "Wait, you knew Voldemort was alive all along? You even knew about Quirrell's connection to him?" If they believed Voldemort was dead, then even if Draco had been injured today, Lucius could never have drawn a connection to his prior negligence towards fellow Death Eaters. Thus, the truth was that the Death Eater faction largely knew the Dark Lord still lived, and Lucius was even aware that Quirrell had brought Voldemort to Hogwarts. While Dumbledore and his cohort merely speculated, Quirrell had been executing Voldemort's orders today, issuing a warning to the restless Malfoy family, while simultaneously urging them to keep their mouths shut. Draco reluctantly nodded, clearly disinclined to share such news with Lambert. However, ever since he returned, after Lambert had inherited the Peverell legacy, they had been on the same side. Lambert gazed up at the ceiling, contemplating for a long while, counting on his fingers. A few seconds later he turned to find Big Cat, who had abandoned the mat to play with his pillow, with Draco and his father backing him, and Harry protected by his mother's blood magic. "It seems I'm the most vulnerable one here? Your parents are yours and I have nothing." A profound, unexpressible sorrow began to envelop Lambert. Chapter 19. The Eighth Day at Hogwarts. Just as he emerged from his melancholy, he found Draco standing directly in front of him, arms crossed, scrutinizing him with an almost investigative gaze. Those silvery gray eyes seemed capable of piercing into one's very soul. Lambert blinked, recalling that Draco's gaze now mirrored that of the Christmas feast at the Malfoy residence when he first arrived. "What are you looking at me for? You orchestrated Potter's sorting into Slytherin, didn't you?" Though phrased as a question, the certainty in his tone rendered it a conclusion. Lambert had no intention of hiding the truth and openly admitted, "Yes, I did it with the intent of vexing you." Draco still sensed something amiss, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Lambert's eyes, seeking more information. No one would allow their thoughts to roam free when fully aware that the other could read their mind. It could be said that Lambert's mental landscape was remarkably clear at that moment, revealing only the answers corresponding to Draco's inquiries, while other thoughts flitted by like a fleeting cobweb, ephemeral. If his understanding of Hogwarts and even Voldemort was derived from memories visible to Draco, it seemed entirely reasonable. Draco dismissed the doubts swirling in his mind, ultimately suppressing the strange dissonance within him. As he turned to stride towards his bed, Lambert exhaled quietly, realizing through their mutual contest that this mind-reading ability only revealed the clearest thoughts of the other. For now he could control his wandering thoughts. But who could say how long that would last? During Draco's shower, Lambert stepped out to inform Harry of the situation, sharing the details concerning Quirrell, of course omitting any mention of Voldemort. "Are you saying that Professor Quirrell is the one trying to harm me?" Harry's expression was one of sheer incredulity. The memory of the stammering professor's kindness at the leaky cauldron lingered vividly in his mind, and he could hardly fathom that it had culminated in this outcome. Lambert blinked, smiling as he addressed him. "This is merely a hypothesis, yet I believe we may require some evidence. Perhaps we should pay a visit to Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore. What do you think?" Harry nodded in agreement, arranging to discuss the matter with him over the weekend, while Lambert would need some time to gather the necessary evidence. As they approached their first small weekend at Hogwarts, they were set to attend a potions class with Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. The Gryffindor first years, having heard tales of Snape's notorious reputation from their seniors, were filled with dread about the next 5 years, governed by the threat of point deductions from the Slytherin head. Lambert shuddered at the thought of the scene awaiting the Gryffindors. The potions classroom, nestled in the dungeons of Hogwarts, exuded a chilling atmosphere, with corners occupied by grotesque animal specimens steeped in some unknown solution, some of which were dismembered, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to look. Perhaps due to the pervasive influence of Professor Snape's formidable presence, nearly every student who entered the classroom instinctively adopted a more subdued demeanor, their laughter from moments before abruptly freezing as they crossed the threshold. Before the bell rang, all the first years had assembled. There was no doubt that Professor Snape's reputation in the classroom rivaled that of the stern Professor McGonagall. As the man with long black hair entered, Lambert couldn't help but frantically recall every piece of potion knowledge he had absorbed since the beginning of term, even though he knew that Snape would not intentionally torment his own house's students. However, following the incident during the flying lesson involving Gryffindor and Slytherin, his certainty had begun to waver. After the customary roll call, Snape began a brief introduction to the subject. You are here to learn the intricate craft of potion making. I do not expect you to truly grasp the allure of the slow simmering and aromatic cauldrons. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, earn honor, and even stave off death. His tone was deliberate, each word resonating with an authority that commanded attention. However, I must stipulate that you must not be one of those imbeciles I frequently encounter. As he finished speaking, the students collectively held their breath. Weasley, he called out without warning. The red-haired Gryffindor sprang from his seat as if pricked by a needle, his expression one of resigned despair. As if he had foreseen this day. What would happen if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? His dark gaze locked onto Ron's face as he began his questioning. Ron's mind went blank, even if he could think straight. He could not extract an answer from his depleted reservoir of potion knowledge. Almost instantly he stammered, I don't know, Professor. Snape nodded, seemingly unsurprised. A slight smirk gracing his lips. Perhaps it was his usual grim demeanor that rendered any semblance of a smile akin to mockery. I had hoped you might exhibit a talent for potions distinct from that of your two brothers, but it appears that miracles are unlikely to occur in your case. Sit down. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged quiet chuckles. Longbottom, he continued, calling out another name. A somewhat portly boy sitting next to Draco stood up nervously, accidentally bumping into the desk, the noise jarring to the ears. There is no need to be so eager, Mr. Longbottom. Rest assured. No one will vie with you for this opportunity to perform. This time nearly half of the Slytherin students erupted in laughter, having already concluded that the clumsy Gryffindor would be unable to respond. Longbottom, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of dung, where would you seek it? Almost as soon as Snape finished speaking, Neville responded, I don't know, Professor. Snape's lips twitched ever so slightly. Then perhaps you should refrain from making such a ruckus in my classroom. It might lead me to believe that I have missed a potion prodigy in the making. He then called on a Gryffindor to inquire about the differences between aconite and wolfsbane. Yet still, no one could provide an answer. His dark gaze swept across the faces of the students, finally resting on the Slytherin side. With a slight curl of his lips, he addressed Draco. To demonstrate fairness between houses, perhaps you could enlighten them with the answers to the 3 questions I just posed. Lambert noticed that Harry appeared uneasy. For despite having reviewed the textbook, he was certain he could not answer Professor Snape's earlier questions, and feared that he would soon be called upon. Even the Slytherins, who had previously enjoyed the spectacle of the Gryffindors, now felt a twinge of apprehension for Draco. Draco, evidently a competent ally, lazily addressed all the questions posed by the professor. Very well, Professor. Adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood creates a potent sleeping draught, also known as the draught of living death. Dung is extracted from the stomachs of badgers and possesses strong detoxifying properties. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they refer to the same plant, commonly known as wolfsbane. Precise. Sit down. Slytherin earns 5 points. Do I need to remind you to take notes? He nodded in satisfaction. And as his gaze swept the room, the rustling of quills on parchment filled the air almost instantaneously. Ron muttered quietly to Seamus beside him. He must have given Malfoy the answers in advance. My hearing is still intact, Weasley. In response to Ron's insinuation, Snape shot him a withering glare before turning his attention back to the Slytherin side. Lambert. Upon hearing his name, Lambert realized he had significantly underestimated the pleasure Professor Snape derived from awarding points to Slytherin. He stood up, rapidly recalling all the potion knowledge he had reviewed from the beginning of term until the previous night, briefly contemplating the dire consequences of failing to answer correctly. Perhaps Snape would regard him as a spy sent from Gryffindor to infiltrate Slytherin. What would happen if I neglected to extinguish the flame while brewing a potion for scabies, and instead simply tossed in a porcupine quill? As the question echoed in the room, Lambert exhaled in relief. Compared to the collective potion-making failures of his peers, he considered himself a veritable expert. He replied at lightning speed, the potion would splatter, and any skin that came into contact with it would develop scabies. This is also the origin of the potion's name, Professor. Correct. Slytherin earns 3 points. If anyone commits the error I just outlined while brewing this potion later, I assure you that your grades will reflect that of a troll. His gaze swept once more across the classroom, and those who met his eyes quickly averted their gazes to take notes, especially the Gryffindors. He turned back to Ron. The disdain in his dark eyes unmistakable. I wonder if this satisfies you, Weasley? For your earlier unfounded accusations towards the professor, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Ron's face flushed with indignation, but he dared not voice his protest, lowering his head instead to feign note-taking. Throughout the entire potion class, only the assignments from Malfoy and Blaise, along with Lambert and Harry's, received an O, outstanding. For Slytherin, such results brought joy as the weekend approached. One afternoon, as Lambert was about to return to his room from the common room, he opened the door to find a white spherical object hurtling towards him like a cannonball. I often wonder how you managed to return to the Slytherin common room all by yourself, he mused, catching the large cat and voicing his curiosity. However, the cat had far more pressing matters to discuss. I've discovered something wonderful. There's a room with a mirror that shows the future. I saw myself living in a world surrounded by delicious pork belly. Ha! Wait a moment, this plot sounds somewhat familiar? Chapter 20, The 9th Day at Hogwarts. A mirror? Seeing the future? Wake up. That merely reflects your innermost desires. Lambert gently ruffled the white cat's head, shattering its delightful daydream. He often pondered why he, an ambitious soul aspiring to amass a fortune, would keep such a lackluster feline companion. This burden must rest squarely on warm shoulders. The Mirror of Eriste? The well-informed IG inquired from his pocket watch. Lambert could hardly recall the name of that magical mirror, and simply nodded, responding to IG with what he knew. I suspect Dumbledore might conceal the Philosopher's Stone within that mirror. It's a rather clever method to thwart Voldemort. Wouldn't you agree? IG chuckled lightly, commending Lambert's imagination. He pursed his lips, lowering his gaze to drag his trunk from beneath his bed, unsure of how to explain to his ancestor that Dumbledore indeed did just that. Before we devise a plan to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, I believe it's crucial to eliminate our greatest adversary first. He rummaged through his trunk and produced a black cloak, an invisibility cloak crafted by Al. After a day spent extracting a kidney before the school year began, it combined the qualities of an invisibility garment with the elegance of the large cat's wardrobe, of which he now possessed two. The cloak, when unfurled, was exceedingly thin, one side a profound black, the other resembling the diminutive dome of an old studio, adorned with countless tiny stars, a truly magnificent cosmic cloak, magical version. Perhaps the successful creation of this cloak had temporarily exhausted his luck, as he hadn't drawn any items with special attributes in quite some time during his usual lottery routine. How have you been faring with Mrs. Loris lately? Lambert inquired, referring to the gaunt tabby cat that the caretaker, Filch, had kept for years. The cat's fur bristled with static at the mere mention of her name. Don't mention it. That female cat has been looking at me strangely. I feel as if she wants to devour me. Lambert turned back with a complex expression. Perhaps she simply desires your company? The cat tossed its head disdainfully, retorting, I do much prefer the clever Crookshanks. Though it can be quite boisterous at times, it's far more agreeable than Mrs. Loris's volatility. Crookshanks? That name sounds familiar. Lambert looked up and after a moment, sorrowfully realized it was the name of the cat belonging to his goddess. Splendid, he still hadn't won her heart. And the large cat had already set its sights on her prized daughter. Kid, your father hasn't even married yet. Is this suitable? Lambert felt utterly disenchanted with feline nature. On Friday afternoon, Harry attended the routine practice before the Quidditch tryouts, while Lambert attempted to casually encounter his goddess in the library. Ultimately, he learned from a second-year Ravenclaw girl that the first-year Ravenclaw classes were fully booked that afternoon. Oh, how indifferent. He resolved to obtain the Ravenclaw timetable before staking out next time. Lambert dined listlessly, pondering what academic inquiries might serve as an excuse to approach the scholarly goddess. Although Hermione was not born into Gryffindor, that merely shifted her reputation as a know-it-all to another house. After mistakenly stabbing his fork into a cup of pumpkin juice, he set down his utensils, feeling utterly devoid of appetite. In the absence of a serendipitous encounter with his goddess, only wealth could alleviate his current woes. At 10:40 p.m., Draco returned to his room after evening study, clutching a book that had transformed into the 6th-year potion textbook. Lambert glanced up from a wizarding fashion magazine, catching a glimpse of the title, and recalling something, he stood up with a lackluster enthusiasm to speak. Did you know? In the corner of the potion classroom, there's an ancient potion textbook that I believe contains quite useful notes. With your potion skills, I reckon the textbook content alone would suffice for you. Draco scoffed, showing no intention of taking his advice. Lambert nodded, smiling as he tucked away his book. Then stood to declare, well, I'll keep it for myself. In due time, you'll realize that my outstanding potion score is due to the highest grade being only outstanding, while yours is simply because that's all you can achieve. With your inability to discern treasures and your luck, it's no wonder you're not the protagonist. He silently scoffed as he observed Draco's retreating figure. What is it like for a scholar to be mocked by a slacker? Draco felt compelled to teach this slacker a lesson in manners. However, before he could act, he turned to see Lambert donning the black cloak. As he unfurled it, revealing the starry side, he pulled it over his shoulders and secured the hood. The cloak's surface shimmered with stars cascading like shooting stars, and after the starlight faded, he vanished into thin air. Moments later, a head suddenly appeared in midair before the mirror. Lambert glanced down at his body, which had disappeared below the neck, and nodded in satisfaction. Invisibility cloak? Draco furrowed his brow, observing Lambert's series of actions, feeling that this cloak differed somewhat from what he had heard. Lambert removed the cloak, showing the black side outward, transforming it into a regular cloak. As he walked, the stars within seemed to pluck the very stars from the heavens, drifting past in the gaze of onlookers. An improved version of the invisibility cloak, it can also serve as a daily garment for just 8,000 galleons. Given our relationship, I'll offer you a VIP price of 7,999 galleons. Initially intended as a spare, he was, after all, an ambitious individual, deciding to embark on his journey to wealth by capitalizing on the affluent. Draco narrowed his eyes, a habitual smile gracing his lips. The black wizarding robes accentuated his pallor, yet his features remained exquisitely refined. The legacy of the Peveril family is indeed astonishing. 8,000 galleons? Boy, why not consider robbing Gringotts instead? Lambert tilted his chin, gesturing toward the nearby table where he had just perused a wizarding magazine. A pair of earrings enchanted with a prank-repelling charm sells for 300 galleons. While the Peveril family's invisibility cloak is a mere 8,000 galleons, it's practically a clearance sale. If it were the first cloak of the Peveril family, it would indeed be worth your stated price, but this one you possess is worth at most 4,000. Lambert, huh? That's equivalent to Malfoy sharing half of his windfall, essentially giving him half a kidney for free? Unless he truly has a troll's brain. Oh, never mind. He turned to retrieve an old piece of parchment from beneath his pillow, which the large cat had stealthily brought back from Filch's collection of confiscated items, under the watchful eye of Mrs. Loris. Upon opening it, he cleared his throat and, with his wand pointed at the paper, declared, I solemnly swear I shall not engage in virtuous deeds. The exhilarating adventure of his first nocturnal excursion at Hogwarts was about to commence. As the map gradually revealed its intricate design, a profound utterance echoed in Lambert's ears. Boy, why do I feel as though you possess a deeper understanding of Hogwarts than I do? Chapter 21. On the 10th day at Hogwarts. The moment Lambert heard Draco's inquiry, he sensed impending doom. Naturally, he was far more acquainted with Hogwarts than Draco, for he had not merely been a passive observer of Harry Potter. Harry Potter? Draco mentally repeated the answer he had just learned, struggling to comprehend its implications. However, an instinctive notion suggested that this was the crux of his earlier suspicions regarding Lambert. The atmosphere grew tense, and Lambert felt inclined to turn his back on Draco to ponder his thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to shift the subject. I intend to explore Hogwarts tonight with these 2 items. Would you care to join me? He waved the Marauder's map in the air. You are privy to all my secrets, yet I know so little about you, boy. I shall not engage in an unfair exchange. Draco cast a sidelong glance at the map in Lambert's grasp before returning to meet his emerald gaze. Upon hearing Draco's words, Lambert couldn't suppress a laugh. An unfair exchange? Concealing my inheritance of the Peveril legacy is a mere trifle, while you have exchanged for our family's invaluable tomes. Do not pretend you are unaware of their worth. With a slight smirk, Draco raised his chin, accentuating the sharpness of his jawline. Allow me to clarify one point. Lambert, at no point did I wield my wand to coerce you into this arrangement. As for wandering the halls at midnight, I have neither the leisure nor the inclination to challenge school regulations. Or have you uncovered something intriguing? My cat informed me of a curious magical mirror that reveals one's innermost desires. I merely wished to see it. The dark-haired boy had to exert considerable effort to keep his thoughts fixated solely on that mirror, steering clear of the Philosopher's Stone, which would undoubtedly pique Draco's interest. Draco scrutinized him for a moment before turning and striding back to his side. Indeed, he found little allure in such impractical pursuits. Regarding Lambert's concealed matters, a fleeting glimmer in his eyes suggested that, given the nature of their bond, the truth would soon unravel itself. With a large cat perched on his shoulder, and an ancestral heirloom draped around his neck, Lambert led his ever-faithful feline entourage to visit the Mirror of Erist, relieved that this object bore no offensive capabilities. In a stroke of fortunate fate, even without the Marauder's map, he could safely follow the cat's guidance to the chamber housing the mirror, encountering not a single patrolling teacher, nor even the fat lady. Fully aware of Dumbledore's reverence for the mirror, he had no intention of removing his invisibility cloak, planning merely to take a glance before departing. Of course, it would also be splendid to seek out the Room of Requirement. Near the Hogwarts library, he discovered an abandoned classroom. The space was cluttered with dusty desks and chairs, the dim light casting the furniture into indistinct shadows lurking in the corners, which might frighten the timid into immobility. Almost immediately upon entering, Lambert regretted his decision. The dark shadows made him feel as though he had stepped into the maw of a colossal beast, ready to swallow him whole. However, in the room's center stood a magnificent mirror, its golden frame nearly reaching the ceiling, its exquisite craftsmanship compelling him to approach and ascertain whether a piece could be pried loose to take with him. This thought effectively dissipated the subtle layer of dread that had settled within him. The large cat, who had been unusually calm, began to stir, seemingly entranced by the world reflected in the mirror, longing to be forever ensconced in its enchanting allure. Lambert's attention momentarily drifted to the image within the mirror, where he beheld a towering pile of galleons behind him, their radiant luminescence nearly blinding him, forcing him to confront the stark disparity between his lofty aspirations and the stark reality he faced. Yet a more profound shock awaited him. The figure standing before the mirror was adorned in a sumptuous gown that accentuated his features, his soft black hair framing a pair of emerald eyes reminiscent of tranquil lakes. However, no matter how he tried, he could not find amusement in the notion of possessing immense wealth while clad in such finery. For that gown indeed was a dress. A gown. His heart remained unmoved, for it had shattered into 1,000 pieces. What message was this mirror attempting to convey? Lambert, a male, was harboring an unacknowledged desire to don beautiful dresses? Mirror, mirror, tell me who is the most beautiful man in the world? Lambert's soul felt utterly tormented. The profound impact of the Mirror of Erist left him dazed and desperate to escape, casting aside any thoughts of further exploring Hogwarts. Crushed by the terrifying desires he had buried deep within, Lambert returned to his dormitory and collapsed into sleep. He contemplated seeking a therapist to address his condition, for even Igor fell into a profound silence after hearing his description of the vision. This flaw, impervious to even the finest lineage, surely heralded his downfall. In the ensuing days, with no progress in his observations of Professor Quirrell, both he and Harry found themselves unable to provide evidence to Professors Snape and Dumbledore. Thus, besieged by the trials of life, Lambert became so despondent that he no longer felt inclined to retort to Draco's taunts. With the distinction of being the first master to gaze into the Mirror of Erist and refuse a second glance, the large cat spent the subsequent days contentedly teasing Crookshanks, remaining silent about the mirror's existence in Lambert's presence, continuing this way until the eve of Halloween. As October arrived, the weather gradually turned colder. Just as Lambert grappled with whether to cast a warming charm on himself, an unexpected cold decided for him. On the morning of the Hogwarts Halloween feast, he awoke to a stuffy nose, his voice tinged with nasal congestion, and the onset of diarrhea. After his 5th trip to the restroom during study time with Harry, the latter, observing Lambert force-feeding himself hot water, voiced his concern quietly. "Lambert, are you all right? Should we visit Madame Pomfrey?" Lambert set down his cup, pulled out a tissue, and wiped his nose vigorously, responding in an even more nasal tone, "No need. I absolutely refuse to convince myself to drink that liquid, which may contain any number of peculiar ingredients." He then cast an envious glance at Harry, whose attire appeared far more suitable for the weather. Harry had recently become the substitute seeker for Slytherin, a position secured primarily due to his status as a first year without a broomstick. It was clear to all that by second year, Harry would undoubtedly be a full-fledged member of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Lambert firmly believed that Harry's immunity to illness during such times was a direct result of his participation in Quidditch practice, which kept him physically active every day. Thus, the obstinate Lambert, at the time of the grand feast, appeared as wilted as a sprightly bean sprout on the verge of dehydration. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was adorned in festive Halloween attire, with black bats flapping their wings against the ceiling and walls, while an array of ominous clouds loomed above the long tables, casting flickering shadows over the pumpkin lanterns. Lambert had scarcely taken a couple of bites before his complexion turned ashen, prompting him to set down his utensils and rise to leave. Harry, unable to resist the urge to slow his pace, frequently cast glances toward the entrance of the hall, resolved to drag Lambert to Madame Pomfrey after the feast, regardless of his consent, for Lambert appeared as if he might faint at any moment. Just as he awaited Lambert's return, the doors of the hall were suddenly flung open by Quirrell, his long, foul-smelling purple turban askew, his face a mask of sheer terror. A troll! Someone has unleashed a troll. Chapter 22, The 11th Day at Hogwarts. This announcement detonated in the hall like a bombshell. Following Quirrell's revelation, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as if suffering a heart attack. The great hall fell silent for less than 3 seconds before erupting into chaos. Students screamed, leaping from their seats in a frantic rush toward the entrance. Plates and goblets toppled to the ground in the commotion. And no one cared about the fate of the lavish feast. Dumbledore was compelled to cast several warning fireworks with explosive sounds into the air, restoring order among the panicked students, who obediently followed their prefects back to their dormitories. At the Slytherin table, in stark contrast to the surrounding turmoil, Draco maintained a considerable degree of composure from the moment Quirrell entered. His silver-gray eyes scrutinized the stammering professor of defense against the dark arts, lost in thought. Only when the Slytherin prefect commanded everyone to follow him did he rise leisurely from the bench. A somewhat jarring sight amidst a row of students who could hardly control their panic in the face of such terrifying news. The older students regained their composure first, quickly forming an orderly line. On the first-year side, Pansy sharply complained to Daphne and Blaise. "I knew it. Hogwarts used to be the safest place. But everything changed after Dumbledore became headmaster. Now, even our most basic safety is compromised. Listen, a troll has appeared." Goyle and Crabbe, bewildered, clung tightly to Draco's wake, their faces drained of color, likely forgetting where they had placed their wands. Draco's gaze wandered through the crowd, silently following the Slytherin line. As they passed the entrance to the hall, he suddenly caught sight of a figure crouching low, stealthily skirting along the wall toward a side corridor. Following Blaise, he remarked to Crabbe and Goyle. Hearing Pansy's complaints, the dark-skinned boy turned to look at him, incredulous. "You can't be serious at a time like this." Before he could finish, Draco was obscured by a group of Hufflepuff students. Perhaps he was mad, Blaise thought, as he turned back to the line, dazed, unable to comprehend how the education of a pureblood family had seemingly vanished in the heir of the Malfoy lineage. Pansy and Daphne sought solace in mutual tirades against Dumbledore, entirely oblivious to the absence of a student in their ranks. Harry struggled against the tide of the crowd, his sole objective to check the restroom at the far end of the hall for Lambert. If his memory served him correctly, the boys' lavatory was quite secluded, at the end of the corridor to the right of the staircase leading to the basement, while the left led to the girls' restroom. Just as he was about to turn around the corner, his wizarding robe's hood was yanked back by a sudden force, causing him to stagger before regaining his balance and turning to face the assailant. "Perhaps I should inquire what has piqued your interest to wander at such a perilous moment, Potter?" Draco asked, arms crossed, his tone dripping with irony. Upon locking eyes with those silver-gray orbs, Harry surprisingly exhaled in relief. "It's Lambert. He hasn't been feeling well, and rushed to the restroom during dinner. I suspect he hasn't returned to the Slytherin dungeon yet." In the face of Harry's trusting green gaze, Draco found himself bewildered by this inexplicable faith bestowed upon him, staring incredulously at his rival of over 30 years. Draco attempted a smirk. "You think you possess greater capacity to save him than the professors at this school, do you?" Harry's expression darkened as the flicker of hope in his eyes was extinguished in an instant. His face fell cold. "Listen, you can return to the Slytherin dungeon with them. But you cannot prevent me. While I doubt my ability to thwart a troll, I merely wish to ascertain whether he is in danger. I thought he once saved you." Facing the skeptical silver eyes that questioned his capability, Harry curtailed his words, casting a disappointed glance before turning away. "Damn it, why am I even wasting my breath here?" Draco found the remark grating. Though he typically did not mind his reputation as a scoundrel in others' eyes, being so openly scorned by his 11-year-old nemesis irked him deeply. After staring at the retreating figure for several moments, Draco, with a scowl, decided to follow. He was keen to see how the famed savior would confront a troll. Lambert emerged from the stall, rubbing his stomach, gazing at his hollow reflection in the mirror, expressionless as he quipped, "IG, you really ought to see this. I look even more depleted than Draco. Can you believe it?" The pocket watch concealed beneath his black robe emitted a chuckle, simultaneously expressing concern. "Child, you should not be so obstinate. Perhaps you should heed Harry's advice and visit the infirmary." Turning on the faucet, Lambert washed his hands, conceding, "All right. I promise I'll go shortly." As he swung open the restroom door, stepping into the corridor, Lambert was struck by the surreal vision before him. Standing at the entrance of the girls' lavatory was a troll, its towering green figure nearly brushing the ceiling. He swallowed hard, frozen at the doorway of the boys' restroom, his eyes darting to the corridor's intersection leading elsewhere. The sound of his own heartbeat echoed in his ears as he observed the colossal creature, lost in thought before the door to the girls' restroom, dragging a heavy club toward his direction. If he remained silent and stealthily approached that intersection, avoiding any sudden movements that might draw the troll's attention, he could escape. He could do this. He was a lucky one. He concentrated on moving as quietly as a cat toward that corridor's opening, when suddenly, a figure appeared, and Harry, with a determined expression, turned toward him, face alight with relief. Thank goodness. Lambert, you're all right. I told you it's dangerous here. The troll. What are you looking at? Lambert's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief as he glanced behind Harry, where the troll, still contemplating life at the end of the corridor, now turned its gaze toward them, club in hand. It appears that even this fortunate EX cannot alleviate the protagonist's tease aggro. With swift strides, he pulled Harry close to him, and at that moment, Harry had already turned to see the troll at the end of the corridor, utterly incredulous that he had encountered it here. In such dire circumstances, Big Cat was absent, and the ancestral artifact was left behind. Lambert grasped his slender wand made of watercurve ash, desperately seeking solace from the wooden stick. Good grief! How on earth do we fight this? Suddenly thrust into an epic dungeon with no option to retreat. As despair filled his heart while he watched the troll approach, dragging its club down the T-shaped corridor, a surge of black flames leapt toward it, encircling the beast and forming a prison of fire. The terrifying tongues of flame soared high, trapping the troll within. Chapter 23. The 12th Day at Hogwarts. The black flame swirled around the troll, resembling a colossal cage. Remarkably, these fearsome flames emitted no heat. It was evident from the troll's futile battering against the seemingly solid wall of fire, that had it possessed any warmth, it would have already reduced both the creature and its weapon to cinders. The pale golden-haired boy standing at the corridor's opposite end was evidently dissatisfied with merely confining the troll, as its massive form obstructed the intersection of the two corridors. His wand remained raised in that direction, and the furrow in his brow revealed he was contemplating which spell to employ to vanquish this behemoth. The flames, intended solely for confinement, had evidently intensified the troll's frenzy. Had the sound of its club striking the fire wall not been silent, the entire faculty of Hogwarts would have been drawn to the scene. As the troll raised its weapon once more, Draco squinted, flicking his wrist, and with a subtle upward motion of his wand, the club was suddenly wrenched from the troll's grasp. Looking up, it realized its weapon was suspended in mid-air. In an instant, the surrounding wall of flames vanished, and its club flew down the corridor, only to abruptly halt mid-flight and reverse course, crashing towards its own head with a resounding thud. The subsequent cacophony of the club colliding with its skull caused Lambert to wince in sympathy. The troll undoubtedly suffered far more than Lambert could imagine, as it was rendered unconscious, staggering back like a small mountain before collapsing against the wall, motionless. In this brief interlude, Lambert had pieced together the current timeline. The troll's release signified that Professor Quirrell was attempting to seize the Philosopher's Stone. It was time for him to consider how to access the forbidden area on the 4th floor. The Philosopher's Stone was destined for destruction, yet he believed he needed it more than Dumbledore did. Perhaps it was time for him to meet with the headmaster. A pale golden head peeked around the corner. The boy in wizard robes still clutching his wand, his pale face devoid of expression. You really require me to ask you both to come over here? The sardonic expression faded, but his words remained far from pleasant. However, Lambert had long grown accustomed to his ungracious manner. He exchanged a glance with Harry, stepped onto the troll's leg that sprawled across the corridor, and leaped into the left corridor, offering Draco a smile. Thank you. In terms of flair, Lambert acknowledged he had lost to Draco's cool and decisive rescue method. Harry, who had just chastised Draco, now found himself saved by him, and thus glanced at Lambert, softly murmuring his own thanks to Draco. Draco huffed dismissively, striding quickly in the direction of Slytherin. Yet they were moving too slowly. At the end of the corridor stood a stern woman clad in deep green robes and a pointed hat, approaching them with her wand in hand. Damn. Draco had no desire to be the center of attention at such a moment, yet it was clear his wish would be thwarted, for he spotted Professor McGonagall hurriedly followed by Professor Snape. Upon seeing the three of them, McGonagall quickened her pace, and before she could reach the fallen giant, her voice rang out. Oh, Merlin, how dare you? The three Slytherins were met with a barrage of reprimands. The last to arrive, Professor Quirrell, merely glanced at the troll before leaning against the wall to recover from the shock. Naturally, one could not expect a man who could hardly articulate to chastise anyone. But the combined wrath of Professors McGonagall and Snape was more than sufficient, with Snape alone capable of handling three. Malfoy, Potter, and you this unnamed gentleman. Perhaps I ought to inquire what has inspired you to suddenly embrace such Gryffindor-like audacity? Is it the brainless impulse that prompted you to challenge a troll? After assessing the troll's condition, Snape circled around the trio, scrutinizing them with an impassive expression. Harry, typically the most susceptible to panic, appeared eager to speak. But Lambert interjected first. My apologies, Professor. I wasn't feeling well today and stepped out of the Great Hall during dinner. Harry and Draco came to find me. I'm truly sorry, Professor. Given your lofty aspirations of befriending Gryffindors, I am not surprised that you would make the reckless choice to confront a troll, Snape remarked, his lips curling into a sardonic smirk as he turned to glare at Draco. Lambert noticed a peculiar pattern. Harry seemed to follow them closely and was often overlooked during reprimands. Yet, you are particularly surprising, Malfoy. Perhaps it is time for me to pen a letter to Lucius, inquiring what kind of transformation a pureblood upbringing must undergo to produce such reckless audacity in your generation? No, Professor. Draco finally realized that even his silence would not spare him from this fate, attempting to dissuade his godfather from this line of thought. Clearly, Snape's resolve would not be easily swayed. Draco's expression grew despondent as he contemplated whether it was more infuriating for his father to learn about his reckless challenge against a troll, or to hear him boast that he was more than capable of handling it. A claim that sounded arrogant, yet was fraught with complications. After much hesitation, he chose to lower his head and accept the reprimand, envisioning a terrifying future where his father might send him a scathing letter. I retract my previous assessment of you, Malfoy. It seems that maturity has not fostered any intellectual advancement. Rather, it has merely inflated your excessive confidence. I find myself puzzled as to how you three were not sorted into Gryffindor given such audacity. Even with Professor McGonagall present, Snape did not conceal his disdain for such recklessness. Even Gryffindor students were currently ensconced within the tower. McGonagall, eyeing Snape's expression, interjected sternly. Lambert noticed Draco's expression darkening further. Evidently, Snape had struck a nerve regarding his identity as the Malfoy heir, leaving him speechless in disgust at the dreadful prospect. Being deemed more reckless than a Gryffindor was perhaps the gravest insult to a true Slytherin. Listen closely. Due to your flagrant disregard for the rules, the esteemed professors of Hogwarts will be engaging in a week-long session of labor education. It is time for you, Potter, to revisit the proper methods through which Slytherin earns its accolades. You appear to harbor some dissatisfaction. Is it because I have not lauded your remarkable feat of vanquishing the troll? Lambert swiftly tugged at his robes, while Harry's green eyes, hidden behind his glasses, flickered with irritation. He felt no remorse for stepping in to assist his friends. Fortunately, he grasped his companion's intent and, after a moment of hesitation, replied, "No, Professor." The display room boasted nearly every honor Hogwarts had accumulated since its inception, with crystal cabinets showcasing trophies, shields, medals, and statues, alongside a list chronicling the names of past student leaders. However, the thick layer of dust on the shelves and furniture indicated that it had been quite some time since any student had been favored with the task of tidying up this esteemed space. Lambert and Harry each grasped a cloth, laboring diligently at this monumental task, while Lambert's ears still smoldered from the peculiar effects of Madame Pomfrey's cold remedy. As the most prominent figure and a key contributor to the defeat of the troll, Draco critically employed a cleaning charm on his stool, perching himself in the only clean spot like a foreman, keeping an eye on their arduous efforts while perusing a book borrowed from the library. Clearly, this young lord had little understanding of camaraderie in adversity. For him, being sentenced to labor education was a source of considerable shame, prompting him to decline the company and assistance of Crabbe and Goyle. Near the Quidditch trophies, Harry spotted his father's name, excitement washing over him as he dropped his cloth and beckoned Lambert to come and marvel. The power of blood is truly remarkable. You too shall become an exceptional seeker. Harry, Lambert encouraged, eyeing the dust-laden surfaces that appeared as though they would remain eternally unclean, even tempting him to cast a spell to resolve the matter. After uplifting Harry's spirits, Lambert turned his gaze to the idling young master and, smiling, inquired, "Draco, do you suppose there is any magic within this cloth? What are you getting at?" Draco muttered without lifting his eyes from his book. "I'm merely curious if Professor Snape is aware of your immobile presence here all night," Lambert replied. Draco scoffed, elongating his tone in a manner that was most infuriating. "Rest assured, boys, as long as you refrain from betraying me to the professor, no one will know who truly undertook the cleaning here." Despite his words, he drew his wand and cast a detection spell on the clean cloth before him. Moments later, observing Draco's frozen expression, Lambert gleefully gestured towards the other grimy cabinets. "Let us get to work, Master Malfoy." Harry could not suppress a laugh, and Draco shot a fierce glare in their direction, retorting with irritation. Don't expect me to accompany you two on another death wish next time. Who cares about next time? I'm simply delighted to have dragged you into this mess, Lambert thought joyfully. At 10 o'clock in the evening, with curfew fast approaching, Lambert, having endured Filch's grumbling about their labor, recalled the map's layout and found himself at the door to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Behind two stone statues stood a door that required the correct password to enter. Before he could fret over the incantation, the door swung open, revealing Dumbledore in his night robe, a warm expression gracing his features as he addressed him. I was just pondering when you would come to seek me, my child. On the 13th day since arriving at Hogwarts, Lambert found himself under the gaze of Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses, which, though imbued with a kind smile, also bore an intensity that seemed to peer into the depths of one's soul. Perhaps by deciding to seek out Dumbledore, he had unwittingly laid bare his identity before the headmaster. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, Professor Dumbledore. But I have struggled to find an appropriate moment to discuss this matter, Lambert said with a smile, unwavering as he met Dumbledore's gaze. Firmly believing that the headmaster possessed no powers of mind reading. Could even the most extraordinary of abilities rival that of telepathy? Dumbledore gestured for Lambert to take a seat at a table, indicating his willingness to listen further. The walls around them were lined with portraits of former headmasters, many clad in night robes, some leaning on pillows or slumping over chairs and tables, unable to suppress their complaints. What manner of student comes seeking you at such an hour? Goodness, a Slytherin no less? Lambert felt a twinge of embarrassment for his house. He retrieved a newspaper, creased from multiple folds, which prominently reported on the theft at Gringotts. He endeavored to present himself with a semblance of sincerity as he stated, I suspect the stolen item is the Philosopher's Stone, sir. In truth, he did not wish to be so direct about his intentions. Yet he found no more subtle means of expression. Dumbledore did not anticipate that a first-year student would approach him to discuss the Philosopher's Stone. Or rather, should such a discussion arise, shouldn't it commence with the Peveril family? Even Dumbledore, seasoned in various conversational tactics, had never encountered a student so forthright and to the point. This left him in silence for a considerable time before he queried, Pardon my interruption, Mr. Lambert. Or should I address you as Mr. Peveril? How did you come to know of the Philosopher's Stone? A first-year student should not possess such knowledge. Lambert raised his gaze to the dome of the headmaster's office, then, still slightly tilting his head back, met Dumbledore's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he began. It is a long story, sir. Perhaps it begins with the Klitsch once upon a time. The significance of the Philosopher's Stone must be traced back to the Peveril family. However, divulging so much to Dumbledore felt inappropriate. As Lambert mentally sifted through what he could not disclose, the old pocket watch around his neck spoke up. Allow me to take the reins. Dumbledore blinked in surprise, initially believing he was witnessing a photograph imbued with the memories or traits of its former owner. However, he could scarcely fathom that this first-year Slytherin would produce a Horcrux. Yes, a Horcrux, an entity that dwelled solely in concept, one that anyone else standing there would likely remain oblivious to, perhaps only astonished by the intricate imagery on the watch's face. Lambert witnessed a remarkable scene unfold. As Dumbledore praised the old watch, he picked it up, and a hushed word from Ignotus caused Dumbledore's entire being to deflate like a punctured balloon, drawn into the watch itself. Lambert thought, why have I come to the headmaster's office to discuss the Philosopher's Stone and Professor Quirrell? Only for the outcome to be that I have inadvertently trapped the headmaster. No, it is my ancestor who has ensnared him. Lambert was utterly bewildered. The portraits surrounding them, featuring elderly figures with questionable sleep quality, yawned in a manner that emphasized their presence, subtly issuing an invitation for Lambert to depart. At the very moment Dumbledore vanished, a profound silence enveloped the room for several seconds. Subsequently, the individual at the center paused contemplatively, before turning to regard the nearby portrait. Was that Slytherin just now wielding a Horcrux? Indeed, Horcruxes possess the capacity to influence those who come into contact with them, at least as far as my understanding goes. However, Albus does not strike me as someone easily swayed. Naturally, Lambert silently scoffed, secretly wishing to capture the extraordinary dialogue between his ancestral figure and Dumbledore. A meeting of an epic character from a distant past, and the most illustrious white wizard of modernity. What a perfect headline for the wizarding world. Boy, you must be the heir of the Peverils, correct? One of the men in the portrait yawned, nonchalantly gesturing to transform his attire into a neat wizard's robe, seemingly keen to engage Lambert in conversation about this legendary family. Lambert had yet to confirm this, though he surmised that Dumbledore might be aware. Yet, he was taken aback by the astuteness of the portraits in the headmaster's office. He adjusted his green glasses, allowing a charming smile to grace his delicate features. Sir, how did you arrive at this conjecture? The portrait hesitated for a moment. Could it be that Dumbledore had divulged this information? Occasionally, the current headmaster of Hogwarts would engage in trivial exchanges with them, for they were loyal to Hogwarts, and apart from Dumbledore, no one else could extract desired information from their lips. According to the legends in the wizarding world, your family's tale is hardly a secret, my child. A nearby figure interjected, providing relief to the first speaker. Lambert smiled, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Unbelievable, a first-year student exhibiting such cleverness. The man in the wizard's robe murmured softly. The individual in the adjacent portrait, who had previously spoken, chuckled and turned to gaze at the neighboring frame, as if he could peer through the canvas to see who resided within. Never underestimate the education of a pure-blood family, Armando, especially one hailing from Slytherin. He was not at all surprised by the precociousness displayed by an 11-year-old. Lambert was reluctant to ponder the life experiences that had shaped this headmaster. Thus, he languidly awaited the moment when the pocket watch on the table would release the headmaster, listening as the former headmasters conversed about Horcruxes, dark magic, and the Peverils, ultimately meandering to the topic of the office's decor. It offered him insight into the rambling nature of the elderly, likely a result of poor sleep quality. He couldn't help but let his mind wander to the office's furnishings, casting a glance around before returning to his thoughts, questioning whether he was perhaps a tad too idle. Indeed, he had come with great courage to discuss the Philosopher's Stone with the headmaster, and if the opportunity arose, to discreetly set a small trap for Quirrell, making Dumbledore and his scheming faculty aware of the dangers posed by allowing a Death Eater to roam freely within the school. Yet, it had devolved into a meeting solely between two elderly figures from different eras, leaving him as an inconsequential observer. Lambert felt as though he were merely a background character, responsible for escorting his ancestor to this encounter, only to depart once the meeting concluded. He felt akin to a sycophant to his forebear. However, Lambert reveled in the thrill of being backed by his ancestor, indulging in the notion that if his forebear were to exhibit even greater prowess and extend their life by an additional 3 to 5 centuries, the task of vanquishing Voldemort might fall entirely to them, rendering Harry Potter irrelevant. This Dark Lord, perhaps his ancestor could single-handedly confront 100 of them. As half an hour elapsed, marking the onset of the elderly's second wave of slumber, the chatter among the portraits gradually diminished. Lambert noticed that the headmaster who had inquired about his identity had donned a night robe, and was beginning to doze off. Just then, Dumbledore's figure reappeared in the office. He regarded Lambert with a smile, taking note of the portrait states, and lowered his voice, saying, "I have gathered all the necessary information regarding your affairs. Do not fret about the forthcoming matters. Ignotus will instruct you on what to do. I notice that the curfew is approaching, and I hope you can return to the Slytherin dungeon in time. Sweet dreams, Lambert. Good night, and once again, I apologize for my untimely interruption, Professor Dumbledore," Lambert replied, echoing the headmaster's lowered tone as he was escorted to the office door. Accepting the pocket watch he handed over before stepping outside, Dumbledore smiled as he bid him farewell. Yet once the office door closed, he remained rooted in place, unable to reclaim his slumber. His thoughts began to coalesce around the speculation regarding the Dark Lord's continued existence as he contemplated the headmaster's door. Though he had prepared himself for a prolonged struggle against Voldemort, he had not anticipated that the breakthrough would manifest within Slytherin. Indeed, he once perceived Harry's entrance into Hogwarts as a minor disappointment, yet from the events of these past months, perhaps Slytherin could offer Harry some unexpected assistance. As Lambert dashed back to the dormitory just before the lights-out hour, he patted his racing heart, which was pounding from the hurried movement, and casually tossed a team invitation to the slumbering Draco. "Hey, do you want to know what lies at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor?" Although he hadn't yet had the chance to discuss with Ignotus what he had conversed about with Dumbledore, it did not hinder Lambert from embracing a sense of freedom starting today. Draco, listlessly preparing his bed, glanced at him with disinterest and replied flatly, "Do I need to remind you, Lambert, that our labor education is not yet complete? Could you refrain from causing trouble?" His tone, still imbued with languor, particularly at the end, elongated the words, dissipating them into the air. "You could just say that your youthful frame houses an elderly spirit, thus unable to keep up with our youthful pace." Lambert, unable to contain his excitement, resorted to this almost confrontational means of venting. The thought of amassing wealth through the Philosopher's Stone left him so exhilarated he found it hard to sleep, basking in the feeling of being a life winner perched atop the pinnacle of his first chapter, something Draco would never comprehend. Draco chuckled dryly, with a sarcastic smirk. "I am not aware of what misunderstanding you hold regarding the term youth, Lambert. If you are overflowing with energy, I might suggest that Professor Snape extend your labor education. How about watching dragons instead? Lambert countered, refusing to engage in a battle of wits with Draco, recognizing that in a sustained exchange of retorts, he acknowledged his inferiority in the realm of verbal sparring. Draco quickly turned to him. What did you say? I said. If we were to swap the adventure in the 4th floor corridor for witnessing the birth of dragons, would you be interested? Chapter 25. 14 Days at Hogwarts. Under the scrutiny of Draco's gaze, Lambert instinctively averted his eyes, feigning to pick something up from the ground, the soft black hair on his forehead shielding him from Draco's view. He glanced around, retrieving the deep green cushion belonging to the cat, pretending it was a pillow, while simultaneously organizing his thoughts, relieved that Draco had merely cast a cursory glance at him during their earlier exchange. Otherwise, wouldn't the secret of the Philosopher's Stone have been exposed in an instant? Now feeling a cold sweat break upon him, Lambert's mind cleared significantly. He feigned nonchalance, cradling the green cushion as he reclined back on the sofa, allowing himself to be scrutinized by Draco with ease. Draco narrowed his eyes, a hint of scrutiny glimmering in the depths of his slate-gray gaze. As his eyes fell upon the well-worn mat that had been dragged along the floor, evident disdain flickered across his features. Merely by observing Draco's expression, Lambert was aware that he was contemplating the earlier clumsy evasion of his gaze. Yet he feigned ignorance and steered the conversation back. So are you going to look or not? At that moment, their room door swung open once more, revealing the large cat balancing a white porcelain plate atop its head, striding purposefully to deliver a midnight snack to Lambert. It was unclear when the cat had perfected this remarkable balance for the sake of food, though it could very well be attributed to its inherent feline prowess. This time, it was an orange mango mousse. Lambert cheerfully took the plate from its head and began to indulge in his late-night treat. Draco glanced at the automatically closing door, then at the white ragdoll cat crouching by Lambert's feet. He momentarily abandoned the inquiry regarding how his cat had managed to articulate the dormitory password, and replied languidly, "Where would one even look?" Lambert calmly took a bite of the slightly chilled cake, the sweet, melting flavor instantly enveloping his palate, and he murmured in response, "Professor Quirrell's office. The cat mentioned it saw a particularly large egg, which I suspect is a dragon egg." The cat, with its deep black eyes, gazed intently at Lambert, seemingly accusing him of throwing blame, due to its inability to communicate directly with the wealthy. Clearly, it was not adept at concealing its thoughts, particularly since Draco often perceived his musings during his moments of distraction. He had come to understand that whenever his thoughts appeared unusually lucid and unclouded, it was invariably a sign that he was merely deceiving himself. Despite Draco employing the same tactic, "I also suspect it might be a golden egg from a mermaid," Draco replied in a calm tone, his pale face betraying a hint of disdain, clearly unconvinced by Lambert's whimsical assertion. Lambert stifled the impulse to roll his eyes and offered a prompt. "Do you not recall the dragon egg you followed Harry and the others to see at Hagrid's during your first year?" It was futile to attempt to fool this acerbic individual, especially when they were not yet in the Triwizard Tournament. Draco frowned, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Lambert, and after a prolonged moment, he suddenly relaxed his brow, revealing a disingenuous smile. "Since it's in Professor Quirrell's possession, let us leave it be. I have no interest." "Really?" Lambert replied, somewhat taken aback, unable to comprehend Draco's abrupt shift from earlier agitation to this newfound calmness. It seemed that while women were often described as capricious, the Slytherin prince appeared to be transforming into a princess himself. "Retract your slander, Lambert. I merely express curiosity. You suddenly bring this matter up to divert my attention. What are you attempting to conceal?" Draco unabashedly acknowledged his future identity within Slytherin, his gaze no longer glued to Lambert, but instead wandering about the room, adopting a more languid demeanor, his tone becoming somewhat nonchalant. But that was precisely the crux of the matter. Lambert reclined behind the sofa, his fingers raking through his hair, as he tilted his head to gaze at the dark ceiling. He felt that his secrets were on the verge of being exposed. If he believed that Draco's demeanor indicated indifference, he was gravely mistaken. This man, who had once wielded control over the Malfoy family for years, possessed an unparalleled aptitude for discerning the human psyche, adept at balancing tension and relaxation, and knowing precisely when to strike. If he truly allowed himself to relax, letting his thoughts drift aimlessly like dandelion fluff in the spring air, he would soon find himself stumbling in unexpected ways. As he straightened his posture, his emerald green eyes met Draco's, the corners of his lips slowly curving into a smile as he abruptly introduced a new topic. "Shall we cease this shameless exchange of ours?" He had far too many cards he wished to keep close to his chest. The large cat at his feet coiled its white tail around Lambert's ankle, its slightly long fur brushing against the top of his foot, eliciting a mild tickle. It was uncertain whether the cat sought to comfort Lambert, or merely to divert his attention. Draco scoffed lightly, a faint smile surfacing in his silver-gray eyes. Yet instead of warming his gaze, it rendered it even colder. He took a couple of leisurely steps toward Lambert, his presence gradually encroaching upon the air surrounding him. Not overwhelming him with pressure, yet subtly instilling a chill along his spine. Isn't it a tad late to discuss this matter now that you are aware of all my secrets? Not at all. You've taken so many liberties with me. So why shouldn't I retaliate? Lambert had long understood that negotiations with this individual required a complete absence of conscience, maintaining calm as he locked eyes with him. Draco feigned a smile, lifting his chin slightly. Do you really believe that someone like you, whose mind is perpetually cluttered with nonsense, can conceal anything? What about the Philosopher's Stone? Is there anything else? Blast it, he had seen that fleeting glance. Lambert momentarily petrified, lowering his gaze to meet the cat's sympathetic black eyes. The cat yawned widely, adopting a mocking expression as it meowed twice at Lambert. I thought your absurdity reached its peak when you were chased by a troll today. Yet here you are, unable to keep your own thoughts in check. What use are you to me, Lambert could manage the arrogant human. But handling a starstruck cat was a different challenge altogether. In an exasperated tone, he retorted in Chinese. What do you mean by use? Come on. Let us switch bodies so you can try to control your own brain facing him. Although honestly you have no need for a brain. All you think about is pork belly. The cat felt insulted, its pride wounded. And it could tolerate slights against its character, but would not stand for disparagement of pork belly. It puffed up slightly, standing tall and hissing at Lambert in a flustered tone. Observing the scene, Draco mused, Merlin's beard. Engaging in a quarrel with your cat in the middle of a conversation? You've truly outdone yourself, Lambert. How utterly distasteful. Why did he have to endure the company of such a fool? He felt as if Lambert's foolishness was seeping into him. 5 minutes later, having triumphantly bested the argument, Lambert turned to Draco. So where were we? Ah yes. The Philosopher's Stone. Apart from that, there's nothing else. Right, just grit your teeth and deny everything. Draco had initially contemplated casting a spell to read Lambert's thoughts randomly, but considering that both he and the cat were engaged in a heated debate, he felt the likelihood of uncovering anything substantial was slim, and thus he reluctantly dismissed the idea. Lambert, having followed the fluctuations in his thoughts throughout, shivered. I wish to sleep with Harry. He felt that with this individual's persistent probing into his mind, even a helmet would not suffice to shield him from the secrets lurking within. He absolutely had to change dormitories. Upon hearing Lambert's words, Draco momentarily appeared taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of complexity as he scanned Lambert up and down, curling his lips. You needn't report such emotional matters to me, boy. The one whose heart you should be attuned to is not present. Ha! Lambert stared at him, momentarily bewildered. Upon deciphering the mockery in Draco's gaze, he scowled and hurled the pillow in his hand at him. I meant changing dormitories. No, I'm straight. Draco deftly dodged the cushion, his tone tinged with displeasure as he admonished, do not hurl such filthy objects at me. Moreover, I am utterly indifferent to your sexual orientation. There is no need for you to shout it for the world to hear. Ah, how he longed to strike Draco down. What a predicament. Lambert, devoid of enthusiasm, shuffled his bare feet across the carpet, his expression impassive as he pondered how the conversation had veered so far off course. After a moment, he quirked the corner of his mouth and unceremoniously tossed out a weighty topic. Speaking of the Philosopher's Stone, I wish to mention that at the end of the 4th floor corridor, there lies a room guarded by Hagrid's 3-headed dog, concealing a trapdoor beneath which various professors have set numerous enchantments, with the Philosopher's Stone hidden deep within. Is it not true that Voldemort and Quirrell have come to Hogwarts to steal it? Furthermore, they intend to kill Harry, which you have long been aware of. So, which side do you truly align with? He had discovered that when posed with a challenging question, the best strategy was to toss back an equally vexing one. Thus, could he now discern Draco's stance? Since his rebirth, striving to restore, or rather, to maintain, the glory of the Malfoy lineage as its future patriarch. Having slain Death Eaters and knowing of the Dark Lord's infiltration plan into Hogwarts, he was compelled to inquire, Draco, where do you stand? If Draco had initially intended to straddle both sides or remain indecisive until the last moment, Lambert's question now necessitated a definitive answer. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind, too swift for Lambert to capture, until he heard Draco respond with keen interest. What? The heir of the Peverell family is so eager to become Dumbledore's lackey? His face radiated amusement, yet the words he uttered were as harsh as they could be. Had it not been for their deep-rooted friendship, Lambert would have retaliated with hexes in an instant. And do you still harbor the audacity to wish to assist Voldemort? I do not stand with Dumbledore, but with Harry. Lambert's expression was placid as he reciprocated the sentiment, further clarifying his position. Before he could speak again, Lambert added, moreover, you understand the nature of Harry's relationship with him. How long do you think I can keep that under wraps? If I fail to prevent his resurrection during the Triwizard Tournament, you and I will both be among the first to face retribution. Draco clapped his hands, astonished by the fluctuation of Lambert's intellect. In truth, if your strength were greater, why would you concern yourself with me or the Malfoy family's position? Besides, the Death Eaters have been evading capture for years, and their ranks have thinned considerably. Who instilled in you the confidence to believe that he would wield his blade against a pure-blood family that approaches him? No, he would be far too pleased. At the very least, he would wait until after the war to settle scores. Lambert nearly succumbed to Draco's reasoning, contemplating that perhaps he could, indeed, gather enough benefits before ultimately choosing a side. Thankfully he, possessing the intellect as Draco had suggested, gathered his thoughts and replied with a smile. If that is your option, how are you any different from your past self? Draco responded with a smile of his own, a glimmer of mirth in his silver-gray eyes as he regarded Lambert, the curve of his lips precisely on point. On this note, I must extend my gratitude to you. The distinction is that Harry Potter is currently in Slytherin, and I have 7 years to alter his perception of pureblood families. It was as if, with the right maneuvers, the Malfoy family could secure an invincible position, and indeed, he possessed the ability to do so. Lambert found himself momentarily speechless, as Draco's mocking gaze fell upon him, delivering a summarizing statement. Thus, this world still speaks the language of power. Cast aside your naive notions, Lambert. Unless you are stronger than I, stronger than Malfoy, you possess no grounds to compel me to make a decision today, a likelihood that is exceedingly slim. When Draco raised his head once more, he suddenly felt as if Lambert's gaze mirrored that of Harry's when seeking his help in the corridor. Where did this blind trust come from? It wasn't from the Malfoys. He simply wanted to know Lambert's stance. I thought we were friends, he mused, his indifference met with Lambert's voice faltering, feeling a dryness in his throat. After licking his lips, he endeavored to complete his sentence. Fine, I understand what you are trying to say. I merely feel that, as you indicated, I cannot conceal matters. So I prefer not to hide back and forth. Since there exists a substantial divergence in our perceptions of one another, maintaining distance might be the best course. Wouldn't you agree? Draco was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by Lambert's simultaneously naive, yet astutely realistic declaration. After a pause, he shrugged and added, the incident with the troll today is merely a return for the last time in Nocturne Alley, so you can dismiss any thoughts of those 8,000 galleons. Yes. After mentioning a life-saving favor, he did not forget to bring up money. Lambert began to understand why Draco's family was wealthy while he remained destitute. That pragmatic approach to finances was an arena where he fell far behind. Had he taken a moment to glance at Draco's face, he would have noticed a fleeting expression of awkwardness. He was simply accustomed to delivering verbal jabs at Lambert. Very well. I shall discuss with Zabini the matter of switching dormitories. I will return to my original one when Professor Snape inspects. Lambert nodded with a calm expression. Perhaps all along, he had been somewhat one-sided, believing they should at least be friends. Furthermore, he offered Draco a genuine smile and sincerely stated, Draco Malfoy, you truly are a scoundrel. However, Draco did not respond. He merely cast a dispassionate glance at Lambert before turning away to climb into his bed, closing his eyes in tranquility. Yet a question lingered in his mind. What was Lambert's dramatic stance on severing their friendship? He could not comprehend where such inexplicable youthful sentimentality came from in a man who should be 20. The future head of the Malfoy family pondered this perplexity for 15 minutes, yet no one noticed. Chapter 26. The 15th day at Hogwarts. The next day in the Great Hall, the first-year Slytherins were well aware of the fact that Lambert and Draco's relationship had plummeted to an all-time low. Their beloved savior was caught awkwardly between the two, an evident sight for all at the Slytherin long table. Pansy, with her short black hair, counted on her fingers alongside Daphne to tally the number of times the two had declared a falling out. Zabini, overhearing Lambert's suggestion to change dormitories, cast a glance at Draco's expression. The pale-haired aristocrat was leisurely spreading butter on a square slice of bread, his demeanor unruffled as if the person proposing to switch dorms were not his own roommate. Ironically, the one who had made the request possessed little expression. Yet any discerning observer could sense the disquiet, for during the course of breakfast, no matter the topic broached, as soon as one spoke, the other would fall silent. Blaise contemplated that, in any case, it was not he who would be preoccupied with the logistics of moving. Lambert had already taken charge of all the arrangements for their dormitory switch. Noticing Draco's nonchalant attitude, Blaise acquiesced. At the moment he agreed, Draco's butter-spreading motion hesitated briefly before resuming its fluid course. Harry exerted considerable effort, attempting to repeat the questions back and forth, only to feel exhausted after hearing the responses. He quickly downed a glass of pumpkin juice and picked up his textbooks, intending to head to class ahead of the others. As a consequence, Lambert swiftly devoured the remaining sandwiches, seized the book resting on his lap, and followed in his footsteps out the door. Now, I must inquire of our dear Master Malfoy, what words did you utter to provoke such ire? Despite Pansy's repeated complaints about Draco's transformation since entering Hogwarts, rendering his temperament somewhat unpredictable, Blaise believed that certain aspects remained unchanged, particularly his prodigious talent for uttering barbed remarks. Had Draco's venomous tongue been directed at him, their friendship might have capsized long ago. At times he marveled at Lambert's patience, considering it surpassed that of any first-year Slytherin. Unfortunately, his empathy scarcely extended beyond the size of a fingernail, and when it came to allegiances he inevitably sided with Draco. Draco glanced at his companion, who feigned reproach with a jesting tone, a smirk curling his lips as he languidly replied, I have always been thus. Rather than question me, why not inquire of him how he suddenly acquired such a tender and delicate heart, reminiscent of a maiden? Blaise nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed you misspoke. Draco regarded him with a hint of confusion, his thin lips curving into a sardonic smile as he raised his chin and asked, I beg your pardon. What did you say? Did I err in my words? What misunderstanding do you harbor regarding me, Blaise? Blaise clicked his tongue, marveling at Draco's audacity. Meanwhile Harry, walking to class, cast a resigned glance at Lambert. All right, what is it this time? Lambert cleared his throat and responded earnestly, in China, there is a saying, those who do not share the same path cannot collaborate. I find no common ground with him in terms of worldview, life philosophy, or values. Hence the current state of affairs you observe. Harry, who had never attended a political thought class, looked bewildered beneath his glasses. He adjusted his round spectacles, which had slid down his nose, and struggled to articulate, could you be more explicit? To be explicit, I do not wish to share a dormitory with him. Lambert replied cheerfully, particularly relishing the thought of spending most of his time with the Malfoy heir in separate pursuits. Harry asked, does that make any difference? Wasn't he inquiring about the reason? Abandoning his attempts to extract more information from Lambert, he shifted topics. Hagrid invited me to his hut this Wednesday. Would you care to join me? Lambert considered his schedule and nodded. Although the giant, Hagrid, occasionally displayed a lack of attention, he was generally quite amiable. For now, his primary concern was to secure the Philosopher's Stone and deal with Professor Quirrell. On that note, he regarded Harry with a peculiar expression, lamenting that he was not yet of age to offer any blood donations. Harry, feeling an inexplicable chill from Lambert's gaze, queried, what is it? Nothing. Lambert waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, they had reached the classroom door and ceased their conversation to prepare for class. As Lambert returned to the Slytherin dungeons that afternoon, he instinctively turned toward a certain area, pausing momentarily before the door, then redirected his steps deeper into the corridor, nearly forgetting his change of dormitory. Thanks to the efficient use of the enlargement and reduction charms, packing his belongings had become a remarkably convenient and straightforward task. His possessions were few, yet he had underestimated the extent to which pure-blooded Slytherins valued appearances. In simpler terms, he spent the entire afternoon helping Blaise relocate, while he himself took only 10 minutes to pack his things, which he had then reduced to a bundle slung over the back of his cat. Confident that no one could comprehend his language, he began conversing with the cat in Chinese. Tonight, we shall venture forth, and I shall show you the king of dogs. Are you afraid? The cat, striding beside him with a measured gait, lifted its chin, having adopted the haughty demeanor of its wealthy companion, Draco. A mere dog? How could this esteemed cat possibly fear? Perhaps it is you who is afraid? Lambert glanced down at it, responding calmly, well, as long as you are unafraid. Allow me to pose a question. Do you possess anything that can play music? Preferably classical. Indeed, I have special items, the cat proclaimed, raising its head with a proud demeanor that made Lambert suspect it navigated through life with its chin held high. Speaking of special items, Lambert resolved to explore the cat's wardrobe upon his return to see if any props might be useful. At midnight, Harry, excited to share a dormitory with Lambert, incessantly recounted details from their Quidditch practice that day, including snippets from his encounters with Ron, filled with snarky exchanges. Lambert initially thought he would have no time to sneak out that night. Fortunately, Harry adhered strictly to the rhythms of his biological clock, his voice gradually dwindling until it faded into a steady, tranquil breathing. Lambert donned a sweater. The temperature at Hogwarts in November hovered near freezing. Even with a warm fire crackling in the room, a few minutes in the corridor at night would leave his hands and feet icy. His invisibility cloak retained some warmth. And with his wand in hand and the cat perched on his shoulder, he stealthily navigated the Hogwarts campus once more, guided only by the dim glow from the tip of his wand. At the end of the fourth-floor corridor, a door opened and quietly closed again. Inside, a large dog, previously slumbering soundly, stirred at the scent of something, its drooping eyelids lifting as its 3 heads scanned the room in confusion. Not seeing anything, it sniffed the air, raised its front legs, and moved forward. The moment Lambert caught sight of the enormous dog, he felt the cat on his shoulder stiffen into a statue of feline trepidation. Ah, indeed, you are not at all timid, he thought. However, observing the central head inching closer, he nudged the cat with his shoulder, urging it to produce the prop. Suddenly, the dog spotted a snow-white kitten that had appeared on the floor. Its large, amber eyes widened in curiosity as it approached the white cat, drool dripping onto the ground, sending a shiver of terror through the once boastful cat, which let out a piercing scream before spinning around and levitating something into the air. The dog, now bewildered, witnessed how a small cat could defy gravity, its 3 heads and 6 eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion as it took a tentative step back. Lambert mused, how can such bravery befit such a formidable size? He had no doubt that if these 3-headed dogs could speak, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "What on earth is this?" He whispered urgently to the cat perched atop his head, "Props, quickly, before it realizes. Your mouth is not even large enough to fit one of its teeth." Perhaps frightened by the grim fate of becoming a toothpick, the cat silently prepared an impressive spell. In the corner of the room, there appeared an overturned large crystal bowl, which Lambert did not think resembled a music box. The exquisite crystal surface of the music box was adorned with enchanting patterns, and a handle was spinning on the side, causing a melodious tune to resonate throughout the chamber. Already dazed and startled by a feline creature, the large dog felt its head grow increasingly heavy, even forgetting to pursue the peculiar scent wafting through the air. As the music played, a figure wearing red ballet shoes emerged on the surface of the crystal music box, rising onto one toe, with a long red ribbon gracefully spiraling around the straight leg, while the other leg bent elegantly. The camera panned upward. The figure in the beautiful, delicate red dance dress possessed a refined and gentle face, with soft, pale yellow hair brushing against the ears, topped with a large red bow headband. However, the pair of blue eyes that should have exuded warmth were now ablaze with fury, particularly upon realizing that the body was involuntarily spinning round and round. Who could explain to her what this bizarre spinning and leaping pose was? And what of this effeminate dress that left her thighs feeling chilled? Where were her brothers? The startled feline, having regained some composure, stood atop the invisible cloak that had fallen to the floor, seemingly realizing that the dog was no longer a threat. It turned its gaze to the figure dancing atop the music box, whose eyes seemed to harbor a desire to turn it into a cat. The feline pondered. What should it do if it accidentally transformed a singular prop into a complete outfit? Lambert's face darkened with anger. He was suppressing the primal power within him. The feline, glancing back at him, sensed a tinge of guilt. Lambert remained visibly irate, even gritting his teeth. Were it not for the fear that speaking might awaken the dog once more, his roar would have surely toppled the very towers of Hogwarts. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Eventually, the feline recalled it must liberate its master from this predicament. Lambert, resembling a wound-up toy, finally regained his freedom. Barefoot, he stepped down from the music box, lifted his hand to remove the headband from his forehead, and then turned to retrieve the marauder's map, heading towards the door to don the cloak, silently gesturing for the feline to assist in changing back into his original attire. However, as he pointed, his finger poked something soft, eliciting a twinge of pain in his chest. Lambert looked down, petrified. Who could tell him why his body had not only grown taller, but had also inexplicably changed gender? No wonder this dress felt so constricting. How could he feel so chilly yet not be aware of any discomfort? Where were his brothers? The feline, following Lambert's gaze, realized the gravity of the situation. It observed Lambert, frozen in shock, and its little heart sank. Oh no, in a moment of desperation. It had summoned the system's default female model, instead of using Lambert's 20-year-old archived body. Lambert, overwhelmed, vacantly shifted his gaze towards the feline at his feet. His pale blue eyes filled with indifference, while the feline envisioned 1,000 ways it could meet its demise. Its black eyes exuded innocence as it hesitantly opened its mouth, letting out a soft, nervous laugh. Surprised, are we? Chapter 27. The 16th Day at Hogwarts. Lambert, his face a stormy shade of fury, kicked away the 3-headed dog that blocked the trapdoor, seized the feline by the scruff of its neck, and tossed it through the opening. The anticipated yowl did not reach his ears, and the weight in his hand remained unchanged. Lambert, expressionless, locked eyes with the white cat clinging to his sleeve, silently mouthing 2 words, "Let go." The feline yawned, or perhaps it was a derisive chuckle, softly meowing as if to appease him. Annoyed, Lambert found amusement in its antics, revealing a grin that displayed all 8 of his teeth, nodding at the sight of the feline clinging to his hand with unyielding determination. He then leaped into the darkness beneath the trapdoor. The feline thought, "What should I do if my master, in a fit of rage, jumps off with me? Help is needed urgently." They landed in a damp, cold, and somewhat sticky substance. Had he not known what it was, Lambert's expression would have darkened even further. Nevertheless, even with preparation, he couldn't suppress a shiver. In that moment of rigidity, tendrils from all directions reached out, eagerly wrapping around him. His hands and feet were the first to lose their freedom, as the cold, clammy vines slithered over his exposed skin like serpents. The feline had already released its grip, darting in all directions to escape, and although Lambert could not see its frantic movements, the frantic cries revealed the tumultuous path it took to flee. What madness was this? "Rance, save me." "No, wait, Lambert's father. I was mistaken. Please save me. I'm going to die. I truly will perish." "How could you allow someone who loves you dearly to endure such torment? Are you not my ancestor? I swear that once I escape, I shall repay you." From all directions came various yowls, echoing similar sentiments. Eventually, one particularly irritable vine seemed to silence the feline, effectively muzzling it. Distracted by the feline's cries, Lambert unconsciously relaxed his body, only to feel the ground vanish beneath him, sending him into freefall. As he rose, gazing at the ceiling above, he took a deep breath and retrieved his wand from a hidden pocket within his cloak, uttering an incantation that ignited a dazzling firework within the dark expanse, its brilliance akin to a flashbang. Something soft and limp fell atop his head. He reached up to feel warm fur, pulling the lethargic creature into view. The feline, half awake, appeared as though it had been utterly defeated. Seemingly oblivious to its rescue, it stared blankly at the softening expression on Lambert's face, pondering, who was this lovely lady? In its reverie, it extended a paw to pat its own round belly, noting how soft it felt. "If you keep pretending to be dazed while touching me, I will end you, do you believe it?" came the gritted voice from above. The feline looked up to meet a pair of blazing eyes, jolting it back to reality. Tentatively retracting its paw, it tilted its head and blinked its large black eyes, softly meowing at Lambert, as if to say, "Would you truly harm something as adorable as I?" If faced with a genuine young lady at that moment, perhaps its heart would have melted. Alas, its master was a youthful-looking lad who, in a moment of accidental transformation, had also adopted a more masculine demeanor. "Should I teach you how to revert me back?" Lambert asked, dragging the feline along while pointing his wand at its head, a bemused smile gracing his lips. However, as he held the wand, his grip on the marauder's map faltered, causing the neatly folded parchment to slip from his fingers, compelling Lambert to crouch down to retrieve it. Casually glancing at his position on the map relative to the professors of Hogwarts, Lambert was taken aback to see that his name had mysteriously transformed from Lambert to Lancey. He was momentarily stunned. Before he could fully comprehend this change, he felt his gaze gradually descending, and his arms shrinking in size. Lowering his head, he observed his Slytherin robes and the flat expanse of his chest, then looked back at the map. The ink that indicated Lancey's position on the 4th floor began to revert back to Lambert. What did this signify? Did he possess dual identities? Or was it possible that upon changing attire, these magical items automatically adapted to reflect his new identity? The large cat, observing Lambert's silent contemplation while clutching the map, playfully pawed at his left hand, attempting to perform a hanging exercise, only to eventually succumb to exhaustion and fall back to the ground. How disheartening it was to be treated like a mere rag, once he was of no further use. Cold-blooded and heartless. With no time to unravel this conundrum, he turned to face forward, speaking aloud as he walked. "IG, what should we do next?" The large cat, resembling a wronged little wife, followed closely at his feet, each step echoing in his ears like the sound of a heart fracturing further, ultimately shattering into countless pieces. "Albus has bestowed upon me a default identity," he continued, "and you may take an alternative route to directly reach the location of the Mirror of Erist, my child. Do you see the statue in the center of the right wall?" The familiar voice of an elderly man resonated from the pocket watch at his chest. It must be said that his ancestor was a master of feigned death in most instances. Often had Lambert not thought to inquire. The old man could have gone an entire day without uttering a word. Well then, Lambert stood before the statue, having come to fully understand the myriad of mechanisms hidden within Hogwarts during his months of residence. Secrets seemed to lurk in every corner. IG uttered an incantation, and the statue silently rotated, revealing another passage. Lambert had previously pondered how the professors navigated these mechanisms during their regular inspections. If there was an alternate route, it would make sense. After traversing a long corridor paved with stone bricks for about a minute, he arrived in the chamber that housed the enchanted mirror. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room brightly, and once again standing before the mirror, he beheld the same image he had seen previously. The large cat noticed Lambert's expression souring once more. I still cannot access it, Lambert sighed, glancing at his pocket watch, addressing his esteemed ancestor. A hearty laugh emanated from the watch, and it appeared that IG had a plan. He instructed Lambert to open the watch's cover. Ancestor, are you also wishing to gaze into the mirror? Yet upon hearing IG's confident tone, he decided to proceed, opening the watch's cover. Before long, IG proclaimed, "Mission accomplished. My child, you may return now. During Christmas, you shall need to visit the ancestral home, for you may wish to witness the effects of this object sooner rather than later." Is that all? Lambert pressed his lips together, responding after a moment of contemplation. Very well. The acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone had transpired with such swiftness, akin to a whirlwind, leaving him utterly unprepared. As he traversed the corridor once more, Lambert inquired, "Perhaps you could enlighten me regarding the conditions set forth by Professor Dumbledore for borrowing this Philosopher's Stone?" Though lacking funds, Lambert was certain that Dumbledore would not demand monetary compensation for its usage. "Oh, that's a lengthy tale, my child. If you don't mind, I can elaborate on it in detail once we return to the ancestral home. Rest assured, it is not a matter of great difficulty." IG's response only deepened Lambert's unease, but upon reflection, he realized that returning to the ancestral home at Christmas could signify a breakthrough in his path to prosperity. The most troublesome issue of this semester appeared to be resolved, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Very well," Lambert replied. Until Christmas arrived, Lambert managed to enjoy a period of relative tranquility, even securing study time with the enchanting Hermione in the library. Suddenly, things seemed to be going well in the realm of romance, and with his path to wealth appearing to fall into place, Lambert felt so at ease that even when confronted by the first-year Gryffindors, particularly the Weasley twins, he remained in good spirits. "Have you taken leave of your senses?" During potions class, Ron, having been reminded by Lambert that he had miscalculated the weight of the ingredients, looked at Lambert with incredulity, suspecting that the Slytherin was intentionally misleading him. After checking the scales, he gazed at his classmate with a look of disbelief. "Thank you for your concern. I'm doing splendidly today." Had it not been for the somber atmosphere of the potions class, Lambert might have even hummed a cheerful tune. Ron's face flushed as he glared at him, whispering furiously, "I wasn't concerned about you. Are you out of your mind?" At that moment, Harry, struggling with a daisy root using a small knife, glanced up wearily to remind Lambert, "I say, our cauldron is and tea on that table over there. If I'm not mistaken, we should be stirring it now? Don't worry, we have 5 seconds left." Lambert smiled broadly, affectionately ruffling Harry's hair. Harry dodged but was unable to escape, nearly causing the daisy root to fly out of his hands. Professor Snape, witnessing this scene, issued a warning, prompting Lambert to refocus on his potion making. Blaise was diligently engaged in menial tasks, while he and Draco were nearing the conclusion of their potion, leaving them free to observe the happenings across the room. He nudged Draco with his elbow, who deftly avoided the gesture. "Don't you think your former roommate has lost his mind? It's one thing to date a mudblood from Ravenclaw, but now he's mingling with that bunch from Gryffindor?" Without lifting his gaze from the cauldron, Draco lazily replied, "If you have spare time, Blaise, perhaps you should redirect your attention from those trifling matters to our cauldron. If it fails due to your negligence, I assure you that next class, you'll be partnered with the madman you speak of, and have the opportunity to observe his life up close." As he spoke, he opened his Advanced Potions textbook, flipping to the section he had marked the day before. Blaise, feeling confused and innocent, thought to himself, "Why do I feel as though my gossipy nature is being stifled? It's rather distressing." Chapter 28. The 17th Day at Hogwarts. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, during the unified study period for all 4 houses, Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, presided over the session. His modest stature and generally unassuming demeanor left the hall filled with a cacophony of noise. The Weasley twins from Gryffindor had evidently devised some mischief to torment the younger students, causing their table to erupt in raucous laughter, overshadowing the other 3 houses. At the far right of the Slytherin table, Pansy and Daphne were deliberating which new cloak would offer the best warmth and aesthetic appeal in light of the increasingly cold weather. Crabbe and Goyle were scratching their heads over Draco's assignment, contemplating how to plagiarize without drawing suspicion, while Blaise was engaging with a second-year Slytherin girl. The members of the Quidditch team, including Harry, were exempt from study sessions due to their training schedules, enjoying the privilege granted by the house. At this moment, Lambert had just requested Professor Flitwick to discuss their charms homework with the students of Ravenclaw, and he boldly gathered his belongings to move from the Slytherin table to the opposite end of the Gryffindor table, where the Ravenclaw students sat. Upon seeing him approach, the first-year boys of Ravenclaw exchanged disconcerted glances, each casting a heartbroken glare at their head of house. "This Slytherin is charming our class beauty. Wake up, head. We're still single. Look at me." However, Professor Flitwick was solely focused on academics, appreciating any child who endeavored for the sake of learning. He was even delighted to occasionally wander over to their side, hoping that he and Hermione might pose some intriguing questions. As a diligent scholar in Ravenclaw, Hermione naturally held a profound interest in Professor Flitwick's extensive knowledge. Clutching her textbook, she sought clarification on the portions she had yet to review. The girl's thick, brown curls appeared somewhat voluminous, and her profile was strikingly beautiful, particularly her pair of bright, expressive brown eyes that seemed to hold an irresistible allure when fixed upon you. All evening, Lambert found himself enraptured by the charm of the scholarly young lady, completely oblivious to the furious glares cast by the surrounding Ravenclaw boys. Some of the ambitious students appeared determined to demonstrate their superiority over this Slytherin by deliberately posing questions to Lambert. After listening, Lambert gestured for him to wait, then turned to Hermione, who had just finished reviewing a section, and recounted the question to her. After receiving an answer, he glanced back at the boy, whose expression was a complex mix of confusion and frustration, and silently signaled him. "Did you hear that?" The Ravenclaw boy retorted, "Of course I know the answer. I was just trying to puzzle you." Thus, he inadvertently provided his rival with yet another opportunity. Slytherin vs. Ravenclaw, Round 1, Slytherin prevails. Observing the lowly performance of the Ravenclaw boy, Lambert rested his chin on his hand and remarked, "How adorable." He then watched as the boy's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reddening with anger as he returned to his place. The other Ravenclaw students, who had witnessed the entire exchange, were left in awe of Slytherin's flirtatious tactics. Someone beside Hermione tugged at her sleeve and whispered something. The academically gifted young lady, accustomed to the Muggle world, looked at Lambert in confusion. Noticing her gaze, Lambert softly inquired, "What is wrong?" Hermione pondered for a moment before shaking her head. He dismissed it nonchalantly, suddenly recalling something, and thought that since she enjoyed spending time in the library, this topic might be more approachable. "Have you heard of bloodline magic?" Hermione looked at him, surprised, her long, curled lashes fluttering, and her brown eyes shimmering. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Where did you hear about this?" However, upon meeting his gentle green eyes, she tilted her head, as if struck by a realization, and suddenly slapped her forehead. "Oh, how silly of me. You mean the part that Potter mentioned?" Which was interrupted by Lambert's finger raised to his lips. She paused, and in the warmth of Lambert's smile, she promised, "All right then. Given how exceptionally friendly this Slytherin is, I might as well broaden my knowledge on the subject." After their evening study session, Harry awaited Lambert outside the Great Hall, clutching a broom borrowed from the flying instructor. Students from all houses greeted him with friendly nods, and he reciprocated with smiles. When Lambert finally emerged, Harry was still caught off guard, engaging in the customary nod and smile, only to be teased by Lambert, who draped an arm over his shoulder. "It seems being so popular can indeed be quite burdensome. Let me see if your smile has frozen." Harry allowed Lambert to pinch his cheek, but he earnestly responded, "Next time I come back, if study time has passed, I'll just wait for you in the dormitory." "Sounds good. Are you hungry? I can send the cat to the kitchen to fetch you something," Lambert replied cheerfully. Harry pondered for a moment, and sincerely replied, "A bit." Lambert gently pried the cat away from Hermione, waved goodbye to her, and set it down near the stairs leading to the Slytherin dungeon. Around them, students were animatedly discussing the upcoming Christmas holiday, eagerly anticipating the break. As they walked back, Harry suddenly asked, "How do you plan to spend Christmas?" He recalled hearing that Lambert spent previous holidays alone at home, and thought that perhaps they could share the time at school together if Lambert wasn't returning home. However, Lambert looked at him with sincere eyes of the same hue and replied apologetically, "I have important matters to attend to at home, Harry. I'm truly sorry to leave you here alone for Christmas." Truthfully, Harry felt a slight pang of disappointment. His green eyes dimmed a shade. Yet, he didn't want to reveal his emotions to his friend, forcing a smile as he replied, "It's all right. There should be others staying at school. Besides, Being here is at least better than being at my aunt and uncle's. Lambert felt a twinge of awkwardness, wishing to reprimand the two joyful friends who had been discussing Christmas so animatedly. As Christmas approached, owls bearing letters flew busily about during breakfast, and the excitement of the approaching holiday was palpable among the students of Hogwarts, evident in Professor Snape's raised voice during class, and the increasing number of hourglasses along the corridor. Regardless of whether they were eagerly anticipating it or not, time continued its relentless march, bringing Christmas ever closer. Lambert stood before the old castle, which appeared far grander than it had a year prior, and exclaimed with a smile, "Oh, Merry Christmas! I'm back." The castle responded with its usual cheerful volume, "Merry Christmas! Welcome back, Lambert." A flock of birds took flight from the forest, soaring into the sky, and witnessing this scene, Lambert felt a warm surge within his heart. It had been an entire year since he had arrived in this world last Christmas, truly incredible. Seated at the entrance of the castle's power room, Lambert began to unwrap his Christmas gifts, sharing his reflections with IGG in the room. As the year draws to a close, let us summarize our gains and contemplate the future. "Oh, that's a splendid idea, my child," IGG's voice chimed in from within. "A year ago, I was quite impoverished. Now, I have inherited a home and my family estate, yet I remain quite poor. I hope to be wealthy by next year, Merlin S. Beard. Can you guess who sent me a gift?" Lambert recited a generic template to his ancestor before being taken aback by the book in his hands. Glancing at the letter inside and the black box adorned with a green ribbon on the floor, his expression turned puzzled. Draco actually sent me a Christmas gift? He must have sent it to the wrong person. In disbelief, he picked up the Christmas card, contemplating whether he could repackage the gift and send it back. After rubbing his eyes 3 times and checking the name at the top, Lambert quickly scanned the elegantly scripted message, "Merry Christmas." The signature read DM. Not even a personalized template. It must have been a mass mailing. And what does gifting me a book mean? Is he suggesting I should read more? Most importantly, didn't even think to send me a gift. The situation felt rather awkward indeed. IG was fiddling with the orange magical stone for quite some time without any success, completely ignoring Lambert's words. Just as curiosity prompted him to investigate further, the ground of the castle suddenly trembled. He was thrown flat against the floor, alongside a pile of gift boxes. The tremor persisted for a considerable duration, and had it not been for Al reassuring him that there was no earthquake, he would have surely bolted outside. "IG? Are you alright? Hey, can you hear me?" The sound of the tremor was thunderous, causing the crystal chandelier on the ceiling to sway. He crouched in a safer corner and shouted towards it. Al answered in IG's stead. "Rest assured, nothing is amiss. It's merely the restoration of the power system." "Oh, that sounds rather sophisticated." During the tremors, Lambert briefly pondered whether to reciprocate Draco's gift, while also scooping the panicking, shouting cat into his arms, awaiting the effects of the magical stone. A few minutes later, IG emerged, his pale eyes gleaming with excitement. "It worked, child. The magical stone is indeed the correct converter. Congratulations, IG. Now we have one more matter to attend to." Lambert rose from the ground, dusting off his clothes in celebration. "Yes, there's also the matter of inheriting those shops." IG had long been aware of Lambert's avarice for wealth, his laughter nearly obscuring his eyes. Lambert blinked in response. "Then there's still one more thing, IG." With an air of calm amidst the old man's confusion, Lambert replied, "To announce the inheritance of the Peveril family, of course." IG was momentarily taken aback, intending to say that Lambert had already inherited, but his words faltered on his tongue. He suddenly grasped that the crux of the matter was the announcement. He gazed at Lambert, his fingertips trembling, and after several attempts, managed to find his somewhat hoarse voice, which in its heightened pitch from excessive excitement asked, "If I heard correctly, child, are you saying you wish to publicly announce your inheritance of the Peveril family?" His pale eyes sparkled with light, and the beard around his chin quivered with his animated speech, revealing his intense emotion. The dark-haired boy, clad in ordinary long sleeves and pants beneath a thick deep blue coat, bore a gentle and unassuming smile on his delicate face, his green eyes reminiscent of a sun-warmed lake in summer. His voice, though still youthful and clear, carried an inexplicable weight. "Yes, IG. Merry Christmas. My inaugural head of the family." Chapter 29. 18th Day at Hogwarts. December 24th, Christmas Eve. The entire wizarding world was swept up in a headline news story announcing the emergence of an heir to the legendary Peveril family, a lineage once thought to be mere myth. According to insider information from the Ministry of Magic, a qualified registered point had suddenly appeared within the Flu network, verified to belong to the area of Brook Gorge, the reputed location of the Peveril ancestral home. Simultaneously, All legally binding documents that Lambert had previously signed now displayed the Peveril surname, following his name. Lambert could never have anticipated that he would one day find himself featured in the headlines in such a manner after announcing his inheritance and signing the family tree. Had he been in the air above the old manor at that moment, he would have realized just how much commotion his inheritance ceremony had stirred. Had it not been for Al promptly utilizing the energy from the magical stone to reset various shielding spells, the magical fluctuations would have certainly enabled the Ministry of Magic to pinpoint the exact location of the Peverils almost instantly. The sensational aftermath resulted in an avalanche of interview invitations from various wizarding media outlets, fluttering into Lambert's home like snowflakes. Notable publications such as the Wizarding Weekly and the Daily Prophet were among them, while even trivial papers like the Contrarian sought to join the fray. Lambert, initially disinterested in such intrusive interviews, had all the responses piled in his hands. However, the recent surge of owls around the old manor truly raised his concerns. Al was evidently quite busy, with an abundance of energy, and now in a formal contractual relationship with Lambert. Al had also sown new seeds in the former herb garden, taking on the additional role of gardener, alongside his primary duty of extracting energy to maintain the workshop. He was exceedingly busy. This cannot continue. I am acutely aware of the vital role that house elves play in a large household. Lambert, utilizing the existing magical materials in the workshop, was crafting the Phoenix Butterfly enchantment set, intending to launch a series of Christmas celebration outfits for his new shop. Observing the current state of his home, he recognized that the scarcity of labor was indeed pressing. The Wizarding Robe Shop in Diagon Alley had been renamed Miracle after Lambert officially took over. He personally revamped the store's layout and product offerings, completely removing all black wizard robes, and adopting a stance of exclusively selling high-end custom designs. A large cat sat beside him, assisting in selecting suitable outfits for release in the magical realm. When he noticed above him that the first outfit created by the system had been successfully completed, a few gray hollow butterflies flitted around the skirt before gradually vanishing, while the irregular hem of the pale yellow skirt was adorned with lace entwined in butterfly wing patterns. The bodice featured crisscross dark straps, and the shoulders were wrapped in a similar dark translucent fabric, exuding a subtle allure. The hem trailed behind in two fabric extensions resembling butterfly wings, nearly brushing the ground. The most distinctive aspect of this garment lay in its magical material, crafted from the wings of the Gobia birdwing butterfly, utilizing the yellow and black segments. The colors had been significantly lightened, indicating that this outfit possessed delightful magical properties. The tail-like extensions at the hem could genuinely transform and rise, unfurling into a hollow butterfly tail pattern, granting a 15-minute flight effect. Setting aside the practical implications for escape during emergencies, magical accessories always captivated witches, let alone exquisite garments imbued with magical attributes. Simultaneously, a children's version of the Christmas adventure outfit was being launched, though lacking special effects. It was festive and finely crafted, with simple materials allowing for mass production across various sizes. The goal was to capture the entirety of the wizarding world's women and children. The only dilemma remained: how to initiate a promotional campaign. Lambert's gaze fell upon the towering stack of letters on the table. Utilizing the opportunity presented by the interviews to promote his new shop seemed rather convenient, did it not? The question was, what persona should he adopt? The dark-haired boy contemplated the correct demeanor for the interviews while searching for a model, staring at the beautiful dress hovering before him. The large cat at his feet fidgeted restlessly, several times attempting to paw at his trouser leg, only to restrain its impulse. Finally, observing Lambert deep in thought, unable to reach a conclusion after a prolonged gaze at the dress, the large cat cleared its throat, retreating several paces to ensure its safety before exclaiming, "Are you silly? You could be the model yourself. Just think about the default model I accidentally turned you into before." The mere mention of it made Lambert wish to strike it. Yet the distance the large cat had retreated made it out of reach, and it had the self-awareness to dart outside, ready to escape at any moment. However, Lambert, in his despair, found himself calculating how much money and time he could save by modeling himself. Alongside the surge of anger rising within him, Lambert felt an unsettling proximity to the flamboyance of the gay community, coupled with an apprehension of potentially becoming a mere caricature of masculinity. His spirits were decidedly low. Yet, what recourse did he have? He was steeped in financial despair. Until his first substantial earnings materialized, he could only grit his teeth and endure. This swift adaptability to women's attire instilled a sense of dread within him, as he grew increasingly concerned about the erosion of his personal boundaries. While Igor was penning a response to the Daily Prophet to agree to an interview, Lambert was at home practicing the delicate poise of feminine walking. Nearly stumbling in his high heels, He fervently prayed that he could manage to remain still while speaking, or at least sit throughout the engagement. When he finally mastered the art of traversing in heels for a good 5 minutes without twisting an ankle or resembling a bombshell in distress, tears of mixed joy and sorrow streamed down his exquisitely soft features, framed by gentle autumn-hued eyes. He vividly recalled his sister's past jests about how even women could struggle with high heels, and at that moment, it felt as if a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have achieved the Conqueror of 7 centimeters heels accolade. Somewhere deep within, a small voice crumbled to the ground, weeping. The Christmas holidays had come to an end, and the students returning to Hogwarts congregated in small clusters, sharing tales of their delightful breaks. Yet, inevitably, someone would steer the conversation toward the astonishing Peveril Air incident that had rocked the wizarding world. At the Slytherin table, Harry clutched the Daily Prophet from Christmas Day, pointing at a captivating animated image of a beautiful woman alongside Lambert, exclaiming, "Didn't you say you were the only one in your family? Who is that stunning lady on camera? Whose housekeeper is that gorgeous?" Lambert's knife scraped against the white porcelain plate with a sharp clang as he turned his head, exasperatedly whispering to Harry, "Must you discuss this at the dining table? You know I've been the subject of scrutiny all day since returning to school, much like a monkey that escaped from a zoo. Right now, I simply wish to enjoy a meal. I swear I'll address all your questions when we return to the dormitory. And speaking of which, where did you get that sweater beneath your collar?" Blaise, observing their father-son banter with an amused expression, propped his chin on one hand and remarked, "So your relationship has reached a point where you are aware of each other's wardrobe?" Harry fidgeted with his collar, tugging at his robe to conceal the sweater's neckline, glancing around awkwardly as he searched for an explanation for Lambert regarding the gift he received from the Weasleys. Lambert turned his gaze toward the Gryffindor table, scanning for a glimpse of a certain redhead. Instead of spotting Ron, he noticed fifth years Fred and George, who were animatedly recounting their gift exchanges with friends they had missed over Christmas, while critiquing the unoriginal design of their mother's knitted sweaters. With a scoff, Lambert returned his attention to Harry, his emerald eyes narrowing as if he could see through it all. After just a few days of focusing on his career, his son had already reconciled with some Gryffindor. It was disheartening. At that moment, Pansy and Daphne, having reached a mutual understanding, approached Blaise and seated themselves on either side of him, leaving the dark-skinned boy visibly flustered. "What a remarkable day. I'm actually being graced by 2 beautiful girls," he exclaimed. "Don't overthink it, Blaise," Daphne retorted with a dismissive smile before turning to Lambert with a radiant expression, genuinely saying, "Belated congratulations on inheriting the Peveril family." "Thank you," Lambert nodded in acknowledgement, returning her polite smile. Pansy eagerly chimed in, "I heard that your new store's magical sets sold out by Christmas?" Although she posed it as a question, the glimmer in her eyes suggested she hoped for a different answer. What on earth is a magical set? Lambert thought to himself, bemused at how the designers might be reduced to tears by such a mundane title. "The stock is temporarily sold out, but we are accepting long-term reservations. And there will be more garments and accessories with magical properties available in the future." He had already provided the store's address in the Daily Prophet interview, and was untroubled that the affluent scions of pure-blood families would struggle to find where to spend their money. Pansy and Daphne continued to inquire about the fashion trends of Miracle, each leaving with a 10% discount from their boss, satisfied with their conversation. Lambert's keen eyes caught sight of a few second-year Slytherin girls nearby, evidently eager to engage him in lengthy conversation. He hastily finished the remnants of his meal, pulling Harry along to leave. Although he had planned to offer discounts to Hogwarts students and their families, he did not wish to do so in such a casual and seemingly foolish manner. As they strode towards class, he turned to Harry and, recalling the earlier topic, mused, "Perhaps you could enlighten me about the process of mending your friendship with Ron Weasley?" Harry glanced around, ready to explain, when he spotted a familiar figure approaching from the library. His eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed at Lambert, "Did you know? Draco gifted me a firebolt." Just as Lambert was about to retort, "What does that have to do with me? Don't change the subject," he suddenly felt a chilling gaze wash over him like ice water. Turning, he saw a pale-haired young man matching their pace, who, upon noticing Lambert's stare, sneered and quickened his step, leaving them behind. What's his problem? Lambert thought, perplexed by the boy's demeanor. Wasn't he in debt to him? So what was with that long face? Just as he was about to resume discussing Slytherin and Gryffindor friendships with Harry, a book flashed through his mind. Goodness! Wait! Had he forgotten something? Stiffly turning his neck, he glanced back at the figure disappearing around the corridor's corner. Lambert blinked and sincerely asked Harry, do you think it's still acceptable to give someone a Christmas gift now?" Chapter 30. On the 19th day at Hogwarts, the tale of Christmas gifts ultimately culminated in the presence of a majestic feline. According to a white plush cat, self-identified as Red Scarf. One evening while it was casually balancing a cake pilfered from the kitchen, it passed through the Slytherin common room, only to be interrupted by a boy who reached out to snag it. Upon turning, the cat observed the affluent Slytherin boy frowning slightly. Chestnut flavor? Barely passable. There was no hint of remorse for having swiped a classmate's late-night snack. The cat squatted, raising its head to meet Draco's gaze with its large, dark eyes. Unfazed by whether the creature could comprehend his words, Draco nestled deeper into the plush back of an armchair, left hand cradling the cake, while his right hand rested on the open page of the book he had been reading, now placed on the adjacent table. I dare say, shouldn't you remind your forgetful owner that he seems to owe me something? In a languid tone laced with a subtle hint of amusement. The large cat tilted its head as if deep in contemplation, then rose from its spot, and made its way towards the boys' dormitory without a backward glance. It seemed to have truly comprehended his words, as if intent on reporting to Lambert. Was the cat he was nurturing, Merlin's socks, not an ordinary feline after all? Blaise, while flirting with a lovely Slytherin girl, turned back just in time to witness this scene, and was utterly astonished by the cat's perceptiveness. He had always felt that this heir of Peveril was anything but ordinary. From the beginning of the term until now, apart from moments of childish banter with Draco, the way he handled matters and his innate sense suggested a maturity beyond his years. Reflecting on this, Blaise cast another glance at Draco, the heir of the Malfoy lineage, who was hardly simplistic himself. From his demeanor and the traits typical of the Malfoy family, Blaise sensed an underlying enigma. This conviction was the reason he still believed that the relationship between these two was far from conventional. The dark-skinned boy furrowed his brow, momentarily pulled back from his thoughts by a comment from a nearby upperclassman. He smiled at her, his eyes deepening in intensity, prompting the Slytherin girl to chuckle softly in return. A few minutes later, a white cat appeared once more in the Slytherin common room, clutching a deep green handkerchief in its mouth. Before Draco's shiny leather shoes, it pawed at the handkerchief, which was dampened with its saliva, and nudged a pristine greeting card forward. Draco looked down, picking up the card with a hint of disdain, and scrutinized it under the dim light of the Slytherin cellar, ensuring that there was no trace of the cat's saliva before leisurely opening it. The card bore a simple message: Merry Christmas. Signed, Lambert Peveril. Draco displayed a rare expression of complex emotions, staring blankly at the words for an extended moment, before tossing the flimsy card onto the open book beside him. With a bemused smile, he leaned down to regard the large cat sitting obediently before him. Is this a gift intended for me? The charming white ragdoll cat had grown quite plump, having attracted the attention of numerous girls in the Slytherin common room, its size having increased considerably. Upon hearing Draco's question, it let out a soft meow, even contravening the laws of its kind by flicking its tail, the soft white fur sweeping the ground. Draco smirked sarcastically, arching his lips in exaggerated astonishment. Oh, this truly is the most inexpensive Christmas gift I have ever received. But perhaps I should feel honored to receive the signature of the current heir of Peveril? The large cat pondered, slightly bewildered by the lengthy sentence. Casting a glance at the light-haired Slytherin, it feigned nonchalance as it stood up and, with a semblance of pride, headed back towards Lambert's dormitory, though the tail tucked between its legs betrayed its true feelings. Fortunately, there were few girls in the common room at that moment, and none of the boys present would stoop to stare at a cat's rear. As evening study hours concluded, Slytherin students trickled back into the cellar. Lambert entered alongside Harry, who was discussing the upcoming Quidditch match, attempting to awaken the dormant competitive spirit within Lambert. Unfortunately, Lambert's competitive soul was swiftly crushed back into the depths of consciousness by his ever-present survival instincts. He stifled a yawn, his dismissive tone betraying no enthusiasm. If I happened to be free at that time, I might attend. As he passed by Draco, he felt the weight of Draco's gaze upon him. Unlike before, Lambert discerned a hint of disdain in his eyes. He acknowledged that forgetting to respond after receiving a Christmas gift was indeed awkward, but did it warrant contempt? He halted, a perplexed expression frozen on his face, just as his gaze fell upon a familiar patterned Christmas card on a small table nearby. Curiosity piqued, he stepped closer, picking up the card and turning to Draco. How do you happen to have this? At Lambert's inquiry, Draco, halfway through a chestnut cream pastry, lazily lifted his eyelids, inserting his fork into the soft cake, and scoffed. What, do you wish to reclaim this card now? Lambert found the accusation utterly perplexing. However, he was hardly concerned. It was merely a card, which he could give away. He placed the card back on Draco's book and brazenly added, Then consider this a belated Christmas gift in addition to the late-night snack you are currently enjoying. He had already noted that Draco's pastry was indeed his own dinner, as Crabbe and Goyle had been detained by Professor Snape for potion assignments, leaving only these two and a cat roaming the kitchens. He surmised that this audacious fellow had pilfered it from the large cat. It must be said that although Lambert had not witnessed the events unfold, he had grasped the narrative arc perfectly. Draco's expression upon Lambert's picking up the card revealed all. Only he understood that the Malfoy heir had been outsmarted by a cat. Nevertheless, Lambert's opportunistic stinginess astonished him even more. Draco exchanged a glance with Lambert, both feeling that the other was the most shameless person they had ever encountered. Before their Christmas gift squabble could be resolved, Harry, who had been conversing with a nearby classmate, approached, reminiscing about their earlier discussion that had drifted from Quidditch to Slytherin traditions and legends, adopting a mysteriously conspiratorial expression as he posed a question to them. "Have you heard about the legend of the Chamber of Secrets related to Slytherin?" As his words fell, he expected it would take a while for Lambert and Draco to cease their trivial bickering, but to his surprise, they both turned to him simultaneously. "What did you say? Repeat that." Harry was taken aback, startled by the uncanny synchronization between them. However, they paid little heed, particularly Draco, who deemed it strange that Crabbe and Goyle should be the first to learn of any gossip within Slytherin, not the savior himself. I heard a story about Slytherin's founder tonight. Would you be interested in hearing it?" The dark-haired boy, recalling this, felt a twinge of curiosity despite sensing something odd about it, but was eager to share with his friends. Draco, remembering the legend and a story from his second year, scoffed after Harry briefly recounted the tale of the Chamber of Secrets in a ghost story fashion. "This has circulated for so long. Yet no one has ever seen the chamber. What is there to discuss?" He had just been reviewing it in his mind, firmly convinced that the lingering threat of the Dark Lord over his family was still present. His father would not relinquish the diary at this time. Though his nerves might have seemed heightened, he listened attentively to the legend, ensuring that Harry's rendition was the most mundane and tedious version before pulling his thoughts back. "What are you discussing? The legend of the chamber? I've heard all about that long ago." After Blaise and Miss Slytherin parted ways, they approached to join the conversation. Pansy and Daphne had just returned from the study room, having recently lost interest in the monotonous fashion featured in the Wizarding Weekly due to the high-end clothing from the Lambert family. Consequently, they had opted to study, which inadvertently enhanced their rapport with Lambert significantly. Thus, the two young women settled comfortably around them. Lambert, having pondered for a while, posed a somewhat peculiar question after listening to Harry. "Who informed you?" Harry mentioned the name of a first-year Slytherin boy, puzzled by Lambert's unusually grave expression in response to the legend. While he recognized the boy's name, he felt no familiarity with it. Lambert contemplated further and inquired, "Is this legend a recent phenomenon, or is it a tradition upheld by Slytherin for every generation?" His gaze swept across the surrounding individuals, embodying the demeanor of a novice utterly oblivious to his own house. However, the others appeared to be scholarly types solely focused on their studies. Even Blaise admitted his lack of knowledge on the matter, suggesting he inquire with the older Slytherins. Harry, bemused, questioned the unfolding situation. "Hey, isn't this just a story? Why do you seem as though the Chamber of Secrets has been opened?" Lambert rubbed his face in an attempt to mask his odd expression. Yet he could not suppress the look of peculiar sympathy and pity directed at Harry. How could he articulate it? There exists a law in this world stating that wherever the protagonist goes, the plot follows. When Harry posed his inquiry, it was as if Lambert envisioned Harry planting a flag straight into the ground. Chapter 31. The 20th day at Hogwarts. The following morning, the younger students at the Slytherin table exhibited an unexpected enthusiasm for the Slytherin legends, exchanging tidbits about Salazar Slytherin, and recounting tales of prominent figures from Slytherin's lengthy history. The fervor of the discussion was such that even some of the more knowledgeable upperclassmen could not resist joining in. Blaise, having gathered a general understanding of these traditions while mingling with various young ladies, found little interest in participating. Opposite him, Lambert poked at his sandwich with a fork, leisurely taking bites while occasionally glancing toward the entrance, contemplating bringing Harry breakfast if he did not return in 5 minutes. Draco, who had a habit of reading the newspaper each morning, had conditioned Pansy and Daphne to avoid conversing with him during breakfast, instead opting to sit next to Blaise and engage Lambert in discussions about the prevailing fashion in the wizarding world. Thanks to the miraculous success of the Christmas promotional activities, many affluent witches in the magical community had acquired the Phoenix Butterfly's Traces ensemble launched by Lambert, with several color variations perpetually sold out but still available for order. "This week, I will unveil the New Year's collection. Orders for the Christmas line will cease tonight," Lambert casually mentioned while discussing this with them. With only a day or two until New Year's, He still needed to collaborate with his feline companion to determine which designs to promote. Recently, he had begun listing magical resistance trinkets in his shop as daily decorative items, which were not available for pre-order. Whoever purchased them would keep them, prompting many witches to consider visiting Diagon Alley more frequently. Pansy expressed her dissatisfaction with the non-pre-order policy regarding these trinkets, since a pair of prank-resistant earrings she had heard about from Lambert was snatched up before she could even see what they looked like, leaving her quite vexed. While they were engrossed in these discussions, Draco set down the newspaper and, with a look of disdain, inquired of Blaze, "Does the Ministry of Magic have no other work besides searching private residences for forbidden magical items?" Blaze, whose mother's new husband was a member of the ministry, clearly had more insight on this matter than the average person. However, Blaze merely shrugged, indicating his indifference toward his umpteenth stepfather and his occupation, smiling as he replied, "If they don't find something to do to assert their existence in the magical community, it would reflect poorly on their ability to justify their salaries." This reminded him of something, and turning to Lambert, he teasingly remarked, "Perhaps the registration of the Peveril family will prompt them to make that their first search location." Lambert, maintaining a bewildered expression, pondered for a long moment before tentatively asking, "Can they still enter and search without me being present? That seems rather terrifying." Pansy and Daphne were amused by his frightened demeanor, with Pansy exclaiming, "Merlin's beard, how did I never notice how adorable you are?" Daphne, with her golden curls swept behind her ears, curiously asked, "Where exactly is the Peveril family located? Even the Daily Prophet hasn't unearthed this information. And the ministry hasn't disclosed any specifics. I'm quite intrigued. Even a general location would suffice, aside from the Brook Valley, as that area is simply too vast." Lambert considered and narrowed down the area, Wiltshire. Upon hearing the response, the Slytherins could not help but direct their gaze toward Draco. Lambert, looking around in confusion, asked, "Why are you all looking at him? Didn't you inquire about my family?" The entire wizarding community knew that Malfoy Manor was in Wiltshire. Even Crabbe and Goyle's intellect seemed to momentarily activate. "So you live that close?" Daphne remarked in an odd tone. Observing Lambert's astonished expression, Draco scoffed, his silver-gray eyes casting a sidelong glance at him, his tone laced with mockery. "Don't tell me you only just discovered this. If I recall correctly, you attended our Christmas party last year." Lambert met his gaze with calmness, conveying through his thoughts, "Indeed, I only learned today where your family resides." "What of it?" "There's no rule stating that wizards must know where Malfoy Manor is. It's not part of the exam content." Finishing his pumpkin juice, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and took a fresh cloth from the small basket on the table, wrapping a sandwich to take back for Harry. He had heard last night that Hagrid's newly hatched dragon had already grown quite large, and wanted to encourage him to relocate it. Otherwise, the ministry would eventually find out. Pansy and Daphne had already finished their meals, and as Draco stood, they also rose. Upon reaching the hall's entrance, they flanked him, while Blaze lagged slightly behind, with Crabbe and Goyle hastily following, Crabbe clutching another sandwich. An insatiable appetite was indeed a daunting skill. On their way to Transfiguration class, Harry's hurried figure finally caught up with Lambert, yet his charred and unevenly burned robe, along with his ashen face and slightly singed frizzy black hair, drew the attention of students throughout the corridor. Lambert gazed in astonishment at Harry, who appeared to have just emerged from the chaos of a fire, and took the textbook from his hands. He pulled him aside against the wall, halting his steps to scrutinize him from head to toe. "Don't tell me you intend to attend Professor McGonagall's class looking like that. The Slytherin hourglass at the end of the corridor will weep." Harry's expression conveyed a mixture of bemusement and exasperation as he leaned closer to Lambert, whispering an explanation. "Hagrid's dragon set the whole place ablaze. I warned you that creature grows far too quickly." He glanced down at his attire, wishing he could change, but time was not on his side. Lambert sighed in exasperation, shaking his head. "Ah." Harry's bewilderment was palpable as he opened his mouth, only for Lambert to shove a sandwich from his handkerchief into it. He flicked the handkerchief in his palm, employing a charm that summoned a stream of water from the tip of his wand to moisten it. He pressed the damp cloth against Harry's face. Harry, understanding the cue, took it and began vigorously wiping his own visage. "Thank you. But what about my hair and robes?" Lambert scrutinized him, a hint of concern in his gaze. Meanwhile, Draco and the others had arrived, and Blaze, having witnessed Harry's frantic dash earlier, could not suppress a chuckle at his current state. "Hey Harry, what have you been up to?" Goyle inquired, leaning in. "How pitiful," Pansy and Daphne chimed in unison. They exchanged glances, their expressions revealing an unspoken complexity, as if sharing a tacit understanding was an intricate matter. Draco initially intended to glance and depart, but the sight of the crowd surrounding Harry, seemingly at a loss regarding his disheveled state, compelled him to intervene. If you cannot assist him in restoring a Slytherin appearance, at least refrain from attracting more onlookers to this embarrassing spectacle. Blaise shrugged and made his way into the classroom, followed by Crabbe and Goyle. Draco drew his wand, pointing it at the hem of Harry's robe, speaking in a calm tone, "Reparo." Instantly, Harry's Slytherin robe transformed back into a neatly pressed state. His eyes widened in astonishment. "Well, thank you," Lambert exclaimed. "Oh, for heaven's sake, why am I so irked?" Yet, the rare benevolence of young Master Malfoy showed little interest in Harry's expression. Instead, he gazed at Harry's now slightly wavy hair, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his silver-gray eyes. "Shall we see how your hair responds to this spell? The usual target of Reparo is inanimate. I have yet to test its effects on a living being." Unbeknownst to him, Harry, eager to nod in agreement, was interrupted as Lambert tousled his hair with a swift motion. "A change in hairstyle can be refreshing. We must hurry, class is about to start." The bewildered boy turned to Lambert, candidly expressing, "But I don't like curly hair." Lambert felt an urge to roll his eyes. "You foolish boy. Can't you see that dark-hearted fellow wants to experiment on you? Trust me, your curls would look splendid." Lambert earnestly regarded him, and Harry, touching his hair, blinked his eyes, mirroring the color of his glasses, and believed Lambert's words. Draco, trailing behind them into the classroom, snickered derisively. By dinner time, the fervor surrounding the legend of the Chamber of Secrets had only intensified. Lambert was taken aback to find even the neighboring Gryffindor had begun to discuss the matter, and he felt the weight of prying eyes upon his back, only to turn and find nothing unusual. During lunch, he encountered Hermione, who earnestly sought to understand the Slytherin legend. After listening to his account, she proceeded to enlighten him on the unreliability of rumors, and he could only laugh at the absurdity of it all. Indeed, while rumors should not be trusted, the tale of the Chamber of Secrets warranted some credence. Perhaps due to Lambert's less-than-ideal seating arrangement, he found himself near Ron Weasley, who was inquiring about the whereabouts of his pet cat, as his rat Scabbers had gone missing since the afternoon. Gryffindor had no cats, and after a prolonged search aided by Seamus, they failed to identify any potential feline culprits. Ron's face flushed with anxiety as he lamented to Seamus and Neville, "Scabbers never strays far from me. Even when I attend classes, he patiently waits in the dormitory. He wouldn't wander off to forage for food without returning quickly. He must have been eaten by some beast's cat." Lambert paused mid-cut of his steak, while Harry suddenly turned to him, exclaiming, "Did you hear that?" "What? Are you referring to Ron's missing rat?" Lambert was perplexed by his query. Harry's green eyes widened in surprise. "No, I mean there was a raspy voice speaking all along. Didn't you hear it?" Lambert's expression shifted as he contemplated the matter when suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder. Turning, he found Ron Weasley standing behind him. His freckled face twisted in inexplicable anger, eyes wide. "Is your cat responsible? I recall you brought a white cat at the start of term." "No, Ron," Harry interjected, reluctantly diverting his attention from the strange voice to Ron, utterly confused as to why he was suddenly being accused. Draco observed from a distance, setting down his knife and fork, intrigued by the unfolding scene, as if eagerly anticipating Ron's next move. The entire Slytherin table turned their attention toward the commotion. Nearby, Neville and Seamus were rendered speechless, having never witnessed Ron's audacity to confront Lambert directly at the Slytherin table. Though they had previously speculated about each other's pets, they would never dare approach in such a setting. Lambert set down his utensils, narrowing his gaze, preparing to respond. But the Gryffindors had also taken notice of the unfolding drama. His brothers, Fred and George, rushed over, each gripping one of Ron's shoulders. "Back to Gryffindor, you foolish brother. Unless you want to be torn apart by those venomous snakes, and become an early guest in Merlin's embrace." Ron had exhausted all his courage the moment he felt the scrutiny of the Slytherins upon him. As his brothers intervened, he stiffened, allowing himself to be guided back to the Gryffindor bench, while Fred cheerfully quipped, "Apologies, my brother isn't quite right in the head. He was dropped as a child." George chimed in with habitual ease. Lambert returned their smiles. He then fixed his gaze on Ron's retreating figure, slowly elevating the corners of his mouth into a more pronounced smile, his emerald eyes darkening with emotion. "Ron Weasley, in response to your earlier inquiry, I have two statements for you. First, my cat does not consume rodents. Second, while I cannot account for your rat's whereabouts, should you dare to act upon your baseless assumptions regarding my cat, rest assured you will not wish to comprehend the consequences of inciting my wrath. Touch my treasure, and you shall perish." Harry felt a sudden chill run down his neck, anxiously glancing between Lambert and Ron. Blaise, amazed, shared with Draco while he was angry. "Did you see that?" Draco methodically sliced his lunch meat, merely grunting in response to Blaise's comment, a smirk playing on his lips as he provocatively remarked, "Thank you for the reminder. I have eyes of my own. Yet I find myself anticipating a new pinnacle of bravery from the Weasley. What a coincidence. I do as well." Blaze's eyes crinkled with laughter, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. "Oh dear, this little serpent is rather fierce." Fred exaggeratedly clutched his chest and stepped back. "Indeed, it sends shivers down our spines." George feigned support as they both made their way to their respective seats. Lambert, Chapter 32, Day 21 at Hogwarts. After the evening study session concluded, students from various houses gradually made their way to their common rooms. Harry and Lambert trailed at the rear of the Slytherin line, engrossed in a discussion about the mysterious voice Harry had heard. Lambert scanned the group ahead and, as expected, spotted Draco's distinctive light blonde hair, meticulously styled with gel at the back of his head. Noticing the several students standing between them, he clicked his tongue and called out, "Draco." The Slytherins blocking their path instinctively stepped aside. Draco paused, turning his head at the sound of his name. Lambert silently regarded him, but the emerald hue of his eyes already conveyed the purpose behind his call. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened." Draco arched his similarly light eyebrows and, clutching the book in his hands, approached them. Pansy and the others who had been following him exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the significance of the silent exchange between Draco and Lambert. As they resumed their pace alongside the younger Slytherins, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Ah!" The students from the four houses, who had been conversing in hushed tones, instinctively hushed their voices and turned towards the source of the outcry. The shorter first years craned their necks and tiptoed to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama, with some eagerly pushing forward. Lambert had intended to confirm the notebook issue with Draco, but, upon hearing the commotion ahead, he reluctantly diverted his attention. Before long, word of the incident reached the back of the line. It was reported to involve a Ravenclaw. "Ah, you're referring to that Ravenclaw know-it-all? I hear she's a mudblood." No wonder, Lambert thought uneasily upon hearing the mention of Ravenclaw. However, with the crowd now densely packed, he found it impossible to move forward, furrowing his brow as he glared at the backs of the Slytherin students ahead, a hint of anxiety in his gaze. "Merlin, let it not be what I fear." Noticing Lambert's anxious demeanor, Draco's silver-gray eyes narrowed slightly as he drew his hawthorn wand and muttered an incantation under his breath. In an instant, the Slytherins blocking their way unconsciously shuffled aside. A few perceptive third-year Slytherins turned to see the glimmer of blonde hair at the end of the throng, and could not help but exclaim, "Truly, Malfoy is remarkable. Such precise spell work." Others chimed in agreement. Lambert hastened to the front and beheld the scene. Hermione stood rigidly, clutching her cat, staring blankly at the wall, where a blood-red message loomed ominously. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware the next blood traitor." Draco, unhurriedly following behind, chuckled softly at Hermione's petrified state, his tone ambiguous, part mockery, part anticipation. Harry was taken aback by the sight. He had interacted with this Ravenclaw, who shared a friendship with Lambert, and was thoroughly impressed by her vast knowledge. Yet now, she stood frozen, oblivious to the peril surrounding her. On the opposite side of the corridor, a Hufflepuff girl was the first to witness the scene, her shoulders shaking with sobs as her companions offered comfort. Professors and the caretaker, Filch, quickly arrived on the scene, including the figure of Professor Dumbledore. It had been less than 2 months since the troll incident on Halloween, and students were once again shaken by this unknown threat, leaving some of the younger ones in a daze. Fortunately, the heads of the houses arrived promptly to escort their students away. Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall, both known for their stern demeanor, led the Slytherin and Gryffindor students away first. Lambert remained unusually silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Professor Snape cautioned them all to behave, emphasizing that wandering the grounds at night was strictly forbidden, and that it was best to stay in groups to avoid isolation. Once Professor Snape departed and the older Slytherins returned, the atmosphere in the common room gradually became lively again. The first years sat far from the warmth of the fire, and Harry felt a chill, unable to resist rubbing his hands together for warmth. Lambert, with a piece of parchment and quill in hand, scribbled something indecipherable, lost in thought. In truth, he was attempting to untangle the recent events in his mind, trying to deduce the sole possibility that Voldemort had compelled Quirrell to open the chamber. For Draco's reaction suggested that the Malfoy family diary had yet to be released. Considering Hagrid's information about the dragon from the mysterious individual up to this point, it could be inferred that Quirrell had already visited the room at the end of the fourth-floor corridor. This meant that either he or Voldemort had likely discovered that the Philosopher's Stone was no longer there. But what was the purpose behind opening the chamber? To divert attention? To facilitate their continued search for the stone? The dealings regarding the Philosopher's Stone were known only to him and Dumbledore. Given the previous theft at Gringotts, and the subsequent arrangements concerning the fourth floor, Voldemort and Quirrell's conjectures about the stone's whereabouts should still be confined within Hogwarts. Yet, with Lambert announcing his inheritance of the Peverell family at Christmas, might they harbor any suspicions about that? Or was Hermione's predicament today merely a targeted attack on blood status? Or a warning to someone? Lambert's thoughts raced chaotically, oscillating between contemplating Quirrell's actions and the unfolding plot of the chamber. Just as he resolved to return to his dormitory to continue organizing his thoughts, he noticed many familiar and unfamiliar Slytherins casting glances in his direction, prompting him to bemusedly sit back down and turn to Harry. Everyone was just speculating about who Salazar's heir might be, and some said it was Draco, while others mentioned you. Harry, bored beside him, had been eavesdropping. Observing Harry's fidgeting, Lambert extracted his wand and cast a warming charm, rolling his eyes at the speculation before rising again to say to Harry, "Let us go back. Blaise not far away." Listen to Pansy and Daphne recount Dumbledore's unreliability since the start of term, while keeping an ear out for their conversation. Upon seeing Lambert and Harry preparing to leave, he casually inquired, "Who do you think Salazar's heir will be?" Hearing him ask Lambert, many Slytherin students turned their attention expectantly toward the Peverell heir. "Voldemort," Lambert answered, and an immediate hush fell over the Slytherin common room. Draco, engrossed in his book, noticed the stir and sighed, lightly commenting, "Boy, hasn't anyone taught you not to speak his name so freely?" Lambert let out a soft exclamation, shrugging as he met the bewildered gazes surrounding him. "Apologies. I was merely speculating. Is it not said that Salazar's heir is a Parseltongue? Only that individual, I presume. However, your conjecture is rather terrifying." A certain third-year Slytherin girl regarded him with displeasure, for following Lambert's line of reasoning implied that Voldemort currently lurked within Hogwarts. Some of the older Slytherins were already frowning discreetly, which traditional wizarding family had not weathered the storm of that dark era. Many present had parents or relatives who had once been members of the Death Eaters. Draco sensed an unsettling atmosphere enveloping the Slytherin common room. Slytherins typically afforded respect based on one another's status or wealth. For instance, as the heir to the Malfoy family, even as a mere first year, he received a friendly demeanor from many older students. Had Lambert still been the nameless boy he once was, he might have already faced the reprimands of those upperclassmen. Yet, the brilliance of his current status as the head of the Peverell family was too radiant to ignore. As the youngest head of a pureblood family in history, respect for his lineage temporarily shielded him from any hostility, but this did not preclude their discomfort. The repercussions of being detested or ostracized by the entire house were severe. As a Slytherin, one must always be mindful of one's words and actions, Lambert. If you wish to avoid being summoned to Professor Snape's office tomorrow, due to inciting panic within the school, Draco cautioned in a measured tone. Casting his silver gaze over the group, Lambert glanced at him, conceding with a soft click of his tongue, before turning with Harry toward the boys' dormitory. He had initially planned to enlighten his self-deceiving classmates with his well-founded deductions. Pansy, while adjusting her recently shoulder-length hair, found her conversation with Daphne inadvertently shifting from Dumbledore to the earlier incident. "Do you not think their relationship is rather unusual? Was it not the same before?" Daphne replied, adjusting the bow she used to tie her hair back, her golden curls cascading elegantly down her neck. Pansy bit her lip, feeling somewhat discontented, partly due to her inability to comprehend Draco's demeanor since he began attending school, and partly because of the enigmatic relationship he shared with Lambert. Thus, she turned to Blaise, her deep brown eyes blinking as she asked, "You share a room with Draco. Do you know what is going on between him and Lambert?" Blaise, hearing the question, raised his hands in surrender. Even Pansy, who had grown up alongside Draco, was oblivious to his thoughts, so how could he possibly know? Attempting to extract information from Draco's lips was a futile endeavor. "Spare me, ladies. Draco and I are not yet at the stage of sharing every secret. Trust me, my curiosity regarding their relationship is no less than yours." In a certain boys' dormitory of Slytherin, Lambert felt an odd sensation upon opening the door. As he approached his bed, he realized that the usually attention-seeking large cat, who would typically greet him upon his return, was nowhere to be found. His gaze swept the room, and Harry, standing beside him, inquired, "Why did you say that in the common room earlier?" "Because it is the truth," Lambert replied absently, lifting the covers on his bed. Suddenly, a piercing cry from a cat startled both of them. He instinctively reached out to catch the white fluffball lunging toward him. "What is wrong with you? Jumping into my bed?" His initially accusatory tone softened into concern as he noticed the trembling creature in his grasp. He had never seen the feline so frightened. The cat nuzzled against his chest, its sharp claws protruding from its pads, leaving several scratches on Lambert's robes, tearing the fabric in its wake. I saw a giant snake. I was nearly devoured by a great serpent, Lambert. I fled in terror, but the beautiful ladies in Crookshanks did not escape. They must have been eaten by the snake. The large cat proclaimed, weeping. Harry, unable to comprehend its feline language, could only hear the pitiful meows. Lambert, preoccupied with the cat's bizarre reference to the beautiful ladies, lifted its chin, meeting its glistening black eyes in disbelief. What did you say? You saw that snake? Were you there? He shuddered at the thought. Thank goodness his source of wealth was unharmed. Otherwise, the tragic tale of the cat narrowly escaping Weasley's threat only to be petrified by a snake was too despairing to contemplate. As for its failure to drag Hermione and Crookshanks along in its flight, that was beyond its control. It was, after all, merely a cat. With one hand soothing the trembling creature, Lambert grasped his wand with the other, and retrieved the Marauder's map from beneath his pillow. To his astonishment, he discovered the names of Professor Quirrell and one Peter Pettigrew overlapping on the map. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Harry with utmost seriousness. I have 3 stories to share with you, Harry. Chapter 33, on the 22nd day at Hogwarts. Harry was utterly astonished after hearing Lambert's revelations regarding Professor Quirrell and Voldemort. However, upon learning the story of the Philosopher's Stone and Lambert's speculations about the heir of Slytherin being a Parseltongue, his astonishment morphed into complexity. How do you know so much? Harry mused, feeling as though he had enrolled in a counterfeit Hogwarts. Lambert blinked his gentle green eyes, contemplating before recounting the tale of the Philosopher's Stone, not forgetting to shift some blame onto Dumbledore. As for the conjecture surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, one of Salazar's distinctive traits was indeed Parseltongue. Given that the chamber had remained undiscovered for so many years, was it not a plausible hypothesis that it could only be accessed by a Parseltongue? Perhaps a giant serpent lay hidden within the chamber? His reasoning was compelling. Regardless, Harry believed him, yet when he thought Lambert was sharing these secrets to bond with him, Lambert delivered a conclusion instead. So keep your distance from Professor Quirrell. I suspect the reason Voldemort could not kill you initially lies with your mother. I apologize for bringing this up. He observed Harry's subtly shifting expression, offering a sincere apology before pausing briefly. Your mother cast a protective blood magic upon you, preventing Voldemort from directly harming you. However, this does not mean Professor Quirrell is powerless against you. Please stay away from him, alright? Faced with Lambert's exquisitely handsome visage and matching eyes, Harry, albeit reluctantly, nodded. He had always sensed that in their friendship, Lambert behaved more like an adult, though Lambert himself was unaware that he assumed a caretaker role. Aside from the perplexing aura he exuded while interacting with Draco, Harry had never observed Lambert becoming emotionally charged about anything. Even during his interactions with Draco, Lambert mostly maintained his composure. Among their peers, they both stood out remarkably. Draco's mastery of spells was effortless, while Lambert's series of actions following his inheritance of the Peverell family legacy spoke volumes about their exceptional abilities. Even when they had previously confronted the troll together, and now faced the incident in the chamber, their composure surpassed that of anyone else. So much so that Harry often found himself unprepared to react during significant events, only to discover that matters resolved themselves rather mundanely. He recalled, almost inexplicably, the day he first met Lambert, who had extended a hand towards him, clad in a strikingly fitted outfit of pure white. The delicate features of Lambert's face bore a striking resemblance to his own, enhanced by the softness of his emerald eyes that radiated warmth. Harry felt a peculiar sense of melancholy, thinking that this was the most fitting representation of Lambert. Despite being of the same age, attending the same school and year, and now being the best of friends, Harry could not shake off an inexplicable frustration. He was angry, not because he found Voldemort particularly fearsome, or perhaps it was simply that he didn't care how terrifying Voldemort was. He had taken his parents from him, while Lambert advised him to steer clear of Voldemort. Harry felt powerless, and this impotence fueled his anger. Or perhaps it was Lambert's apparent lack of expectation from him that ignited his ire. At that moment, Lambert was absorbed in studying the map, contemplating how to address the issue of Pettigrew, hardly paying attention to Harry. It wasn't until he noticed the prolonged silence that he paused in stroking the cat, and turned to look at Harry, his gaze betraying his confusion. All right, I will, Harry replied. Change always occurred more swiftly than Lambert could comprehend. The following day's defense against the dark arts class made Lambert acutely aware that Voldemort's patience was far less than they had anticipated. Professor Quirrell, who typically adhered strictly to his script, seemed particularly peculiar today, having transformed from a bumbling figure clutching a lizard to presenting a massive glass tank at the front of the classroom, with a ventilation opening the size of a thumb. housing a python that was as thick as a dinner plate. As Lambert entered the classroom, he momentarily believed he had wandered into the third-year care of magical creatures class. Whether it was the Gryffinder's particular disdain or fear of snakes, every seat in the back row was taken, forcing Lambert to choose a seat in the third row from the back. Draco, who had never been one to sit in the front, continued his usual habit of selecting a seat further back, sitting in the same row as Lambert. The layout of the first-year defense against the dark arts classroom resembled that of a tiered lecture hall, with 6 long rows and a narrow central aisle for the teacher to navigate and observe the students. As Lambert walked in, he left a space for Harry beside him, only to turn and see Harry making a beeline for the front row, right towards the Slytherins. Lambert thought. Has the protagonist's scholarly spirit suddenly awakened? What on earth is happening today? Seeking a spot so close to the snakes? Do you want everyone to know you can speak Parseltongue? Yet, he harbored a genuine fear of snakes, and had no desire to approach that area. He wagered a cucumber that Quirrell would seize the opportunity to showcase the snake to Harry, turning it into a social gathering. Lambert was just about to rise and approach Harry when a languid voice drifted over, tinged with mild mockery, a hallmark of its owner. What? Has someone become addicted to playing the father figure? Lambert turned to face the speaker, a pale-faced, light-blonde pureblood with his fingers entwined under his chin. His silver-gray eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed ahead. However, the beauty of his exterior was inversely proportional to the unpleasantness of his words. Consequently, Lambert's usually gentle green eyes hardened, losing their warmth, resembling a cold emerald. He regarded the boy calmly for several seconds before finally speaking. I do not expect you to assist, Draco. But I would have thought that maintaining silence wouldn't be too arduous for you. Draco let out a soft chuckle. No one can strip me of my right to speak. That was merely a reminder, a friendly one. What letter in the word friendly could possibly be associated with Draco? Lambert scrutinized him from head to toe, convinced that Draco may have a misapprehension of his own character. Before they could continue their exchange, Professor Quirrell took to the stage to commence his lecture. Today, we shall discuss the relationship between snakes and dark magic. As he stammered his opening lines, the Gryffindors began to murmur amongst themselves, or find a comfortable position to nap, while a few students expressed trepidation at the sight of the immobile python in the glass tank, gradually losing interest once they realized it posed no immediate threat. Meanwhile, the Slytherins upheld their traditional excellence in completing assignments for other subjects. However, the inventor of tradition, Mr. Lambert, had no such inclination. He propped his head on one hand, intently focused on Quirrell, attempting to glean any useful information from his stuttered speech. 10 minutes later, Lambert could no longer stifle a yawn. It was simply too hypnotic. He conceded defeat. Next, let us experience this creature up close. Just as Lambert contemplated retreating into his own thoughts, Quirrell began to stir trouble. Struggling to lift the front half of the python, Lambert discreetly shifted to the side, aware that while there was a space to his right, beyond that lay the aisle. Observing Quirrell's demeanor, it was evident he wouldn't relent until he paraded the snake around. Some students in the front row instinctively shrank back, while Quirrell, red-faced and sweating, continued to explain. Don't be afraid, I've already given it a sedative, it poses no danger. Lambert scoffed inwardly, as if I would believe you. The reality was that Quirrell, appearing increasingly strained, managed to navigate the first 2 rows while the lengthy python draped over his shoulder, its tail nearly dragging the ground, making him look thoroughly exhausted. Lambert hadn't even noticed how remarkably resilient he seemed despite his frail appearance. Just as Professor Quirrell approached the back row with the snake, Lambert felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. He turned slightly to find Draco, amusement glimmering in his silver-gray eyes, whispering mockingly, "Excuse me. You look as if you'd prefer to sit in my lap, Lambert, the Slytherin who fears snakes. You truly never cease to surprise." At any other time, Lambert would have retorted, and in truth he regretted not sitting beside Harry. However, he had no time to engage with Draco, for Quirrell and his snake were drawing nearer. Regardless of how many unruly children relaxed and even reached out to touch the snake's cold scales, Lambert was resolute in his refusal to do so. Either swap seats with me or shut your mouth, Lambert warned through gritted teeth. Draco raised an eyebrow effortlessly, responding with an infuriating nonchalance. My answer is neither. Watching as Quirrell approached their row and turned to the other side, Lambert took a deep breath, his voice barely above a whisper. I swear, if he dares bring that damned python near me at that crucial moment. Fortune smiled upon him as Quirrell, seemingly unable to bear the weight of the fat snake any longer, turned red-faced while retreating to the front row, explaining to the Gryffindors behind him, I sincerely apologize. But the demonstration with this snake ends here. As the words left his lips, he stumbled over the tail of a snake at the 4th row and was propelled forward. crashing heavily onto the ground, with the serpent landing forcefully atop him. Even Lambert, who had anticipated his actions, was taken aback by the fervor with which Chilo performed his role. The fall was truly brutal. The professor, who had a penchant for fainting, succumbed to unconsciousness once more, collapsing directly onto the snake's body. He was oblivious to the fate of the other serpents that may have met a similar end. He was only aware of this particular one, which had just awakened from its stupor. Yes, a python that suddenly jolted back to consciousness. He truly felt as if he had encountered a stroke of ill fate. Holy shit, he muttered under his breath, and his voice, amidst the chaotic screams reverberating through the classroom, seemed oddly unremarkable. The girls near the python shrieked, leaping onto their desks, while the snake, initially bewildered, gradually regained its mobility, slithering out from beneath Chilo, and leisurely weaving through the vicinity, while flicking its tongue. Lambert drew his wand, trembling as he pondered suitable spells, but alas, he had yet to delve into any offensive incantations. The python lifted its upper body, surveying the classroom, and suddenly fixed its gaze on Harry, standing at the front row. The silent exchange of glances between the boy and the serpent was enigmatic, and the snake promptly turned to glide in that direction. A soft chuckle echoed near Lambert's ear, and beside him, a hand wielding a wand gracefully ascended. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled students, the massive python transformed into a resplendent, vibrant flower. At that moment, an utterly inappropriate thought emerged in Lambert's mind. A perfect transfiguration spell. 10 points to Slytherin. Chapter 34. The 23rd Day at Hogwarts. The classroom remained silent for an extended period, until a few incredulous students cautiously descended from their desks. The children of this age had mastered the art of forgetting their wounds once the peril had passed, and curiosity surged within them. Some approached the vividly striking crimson flower, circling it while shaking their heads in wonder, exclaiming, "Wow, how cool!" Meanwhile, the more timid ones had already scampered off to seek their head of house, for it was evident that today's lesson could not possibly continue under such circumstances. Lambert stood at his desk, his gaze meeting Harry's, who was peering back from the front row. Unfortunately, the mind-reading ability he possessed was directed towards the individual beside him, who exuded an aura of discomfort, rather than the typically endearing and bumbling Harry. Thus, he could not decipher the expression on Harry's face at that moment. Since the commencement of the term, Professors Snape and McGonagall had encountered an unprecedented number of emergencies throughout the school, resulting in their paths crossing on the way to the defense against the dark arts classroom, without even a polite smile exchanged. Both had compiled a mental list of frequent troublemakers. One Slytherin, another Slytherin, and yet another Slytherin. Consequently, Professor McGonagall felt a slight sense of relief, her furrowed brow easing somewhat. In stark contrast, Professor Snape's countenance was so dark it seemed capable of dripping with shadows. Upon arriving at the classroom and gathering accounts of the incident, Professor McGonagall intended to emphasize safety protocols to Chilo upon his awakening, while Professor Snape, satisfied that no further chaos ensued, awarded Draco his customary points, his obsidian eyes fixated on the stretcher carrying Chilo to the infirmary. The depths of his thoughts inscrutable to all, Professor McGonagall remained behind to supervise the remaining students' self-study, while Snape turned on his heel, his black robes billowing dramatically as he exited, leaving behind a wave of darkness. After spending 2 hours digging in the herbology greenhouse, Lambert and Harry made their way to the infirmary to check on the still petrified Hermione. Madame Pomfrey informed them that the mandrakes had just been transplanted and would require some time to mature. Dumbledore had sent Hagrid to the apothecary in Diagon Alley, and Hermione would likely receive the prepared potion by afternoon. Hogwarts had even written to her parents, apologizing and offering to arrange transportation for them should they wish to come. Rumor had it that Professor Chilo, upon regaining consciousness, expressed profound regret regarding the morning's events, and had dashed back to his office in tears to pen a resignation letter. Lambert narrowed his eyes at this news. Resignation? Was this an indication that the Philosopher's Stone was no longer at Hogwarts? Or merely an excuse for Chilo to escape the impending wrath of Snape or McGonagall? Before he could ponder further, a series of events unfolded that left everyone feeling overwhelmed. On the very next day, upon arriving at the Slytherin table for breakfast, news broke that the caretaker, Filch, and his cat had been found petrified in the 4th-floor corridor, and were currently being taken to the infirmary. The long tables of the various houses buzzed with excitement. As owls bearing letters swept overhead, nearly every pureblood student at Slytherin had received correspondence from home. Perhaps due to Filch's predicament, the teachers' dining area was unusually vacant, and the students relied heavily on the prefects for guidance. Draco observed the wax seal bearing the Malfoy family crest on the emerald envelope, raising an eyebrow. already anticipating its contents before even opening it. Which school are you from? Inquired a jovial Blaze beside him. Durmstrang, and you? Draco replied languidly, lacking enthusiasm. Ha. It seems that even if we were to transfer, we would still be alumni, huh? What a pity I'm not interested in an all-boys institution, Blaze remarked, dismissively tossing the letter from his mother aside. If you ask me, rather than going through the hassle of transferring, I recall your father as a board member. Instigating a vote to replace Dumbledore would be much safer, Blaze jested. Draco merely smirked, wiping his lips with a napkin before responding coolly, I'll consider it. I mean, attending Durmstrang. As his words settled, silence enveloped those nearby. Blaze's grin faded gradually, and Pansy was the first to exclaim, What? Why, Draco, you know. If I hadn't wanted to attend the same school as you, I might have already considered Beau's batons. Calm down, girl. Do you wish to broadcast this throughout all of Hogwarts? Draco frowned slightly, his silvery gaze directed at Pansy, the warning implicit enough to silence her further remarks. Don't misunderstand, it's not because of the recent events. In fact, Durmstrang has the broadest curriculum in the study of the dark arts among the 3 magical schools in Europe. I've looked into Hogwarts exchange student regulations. The maximum duration is 2 years, requiring students to achieve a No. Outstanding in all subjects, with tuition fees covered by the students themselves. It's quite an opportunity, isn't it? Draco explained at a leisurely pace, allowing them to scrutinize him. Though the first-year examinations had yet to occur, everyone had already tacitly accepted that he would achieve such grades. Daphne tilted her head, scrutinizing him intently. You mean exchange, not transfer? I thought I had made myself sufficiently clear, Draco replied, elongating his tone. What shall we do then? Crabbe and Goyle, bewildered, expressed confusion, having grown accustomed to following Draco in all matters, finding this sudden change bewildering and certain they could never attain such grades. The boy with the light golden hair chuckled softly, just as he was about to respond to them, when the latecomer Lambert approached, unwrapping letters and the day's newspaper at his seat while inquiring quietly, Have you seen Harry? I haven't spotted him since this morning. I thought he might have come for breakfast first. What does that look mean? Lambert quickly skimmed the headlines of the newspaper, ascertained that there was no useful information, and was about to open a letter when he lifted his head to find their gazes fixed upon him peculiarly. Blaze smiled and answered for the group. Because your question comes at a rather inopportune moment. We were just discussing Draco's intention to exchange to Durmstrang starting next year. Draco calmly corrected him. Mind your wording, Blaze. I am not discussing it with you, merely informing you. Oh, I'm beginning to loathe your obstinate temperament. Pansy exclaimed in frustration, tossing her fork onto the table, her deep brown eyes filled with displeasure. Lambert was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Draco to entertain such a notion. Before he could process this information, the doors to the great hall swung open once more, and the professors entered in a steady stream, with Headmaster Dumbledore leading the way. I apologize for delaying your morning classes. I have 2 announcements to make. After casting a resounding spell upon himself, Dumbledore's voice echoed throughout the hall, successfully silencing the hushed murmurs of the houses. Firstly, I announce a decision made during yesterday's staff meeting. Having assessed the performance of the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, and based on a significant error made in yesterday's class, I have approved Professor Quirrell's resignation. The remaining defense against the dark arts classes for this term will be temporarily taught by Severus. A subdued round of applause arose from the Slytherin table, a gesture of congratulations for their head of house. In stark contrast, the expressions of the Gryffindor students resembled those mourning a loss, as if they had already envisioned bidding farewell to the House Cup once more this semester. Many Gryffindors, having recently escaped the clutches of Snape's potions class, could not help but exhale deeply. Furthermore, due to the recent spate of petrification incidents at the school, starting today, each house will form action groups of 2 to 4 members, with the specific composition to be determined by the respective heads of house. No student is permitted to travel alone at any time. Dumbledore's announcements were never lengthy. Having concluded, he left the floor open for the heads of houses. Professor Snape displayed no interest in the formation of these groups, merely stipulating that no group could consist of fewer than 3 students for those in 4th year and below. The prefect could not manage alone, designating one individual from each year to compile the groupings internally and report back to him. Naturally, Draco was the designated organizer for the first years. All right, who wishes to join my group? Step forward, Draco said expressionlessly, shamelessly attempting to first secure his own members. Blaze, with a grin, chimed in. Given the events of last Halloween, I don't believe I am capable enough to keep an eye on Master Malfoy. So I'll join Crabbe and Goyle. Draco's silver-gray eyes regarded him with a glance, followed by a derisive snort as he noted their 3 names on the parchment. Lambert had a sinking feeling. He turned to count the number of first-year Slytherin boys behind him. It appeared that aside from their small circle, the other first years swiftly congregated together, while Pansy and Daphne quickly found a female classmate to form a group. 3 minutes later, Lambert shared a complex look with Draco, who held the parchment and quill. They both perceived a mutual expletive in each other's gaze. No. Next. They simultaneously addressed their peers. Pansy and Daphne laughed nearby, feeling some of the morning-'s gloom over Draco's exchange to Durmstrang dissipate. No next, what a perfect combination. I trust this grouping will effectively regulate your behavior, Blaise remarked, clapping his right palm against his left hand, reveling in the unfolding drama. Lambert glanced at the other unfamiliar Slytherins, ultimately yielding to the thought of where Harry had disappeared to, retorting blandly to Blaise. You hold me in too high regard, Blaise. Fine, it is as such. You and Harry will form a group. I've noticed the prefect is already collecting the names. The Slytherin prefect shared an equal disinterest in how they formed their groups. Thus, when Draco attempted to cross out Blaise's name to replace it with his own, the prefect coldly snatched the parchment from his grasp. Counting the first years, he frowned and inquired, why are we still 3 short? Where is your group? Why is Potter's name not on here? Pansy offered him a sweet smile. Oh, they just happened to be the last group. Draco, Lambert, and Harry. Perhaps they simply didn't have time to write it down? The prefect nodded, swiftly scribbling the last 3 names before returning the stack of parchment to Professor Snape. This left him and Draco exchanging mutual disdain. Perhaps someone can enlighten me as to where our esteemed savior has run off to? I do not wish for a member to be lost on the very first day of group assignments, Draco inquired, adapting swiftly to the situation. Narrowing his eyes as he scanned the surroundings with an air of languor, Lambert feigned a smile at him. If you had been paying attention to my earlier remarks, Draco, you would have realized I had been searching for him for quite some time. Blaise, arms crossed, mused to Pansy. What did I tell you? Being with any of them guarantees trouble. On the 24th day since arriving at Hogwarts, Lambert's curiosity was finally satisfied during her biology class when Professor Sprout took attendance. Blaise Zabini present. Harry Potter, oh, he is on sick leave, I see. Then Lambert Peverell? Here, Professor, Lambert spoke softly, raising his hand, though he did not miss Sprout's preceding statement. Sick leave? Harry is ill? How was I not aware? Due to the recent alarming number of petrification incidents, the supply of mature mandrakes from the apothecary in Diagon Alley had been severely compromised, leading to all herbology classes at Hogwarts being dedicated to repotting mandrakes. These plants' roots resembled little gnome dolls, emitting a scream upon being uprooted. The scream of a mature mandrake could even be fatal. After the professor demonstrated the procedure, Lambert donned earplugs and yanked the mandrake from its pot. The immature green plant began shrieking with a baby-like root, and half a minute later, it continued its wails. While others nearby had already completed their repotting, Lambert stared blankly at the mandrake in his hands, while a curious Gryffindor reached out to the shrieking plant, only to be bitten fiercely. Instantly, a scream erupted throughout the greenhouse, one more exaggerated than the mandrake's piercing cries, sounding excruciating. Lambert intended to visit the infirmary after class to see if Harry was there. The young mandrake in his grasp seemed to exhibit a spirit of defiance, its cries becoming hoarse yet refusing to relent, determined to scream until its very last breath if not return to the soil within a second. Suddenly, a gloved hand reached out and grasped his wrist, swiftly tossing the shrieking mandrake, now on the brink of lifelessness, into a new pot. With a spade, the soil was packed around it, leaving only a few forlorn leaves peeking above the surface, thus bringing an end to the ear-piercing wails. Lambert turned to find himself face to face with an impatient expression. Draco quickly withdrew his hand, the matching fuzzy earmuffs merely accentuating the delicacy of his features. With his pointed chin raised defiantly, he pressed his lips together, his silver-gray eyes casting a warning glance at Lambert. Do you wish to render me deaf? Lambert raised an eyebrow, locking eyes with him for a few seconds before turning back to the remaining 10 or so mandrakes, engrossed in repotting them. It was just after 11:50, and as the class had ended, Lambert was the first to remove his gloves and grab his book. Striding purposefully across the expansive lawns of Hogwarts towards the hospital wing, suddenly, an irate voice called from behind. Do you need me to repeat the school's new regulations, which seem to have escaped that brain of yours, akin to that of a troll? Lambert paused, glancing back. Draco's displeasure was evident, openly dissatisfied with the grouping. As Lambert turned, Draco had already slowed his pace to a more comfortable rhythm, casually sauntering forward. Noticing Lambert's icy demeanor, he scoffed, let me guess. Potter has done something commendable, and you already know the reason for his disappearance this morning, right? As Draco met Lambert's emerald eyes, as deep and frozen as the surface of the Black Lake in winter, he spoke in his characteristic teasing tone. "Just a guess," Lambert replied coolly, lacking any desire for further conversation, and resumed his walk towards the hospital wing. Draco ambled behind him leisurely, calculating the duration of their break, and reminding him to be mindful of the time. However, Madame Pomfrey informed Lambert that Harry had already returned unharmed. Lambert thanked her. His brow furrowed, and with an even darker expression, hurried towards the Great Hall. "When do you intend to cease this relentless following of mine through the halls of Hogwarts?" Draco inquired, clearly displeased with the role of a shadow. Lambert turned to glance at him, his face impassive as he faced forward. "You need not accompany me. I assure you, I will be fine, and no one will be the wiser." Draco emitted a derisive snort, skeptical of his assurances. His 7 years at Hogwarts had taught him never to harbor misplaced confidence when defying Professor Snape's decisions. Among all of Slytherin House, only this individual and that perpetually reckless Potter disregarded rules, whether school regulations or house conduct. Upon entering the Great Hall, Lambert noted Harry's absence and pondered where he could have gone. Sneaking off to the Chamber of Secrets? Unlikely, as he didn't even know where the entrance was. Lambert found it hard to believe Harry would be the type to whimsically explore the second-floor girls' bathroom. Draco had lost any interest in playing the role of a sidekick or caretaker, and, confirming that Harry had merely returned to the dormitory, promptly turned and entered the Great Hall, his empty stomach reminding him of where he truly needed to be. "What? How do you know?" Lambert asked, seated on his bed. Ignoring the large cat that had leapt onto his lap, his eyes, green like Harry's, fixed intently upon him. According to Harry, there was no need to worry about the departed Professor Quirrell or Voldemort, for they would not return to Hogwarts. The charming dark-haired boy before him was evidently ill-suited for deception. His eyes darted nervously as he spoke in short bursts. "I'm sorry. I promised Dumbledore and the professors not to discuss this with classmates." In the end, Harry merely blushed and stated this. Lambert raised his chin to scrutinize the boy standing before him, his emerald eyes glinting with an evaluative intensity as they settled squarely on Harry. After a moment of silence, he subtly curled his lips into a faint smile, his words as light as feathers in the air. "All right then, let us discuss your recent return from the hospital wing. Does your injury relate to Quirrell's departure?" As Harry's anxious gaze met his, Lambert gradually withdrew his expression and articulated his hypothesis deliberately. "It seems Quirrell's exit is also connected to this. Given what you mentioned about him and Voldemort no longer posing a threat to Hogwarts, I surmise they may have sustained severe injuries, or that their departure is merely a ruse. They might have met their demise." Recalling their previous discussion on blood magic, Lambert exclaimed, "Do not tell me you actually attempted that. How could you dare?" He stood in shock and anger, unable to contain his raised voice as he confronted Harry, who showed no sign of remorse, instead appearing puzzled as he furrowed his brow and spread his hands. "Hey Lambert, I thought at least you'd commend me or something. At least I succeeded, right? Why are you so furious?" Harry believed he was proving himself in front of a friend. Yet when he saw even a hint of surprise or joy on Lambert's face, he was met with disappointment. Lambert's demeanor made him feel as though his actions were nothing but reckless, as if he had merely dodged a bullet by chance. Lambert opened his mouth but ultimately closed it again, waving his hand after a moment. "Never mind, go have lunch. Remember to attend class with Draco. The new school regulation prohibits younger students from moving about alone." As Harry left, dejected, Lambert sat quietly on his bed, contemplating life. He wondered whether Harry's penchant for adventure stemmed from his protagonist nature, or if it was his influence that led to more dangerous outcomes. No one understood his inner fear of the known plot spiraling out of control. Yes, Voldemort had indeed met a fractured end through Quirrell. But what fate awaited the prematurely opened Chamber of Secrets, and the suddenly restless Peter Pettigrew? He could not confide in IG or discuss life with the large cat. Ultimately, he brazenly skipped his afternoon classes, placing his pocket watch on the bedside table, and cradling the large cat. He intended to bask in the sun on the grass by the Black Lake to soothe his mind. Draco was astounded by Lambert's audacity when he discovered he had not attended class. The classroom fell silent when Professor Snape called his name and received no response, the chilling atmosphere palpable even to the Gryffindors. With the transition to Professor Snape, arriving late or skipping his class was certainly not a wise decision. Even when merely reciting textbook material, Snape's profound understanding of dark magic and his own expertise rendered his lessons invaluable, elevating the seriousness of the dark arts class to unprecedented heights. Throughout the entire lesson, no one dared to utter a sound. As the class drew to a close, he expressionlessly announced that Lambert must report to his office for remedial work following evening study sessions, specifically to deal with various potions. and he accepted the venom that Professor Snape unleashed at any given moment. Many Gryffindors felt an inner sense of jubilation upon hearing this, even casting numerous gloating glances towards the Slytherins. It seemed that Malfoy and Potter had no power to constrain Mr. Peverell, who cherished freedom. After announcing the results, Professor Snape's dark gaze fell upon Draco and Harry. Draco took a deep breath and flashed a perfect smile at his godfather. "It was merely an accident, Professor. I assure you it will not happen again." Snape locked eyes with him for a few seconds, letting out a derisive snicker, his lips curling into a sardonic smile as he retorted, "Is that so?" Harry vigorously nodded beside Draco, pledging to keep a watchful eye on Lambert. Draco's silver-gray eyes were filled with fury, a faint flush creeping onto his cheeks. However, in light of the consequences of being questioned by Professor Snape regarding his capabilities, he naturally had to acquiesce to Harry's words. "Then I shall wait with no expectations. If I hear of Slytherin students being absent from your astronomy professor again tonight, I assure you, you will not enjoy the privilege of being in a group alone." Chapter 36. On the 25th day at Hogwarts, the surface of the Black Lake was covered with a thin layer of ice, and even the giant squid lurking at the bottom seemed to be hibernating due to the frigid weather. The vast dark lake connected with distant peaks adorned with white tips. The sporadic rain that came year-round made the moments of blue skies and fluffy clouds feel quite luxurious. Lambert spread out a raincoat on the ground, first sitting cross-legged, then reclining. "How beautiful," he mused, emptying his mind of chaotic thoughts, his emerald eyes gazing at the picturesque scenery, sighing with the large cat beside him. The large cat circled around him, its long soft fur impeccably clean, its adorable head occasionally lifting to look at him, its dark, round eyes unblinkingly fixed on him, rendering the entire creature akin to a plush toy. 2 hours later, the quiet, vacant field became lively once more due to Quidditch practices from various houses. The sounds of bats striking balls, sporadic cheers, and distant shouts of encouragement mingled together, rousing Lambert from the slumber he had unknowingly fallen into. The first sight that met his eyes was a pale blue sky, wispy white clouds appearing as if delicately brushed onto a canvas with white dye, stretching out in a transient, ethereal manner. "I am quite curious. How does a student manage to brazenly skip class and still sleep so peacefully?" Before Lambert could maintain his good mood any longer, a remark from above jolted him back to reality. He slightly raised his head, looking up, and Draco's pale face came into view. Even from this angle, it was impossible to find any flaw in his features. He rubbed his dry eyes with his right hand, slowly sitting up, turning to face the standing figure, resting one hand behind him, propping one leg up, casually meeting Draco's somewhat fiery gaze. After a moment, Lambert inexplicably smiled, the corners of his eyes softening as his green gaze appeared gentle due to his smile. Yet his words were anything but tender. "I don't know why, but seeing you in a bad mood somehow miraculously lifts my spirits." Draco elegantly rolled his eyes at him, recounting Professor Snape's notification regarding his week of educational discipline. Lambert lethargically raised a hand to cover his face. Can't this school be a little more lenient towards students who occasionally skip classes? Let me give you a little reminder, boy, do not engage in any actions that violate the rules while I am in your group, understood? I trust you can perceive that my patience is exceedingly limited." Draco crossed his arms, speaking to him with an unfriendly tone. Lambert nodded, responding lazily, "Rest assured, it won't happen again." Draco scoffed at his assurance, as Lambert's blood ties to Potter made him skeptical of this troublemaker's ability to remain compliant. "Given that you have no credibility with me, you should convey such assurances to Professor Snape instead." With that, Draco turned to leave. "Draco," Lambert called out softly, looking at his retreating figure, not entirely understanding why he felt the impulse to stop him. Strangely, upon seeing Draco's back, Lambert suddenly thought that perhaps only this person in all of Hogwarts could understand his fears. However, when he noticed the palpable impatience etched on Draco's half-turned face, he swallowed the question that had been on the tip of his tongue. "No, it's nothing." He lowered his gaze to the deep green grass beneath him, silently repeating the question in his heart. "Have you ever felt fear in this world that is beginning to diverge from your memories?" Suddenly, a pair of dark boots appeared within his line of sight. He looked up to meet Draco's silver-gray eyes, filled with the usual arrogance and mockery. Yet at this moment, he slightly bent down, slowly curving his lips into a smile. "What did I remind you of before?" "What?" Lambert gazed at him in confusion. But the moment Draco delivered the answer coincided with Lambert's realization of the answer within his eyes. "What you know does not give you the right to act recklessly. Do not attempt to interfere with anyone. I have warned you, boy." Lambert remained perplexed, habitually wanting to refute the accusation. "I didn't." Yet under Draco's gaze, his voice gradually dwindled. "Indeed," Regarding Harry's life trajectory, he had already interfered, and everything currently unfolding was undeniably akin to the butterfly effect. The developments were entirely different from his understanding. But, are you suggesting that I should sit idly by? If I had not inherited the Peveril family, I could certainly choose a more comfortable way to live, even evade everything happening now, but I cannot. I, Harry, and the Death Eater's camp are fated to be incompatible. You know what he will do to Ollivander for the Elder Wand. If I do not take the initiative, I will meet the same fate. Lambert spoke earnestly, locking his gaze onto Draco. Draco found it rather curious that ever since this person had unilaterally distanced himself from him, they had rarely engaged in such conversations. In fact, aside from that night when Lambert pressed him for his stance, they had never had such a dialogue. Then let me offer you a second piece of advice. Your fear stems from your weakness. To be precise, your actions have led to the changes, and you cannot control the outcomes of those changes. That is why you can only sit here idly. Typically, when Draco spoke in this tone, it was infused with such condescending arrogance that it was utterly irritating. However, on this rare occasion, he delivered such a candid remark without his usual sharpness, and even though Lambert could hear the disdain for his capabilities within Draco's words, he found them surprisingly palatable. Or rather, he was able to grasp the meaning behind the words beyond their irritating surface. What he meant was that if he dared to act, he must possess the strength to match that action. Is that the reason you wish to exchange at Durmstrang? Do you think you are speaking to whom? Boy, look clearly. Standing before you is the scion of the Malfoy family. For heaven's sake, avert your gaze. Draco habitually masked his innermost thoughts, yet he often forgot that this person could perceive his musings. Lambert chuckled, feeling for the first time that in this world, having someone to converse with during moments of despair or awkwardness was indeed a pleasant occurrence, even if that person possessed a rather insufferable demeanor. Oh, had his expectations of life truly sunk to such depths? Rising to fold away the raincoat sprawled on the ground, he extended a hand towards the large cat, saying, "Let us go back." The cat disregarded his hand, leaping into his embrace and clutching his robes, compelling Lambert to reciprocate by holding it. He began to understand the reason for Draco's popularity among the Slytherin girls. Despite his irritable nature, he was handsome, formidable, and could occasionally articulate human speech. Lambert, trailing behind him, offered a rare compliment. "Are you implying that your thoughts now align with theirs? I shall consider adopting a more gentlemanly demeanor when conversing with you next time. Thank you for the reminder that our friendship shall never exceed 3 seconds. At the Hogwarts dinner hour, Ron, along with Seamus and Neville, joyfully shared the news of his pet rat Scabber's complete return. Lambert strategically chose a spot near them, leisurely slicing his steak while eavesdropping on their conversation, causing Harry to attempt to engage him multiple times, only to be met with interruptions. "Sorry. I'm preoccupied with some thoughts. I'll chat with you later," Harry acknowledged, focusing intently on his meal. A scruffy old rat with a slightly yellowish coat scurried around Ron's table, accepting offerings of food indiscriminately. Suddenly, a flash of pure white leaped onto the table before him, startling Ron, who fixated on the white cat as his rat squealed in fright and dove into his arms. Just as he intended to shoo the cat away, it nimbly evaded him, effortlessly vaulting to the other side of the long table, darting beneath it, and swiftly returning to Lambert's lap, where it settled down and mewed obediently. Ron, seething, turned and straddled the bench, glaring at Lambert. "Still claiming it's not your cat." This time, he had learned to be cautious, refraining from rushing directly to Slytherin. Even though only a narrow aisle separated the two tables, Lambert calmly set down his utensils, even taking a moment to dab his mouth with a napkin before turning to regard Ron with an air of nonchalance. "My cat? Yes, what of it? Did it consume your rat?" Crabbe and Goyle chuckled. Draco, seated across from Lambert, unexpectedly set down his knife and fork, his expression unusually stern as he scrutinized Lambert and Ron. Beside him, Blaise raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he queried, "What transpired that I was unaware of? Do you two always oscillate between such extremes of camaraderie?" Draco, however, remained silent, his gaze narrowing on Lambert as he pursed his lips in displeasure. Blaise, sensing something amiss, inquired, "What's wrong?" The blond boy withdrew his gaze, uttering a single word, "Absurd." "Blaise, could you speak in coherent language? Regardless, keep that insufferable cat away from me and Scabbers," Ron declared to Lambert. Lambert nodded amiably, "Rest assured, as a Slytherin, I would never entertain the notion of drawing closer to you, considering that foolishness is contagious." Ron looked as if he might explode from indignation. Yet, more explosive was the reaction from the Gryffindor table, where shrieks and gasps erupted in succession. At the teacher's table, Professor Snape suddenly stood, surveying the timid man who had unexpectedly appeared at the Gryffindor table. Amidst the chaos of the Hogwarts hall, Lambert observed that those across from him had lost all appetite, and he offered a warm smile. Principal S. Learned it from you. Chapter 37. The 26th day at Hogwarts. The following day, every newspaper in the wizarding world splashed headlines about Peter Pettigrew's capture at Hogwarts and Sirius Black's exoneration from Azkaban. The Daily Prophet. Hogwarts witnesses the return of the deceased. What truly transpired that fateful night 12 years ago? The Wizarding Weekly. Peter Pettigrew's trial takes you back to the truth of 12 years ago. However, the events at Hogwarts were far from concluded. Due to the chamber incident, the Board of Governors had intervened, and Dumbledore was collectively dismissed from his position for failing to protect the students. Simultaneously, the Keeper of Keys and Grounds, Hagrid, was taken to the Ministry of Magic for questioning and temporarily imprisoned in Azkaban. One morning, Harry was inundated with a plethora of letters from owls, the majority from various newspapers and others from concerned individuals within the magical community. Even Lambert received numerous interview requests from the press due to his tenuous blood connection to Harry. What is your opinion on Peter Pettigrew being the true servant of the Unspeakable One? How much do you know about Harry Potter's lineage? Lambert replied dismissively. What business is it of yours? Harry had just learned the truth about his parents' betrayal from Dumbledore and Professor Snape the previous night, and after a restless night, he now faced an overwhelming influx of information, leaving him somewhat dazed. Lambert consumed little of his breakfast, dedicating most of the time to assisting Harry in sorting through the letters, one of which was a personal note from his newly liberated godfather, Sirius Black. Throughout breakfast, Harry once again found himself the center of attention at Hogwarts, with Lambert sharing in the experience of being treated like a notable figure. The scrutinizing gazes from all directions were intensely piercing. Aside from the announcement regarding his inheritance of the Peverell family, he felt his usual demeanor was quite unassuming. Harry was bombarded with news from all quarters, but fortunately, being a Slytherin, he maintained a certain detachment from the other houses, sparing him from the fate of being cornered by gossiping crowds. However, before he could discuss the chamber incident with Lambert, Professor Snape announced the commencement of the annual dormitory inspections. Lambert spent his entire afternoon after classes helping Blaise move his belongings, only to despair upon discovering that Blaise had accumulated even more items than before. He could scarcely fathom what life would resemble if such a routine persisted for several more years. Exhausted, he opted to skip evening study, collapsing onto his bed in a state of feigned death. The large cat had also ceased venturing out alone at night lately, as Lambert worried it might encounter a basilisk on its return from the kitchen. Consequently, late-night snacks had become a rarity, which saddened him greatly. At 10:20, the door to his room swung open, and Draco entered, spotting the figure rolling about on the large bed. His silver-gray eyes revealed no trace of surprise as he calmly turned to close the door behind him. I truly wish the next academic year would arrive swiftly, Lambert mused, propping his hands beneath his head, and casting a sidelong glance at the blond boy as Draco began to unfasten his outer robe, tossing it onto the small sofa and removing his tie. Hearing Lambert's remark, he raised an eyebrow, but before he could respond, he noticed Lambert sitting up and making a stopping gesture with his hand. Wait, Draco, might you consider reforming your rather careless habit of discarding your garments, particularly over the past couple of days? Although the house elf diligently assists in laundering the dirty clothes placed in designated spots each day, and neatly returns fresh attire every afternoon, the other furnishings in your room remain untouched by either of you. Given Draco's propensity for haphazardness, Lambert wagers that there are likely garments he has worn and neglected to wash tucked away in some corner of the room, especially with the recent dormitory inspections looming. While his own habits are hardly exemplary, years of shared dormitory experience have equipped him with the know-how to navigate such inspections. Lambert finds it perplexing that, at a time when Dumbledore has been ousted, the school still finds the leisure to conduct surprise dormitory checks. Draco merely cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips as he languidly replied, "Do not attempt to lecture me, boy." Lambert smiled as he met Draco's gaze. "Look into my sincere eyes and trust me. Aside from your future wife, no one would dare to dictate to you, Lord Malfoy. It's merely to avoid a reprimand from Professor Snape." Draco chuckled lightly, crossing his arms, ready to retort, but suddenly his expression shifted. With a swift motion, he drew his wand, piercing the shadows by the fireplace with a sharp gaze. "Who is there? Step out." A diminutive figure materialized from the air, a house elf nervously fiddling with a tattered corner of its ragged garment. Its limbs were exceedingly thin, its head disproportionately large, adorned with oversized eyes and ears, and it met Draco's gaze with a mix of surprise and trepidation before lowering its eyes to the floor, stammering, "Good evening, young Master Dobby." Dobby sincerely apologizes for disturbing you, but the young master should not have discovered Dobby here. Dobby was hiding quite well. What are you doing here? Did your master send you? Draco interjected impatiently, tucking his wand back into its holster and tilting his chin to regard it. Dobby appeared utterly terrified by his demeanor, its round eyes widening as it glanced at Lambert, wiping its hands on the filthy hem of its garment. Master sent Dobby to Hogwarts to secretly protect the young master, but Dobby has been discovered. Dobby has not fulfilled the master's request, oh dear. As it spoke, its expression became increasingly frantic, as if recalling some dreadful thought. It slammed its head against the corner of the fireplace, muttering, Dobby is a useless house elf. Dobby is as foolish as a pig. Draco at this hour. Having such commotion in the dormitory, Lambert awkwardly pointed at the house elf, now banging its head against the wall, looking toward Draco. Draco's expression soured further. He seemed to have deduced his father's intentions, perhaps seeking to leverage the absence of Dumbledore to discreetly dispose of that diary, using his position as a board member. Recently, the dark mark on all Death Eaters had faded, suggesting that the Dark Lord had again been weakened. Coupled with the Ministry's intensified scrutiny of dark magical artifacts in residential areas, the pressure on his father was palpable. Of course, there was another possibility, that the diary had issued some directive to his father, regardless of whether Dobby's appearance was merely to check in or an inexplicable attempt at protection. He had no intention of accepting it. Stop, go back and inform my father that I will take care of my own safety. Dobby, I do not require your assistance. Draco narrowed his eyes, issuing a command. Dobby, foreseeing its impending fate, tears welling in its eyes, released its grip on the fireplace bricks and cried. Dobby is a worthless Dobby. The young master does not need Dobby's protection. Dobby will be punished by the master. Return at once. Do not make me repeat myself. Draco commanded, his tone unkind towards the house elf that had so resolutely sided with Potter in the past. Lambert ran a hand through his hair, forcing a smile as he said, I think perhaps we do still need it, for instance, to assist us in facing the impending dormitory inspection. Dobby's sobs halted momentarily, incredulity washing over its features as it turned to Lambert, then cautiously glanced at Draco's expression, desperately hoping for a change of heart. Draco regarded Lambert with an impassive stare, his silver-gray eyes meeting Lambert's emerald green. How about a deal? Since you don't fancy it, why not sell it to me? Draco suddenly snorted derisively, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Not a chance, don't even think about it. Dobby found its young master exceedingly peculiar. It sensed that the young master was currently wielding a remarkable control over his magic, inexplicably even stronger than its own master. Lambert also smirked, his expression always gentle, now relaxed and cheerful. Don't speak as if it has never done so before. Clearly, you are quite irked by the fact that it once assisted Harry. It knows far too many secrets of the Malfoy family. Draco replied, an edge to his tone, as if I were unaware. Frankly, I am interested in its capabilities. Since you do not fancy it, it would save me the trouble of recruiting another house elf. Lambert was genuinely earnest in his negotiation. Are you suggesting it's time to seal your lips? Draco narrowed his eyes, though this was a clear refusal. Lambert shrugged, turning to Dobby. If one day you find yourself liberated from the Malfoy household, please consider my employment offer, with salary included. Draco scoffed, replying, dream on. So stingy. Our friendship is apparently worth less than a house elf. Lambert shook his head bemused. I thought it was only worth a Christmas card. Draco raised an eyebrow, flashing a perfectly feigned smile. Lambert resolved to revise his mental image of Draco. Strengths, handsome, powerful. Weaknesses, lacks social grace, miserly, and holds grudges. Conclusion, such a man is unlikely to find a spouse. Chapter 38, the 27th day at Hogwarts. Following the dormitory inspection, Lambert had just finished helping Blaise move, and was unwilling to subject himself to further upheaval in the near future. Besides, Blaise had asserted that since Draco would be attending Durmstrang next academic year, Lambert merely needed to endure for 1 month to enjoy 2 years of single occupancy in the dormitory. Thus it was best to let things be. Upon hearing this, Lambert concurred, and there seemed to be no further tumult regarding the dormitory reshuffle. However, matters at Hogwarts were far from settled. The menace of the Chamber of Secrets loomed ominously, and Lambert was astonished when Harry, in an unexpected turn of events, chose to follow him into the dormitory after evening study to discuss the matter. Lambert. Harry looked at him with a hint of confusion, still not grasping his point. Lambert smiled. Why don't you take a seat on the couch? After all, this is still a school dormitory. The difference between 2 and 3 people is negligible, and Draco's opinion can easily be overlooked. Perfect. Harry blinked his vibrant green eyes, gazing earnestly into his similarly colored ones, his black hair curling over his brow, almost obscuring his striking gaze. Lambert, as you are aware, Hagrid has been taken away by the Ministry of Magic. I was present in the hunting lodge when he advised me to follow the direction of the spiders to uncover the truth. Lambert mused that his conversations with Harry had increased significantly, undoubtedly honing his ability to change expressions in an instant. Following the spiders? If memory served him correctly. In the original narrative, Harry indeed trailed Ron as they followed the spiders from Hagrid's window into the Forbidden Forest, nearly providing sustenance for the Spider King and its progeny. And then, Lambert patiently probed further, convinced that Harry must not have ventured there, otherwise the figure before him would not be the living savior, but rather a mere nutrient for the soil of the Forbidden Forest. Then, I contemplated that it must pertain to the creature within the Chamber of Secrets and its association with spiders, which is why I sought your counsel. Harry replied with utmost honesty. Lambert felt a swell of gratification. Harry had actually utilized his intellect, refraining from rashly plunging into the Forbidden Forest, leaving him at a loss for words in his astonishment. However, regarding Harry's reference to you, Lambert was acutely aware of his own reliance on the narrative's advantages. The supposed erudition he boasted was more aptly suited to Draco. As they delved into the tale of the spiders, Draco returned. Upon entering the dormitory, the pale-haired Slytherin, upon seeing Lambert and Harry on the sofa, initially questioned whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong dormitory. Lambert, however, did not bother clarifying the dormitory switch, and bluntly posed a question to the top student of Slytherin's first year. Draco, you are faced with two paths. The first, to violate one school rule. The second, to contravene over 50. Which do you choose? Draco retorted. Why is it that my options are only violations of school rules? Meeting Lambert's gaze, he contemplated turning back, feigning ignorance of ever having entered this dormitory, internally vowing for the millionth time that he would never again be grouped with these two, by any means necessary. He stood there, his pallid visage marred by an expression of disdain, his lips forming a curse as his silver-gray eyes locked onto Lambert's. Aside from dragging me into the chamber, or you two going alone, can your convoluted mind, muddled by those Cornish pixies, devise a more sensible approach? Perhaps you might consider handing over that peculiar Hogwarts map to the professors. You must learn to shift your trust from your unreliable self, boy. Lambert found himself laboring to decipher Draco's words. He surmised that simplicity in communication was paramount. I have pondered this, but the map only reveals the individuals within the rooms or corridors of Hogwarts. It does not disclose what lies within the very structure itself. Do you grasp my meaning? Lambert reclined on the sofa, stroking the soft fur of the large cat resting upon his lap, slightly tilting his head to meet Draco's gaze, who leaned against the bedpost. Harry interjected, Wait, did we overlook something between Lambert's first and second questions? What map are they discussing? The pipes? Draco contemplated briefly before arriving at a conclusion. Lambert snapped his fingers in acknowledgement of his correct answer. Hold on, I don't believe I missed anything. Harry, your confusion is evident as you glance between the two of us, sensing a peculiar tension in our exchange. Do not dwell on minutiae, Harry. Our focus should be the Chamber of Secrets, Lambert asserted with a smile, boldly shifting the topic. 12-year-old Harry, still innocent and easily swayed, quickly dismissed his lingering curiosity, gazing expectantly at Draco, as though hoping for a brilliant idea or assistance in pinpointing the approximate location of the chamber. Draco scrutinized them with an unhurried demeanor, straightening his posture, loosening his tie, and tossing it to the corner of the bed, speaking leisurely. Do not expect me to accompany you two to your demise. I have made it abundantly clear, and I swear that the moment you both exit the Slytherin common room, I will report to the head boy. Do not doubt my resolve. Harry's expression instantly soured, recalling the events of Halloween when Draco had exhibited a similar demeanor, cold and unapproachable. Only Lambert seemed unperturbed by Draco's foul mood, reaching for a cup of water from the nearby table, sipping contentedly, and observing the clear liquid at the bottom of the cup before returning his gaze to Draco, who was now preparing to head to the bathroom in his robe. Aren't you curious about the secrets I possess? The pale-haired boy halted, turning to Lambert after a brief silence, a teasing smirk gracing his otherwise striking face. Do you think I am still at that stage of insatiable curiosity? Surely. You do not believe I am unaware of your intentions? Lambert's emerald eyes met his, a gentle smile curving his lips as he looked down at the large cat's snowy fur, idly stroking its soft coat, speaking with a hint of distraction. I would not embark on such a venture unprepared, to begin with. Do you truly think I would rely on you to confront that monster alone? I merely seek an additional layer of assurance, and I can assure you, you will not be disappointed by my secrets. He then lifted his gaze to meet Draco's eyes, responding in kind. Do not speak as if you have never breached school rules. I almost thought I was coercing Harry into a compromising situation. I must commend you, Lambert. Your negotiation skills are impressive, Draco remarked, lifting his chin, a haughty smile dancing in his silver-gray eyes, as though a compliment from him carried no less sting than a rebuke. If Lambert's proposal were to be accepted, would that not place him at a significant advantage? If he were indeed as keenly interested in Lambert's secrets as he had claimed. Agreed. Draco was acutely aware that there were no free lunches in this world. Yet he found himself genuinely intrigued by the machinations Lambert was orchestrating. Let me remind you, boy, I am not one to offer assistance without reward. With that, Draco unhesitatingly retreated into the bathroom, leaving Lambert and Harry in a focused, piercing gaze on the sofa. Harry, though a witness to the entire exchange, remained utterly perplexed, feeling as though he and the two were conversing on entirely different subjects. Aren't we discussing the Chamber of Secrets? What is this sensation of an imminent transaction looming before us? He gazed at Lambert, licking his parched lips. I apologize, but I do not quite grasp why you are employing such tactics to persuade Draco to accompany us to the chamber. It could be said that he embodied the essence of a protagonist. Despite lacking comprehension of the dynamics between him and Draco, he had astutely pinpointed the crux of their discussion. Lambert let out a soft sound, lowering his head to indulge in petting the cat. After a while, he resolved to speak frankly with Harry. Initially, I merely intended to drag him into breaking school regulations, but then I reflected upon his considerable prowess and realized he could indeed hold his own. Following his apparent suggestion to abandon us both in a critical moment, I now find myself filled with regret. My dear boy, is it too late to say that we shall not proceed together? While Draco was in the bath, Lambert conspired with the great cat in Chinese, and after midnight, Harry produced his oversized invisibility cloak, capable of concealing 3 individuals. Sounds began to rustle along the corridor before the entrance to the Slytherin dungeon, yet no one took notice. Inside the girls' restroom at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor, Draco emerged first from beneath the cloak, his expression sour. He had not anticipated that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets would be located in a restroom rarely frequented even by girls. A sobbing Myrtle's head peeked over from one of the stalls, curiously observing the 3 boys who had intruded upon the girls' lavatory at such a time. I deeply apologize. Miss Myrtle, please believe us, we did not intend to trespass into the girls' restroom, Lambert began, only to be abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. Ah! How could there be boys like you at Hogwarts? Perhaps out of embarrassment, she shrieked and dove headfirst into the toilet. Draco's countenance darkened further. Harry, speaking Parseltongue to the pipes, soon had the central sink parting to reveal a massive, dark opening below. Lambert touched the golden antique pocket watch before him, recalling how both Harry and Draco had previously expressed their disapproval of him bringing the cat along wherever he went. Yet he resolutely ignored them, and leaped into the black abyss. He experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the pipes. Upon landing, Draco drew his wand, suppressing his nausea as he surveyed the surroundings, grimacing, wonderful, I am already regretting coming here. The unidentified substance beneath his feet, coupled with the wizarding robe that had made intimate contact with the seemingly centuries-old pipes during their slide, made Draco feel profoundly nauseous. Lambert, catching his words, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He crouched to set the great cat down, and once Harry had landed safely, he turned to them with a beaming smile. Come, come, let me show you a treasure. Draco furrowed his brow and approached curiously alongside Harry, only to find that it was still just Lambert and his cat before them. With a tone less than amicable, he remarked, Do not toy with me while I am in such a foul mood, Lambert. Harry saw a flash of red sweep across his vision and curiously looked up, his mouth agape in astonishment, perfectly embodying the expression of sheer disbelief. Draco followed his gaze to the low ceiling above. A resplendent phoenix, predominantly crimson with 3 long tail feathers, spread its wings, struggling to unfurl in the confined space, its sharp beak opening to emit a cry. Chapter 39, The 20th Day at Hogwarts. Hare. This is astonishing. Is that a phoenix? It took him a moment to articulate this question. Undoubtedly. Draco gazed up at the magnificent red creature for an extended period, certain that it was indeed a phoenix. The question remained, however, from where had Lambert acquired this? Furthermore, the only visible entrance to this underground space was the one they had just descended through, making the phoenix's appearance overhead quite perplexing. Could it have simply materialized? Draco scrutinized Lambert, his mind swirling with questions, yet he discerned nothing. Lambert, too, was transfixed by the phoenix, recalling the lore surrounding the basilisk, and felt that merely one phoenix was insufficient. Glancing down at the great cat grooming itself at his feet, he contemplated aloud in Chinese. What if we were to gather 7 magical beasts to summon a dragon? The cat paused its grooming, raising its furry head to regard him with round, black eyes full of disdain, mewing in response. Does a dragon even require summoning? Lambert has no idea of my true power. After casting a scornful glance at Lambert, the phoenix suddenly vanished, replaced by 2 dragons, one black and one white, nearly filling the entire overhead space. They then surged toward the depths of the chamber. Harry, I can hardly fathom how to express my astonishment. Draco, how is this possible? What was that creature? As he followed Lambert deeper into the chamber, he inquired. Chinese dragons, Lambert replied with a smile, tilting his head. Draco trailed behind them, pondering the extraordinary display that had shaken his worldview tonight. How could such formidable entities be conjured out of thin air? Yet unbeknownst to Draco, Lambert, walking away from him, mused inwardly. If transforming a few magical beasts could so thoroughly astonish you, just wait until you discover that I can also transform into a cross-dressing diva. Now that image is one I dare not envision. Dumbledore was aware of everything transpiring within the school. Standing upon the long stone pathway, he gazed at the waterways flanking either side, and the serpent-shaped spouts. Draco, languidly crossing his arms, suddenly remarked, I know. In response to Draco's words, Lambert did not turn back but answered, I am aware. Observing the battle unfolding ahead, Harry glanced down at his wand before shifting his gaze to the relaxed figure of Draco beside him, silently stowing his wand away. He had initially expected to face a fierce battle today, only to realize in the end that he was merely here to witness the prowess of his companions. Applause was indeed warranted. The black and white dragons hoisted the basilisk into the air, with the white dragon's sharp claws tearing away large swathes of the creature's scales, while the black dragon constricted it, eliciting a series of hoarse cries from the basilisk, its crimson blood mingling with black scales that littered the ground. As Lambert stroked the fur of the great cat nestled in his arms, having witnessed the formidable assault of the magical beasts, he mused aloud, I suddenly feel incredibly powerful. Is this merely an illusion? In that moment, I discovered my true self. With such prowess, I could easily vanquish 10 Voldemorts. Draco. Harry gazed at him earnestly, genuinely exclaiming, You are truly remarkable. Lambert. Goodness, I am being so reverently admired by Harry. This is extraordinary. The water level was rising. Draco, uninterested in their mutual flattery, glanced down at the thin layer of water that had crept up to their shoes on the stone pathway. Noting that the water level was rising exceedingly slowly, almost imperceptibly, Lambert, however, focused on the great cat. Why can't the 2 dragons and the phoenix appear simultaneously? He displayed no concern for the grim fate that awaited them should the water inundate the basement. Due to their belonging to the same category of backdrops, only one can appear at a time. However, within the fluorescent spirit, there exists a bluebird. Would you care to see it? The truly magnificent cat proudly puffed out its chest, casting a wistful glance at Harry and Draco, who could not comprehend its language. No one understands my greatness. The cat lamented, feeling a profound sense of solitude. No need, Lambert replied, fearing he might succumb to temptation, and thus be forced to yield to the cat's whims. Forever entwined with the notion of cross-dressing, the basilisk let out a mournful cry as the murky ponds on either side began to churn violently, the front of Lambert's shoes soaking in the water. Draco placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, and in an instant, they were whisked away, reappearing atop the colossal statue in the center. It was an instance of apparition, leaving Lambert behind to exchange glances with the cat. He had to admire the speed at which they abandoned their companion. Standing atop the statue, Harry found his footing unsteady, wobbling slightly before stabilizing and anxiously looking at Lambert, who remained on the central avenue, and inquired of Draco, what about him? Draco flashed a standard insincere smile, responding with deliberate calm, He doesn't require our concern, Potter. He possesses his own methods. Indeed, in the next moment, a blue phoenix, as large as the original, materialized in the sky. Lambert grasped its talon, and was carried to Harry and the other side. Feeling somewhat melancholic, he mused, I ultimately succumbed to the thrill of this ostentation. Meanwhile, the battle between the 2 dragons and the serpent had concluded, with the basilisk, having lived far too long, now sluggish and lacking the strength of its prime. Its only reliance, its venom, proved utterly ineffective, leading to its inevitable defeat. Once the black and white dragons completed their task, they vanished. The cat patted its belly with its forepaw, raising a paw to gesture to Lambert. I desire 5 pounds of pork belly. Lambert teared up at the prospect of such a meager price in history, exclaiming, Oh great cat, I love you. He was profoundly moved. Selling the basilisk's skin and fangs would yield not just 5 pounds of pork belly, but potentially 500. As Lambert was led to the side of the basilisk by the bluebird, he urged the cat to store the creature in a small space. Do you wish to wear clothes that smell of dead snake in the future? The cat earnestly inquired. Lambert responded with confusion. You mean everything stored in the system carries a scent? I've worn plenty of other scented garments. The cat assumed a foolish human-like expression of mockery. The items, clothes, and models our system provides do not count. The wardrobe can accommodate them. However, once you place the serpent's corpse inside, envision it for yourself. The imagery is too beautiful to contemplate. Yet this body could be worth 500 pounds of pork belly. You can imagine the rest. At that moment, the water level began to rise rapidly, and Lambert could only cling to the bluebird's talon as they floated at a low altitude, the cat perched upon his shoulder. 500 pounds of pork belly? The cat was nearly overwhelmed by the prospect of such a wonderful future. Its large black eyes sparkled with excitement as it gazed at Lambert. I have made my decision. Henceforth, you shall wear garments imbued with scent. Stop it. You can't just decide that, Harry Draco. Does anyone have a storage bag? The basilisk's corpse is exceptionally valuable. We should divide the spoils when we exit. Ultimately, it was Draco who contributed a dragonhide bag to carry away the basilisk's remains, and judging by the look of disdain on his face, he would likely opt to exchange the proceeds for a new one. As Draco, Lambert, and Harry divided the profits from selling the basilisk's body in Diagon Alley, they learned that Dumbledore had returned to Hogwarts, and Hagrid had been released from Azkaban. During dinner at Hogwarts, the staff table resumed its usual atmosphere. Amidst the cheerful expressions of the professors, Professor Snape's somber demeanor stood out starkly. He was fixated on the first-year Slytherin table, his chilling presence causing confusion among many of the Slytherins. Blaise, chewing on bread, glanced at Lambert and Harry, who were diligently trying to focus on their meal, and said with a grin, I bet a galleon that you two have done something good again. Harry turned to look at Lambert, who remained composed as he sliced his steak, and felt at ease to continue eating. Without lifting his gaze, Lambert smirked. I'll wager 100 galleons that Draco is part of this good deed, right? He glanced at the light-haired Slytherin diagonally across from him. Draco, already in a foul mood, shot Lambert a disdainful look and retorted, Shut up, Blaise. If you keep talking, nobody will mistake you for a mute. And Lambert, are you so pleased with yourself for not being expelled? Blaise raised his hands in surrender, pulling a galleon from his pocket, and tossing it across the table. Lambert collected it with a smile, disregarding Draco's words. After dinner, Dumbledore announced an exhilarating piece of news. Hogwarts would be canceling final exams this year. Cheers erupted from the 4 long tables. The old headmaster paused before adding, however, the grades of certain students applying for exchange will be assessed based on their total performance. Lambert noted that Draco's expression soured further, as he flung his fork onto his plate, losing all appetite for his meal. The excitement among the less academically inclined students at the prospect of no exams was a stark contrast to the dismay of the high achievers. The frustration of having no outlet for their talents was something most could not comprehend. Despite consistently ranking first, even alongside Hermione, Draco remained in a foul mood. His determination to seek an exchange only strengthened. Encountering Lambert had brought him nothing but trouble. Chapter 40. On the 29th day of arriving at Hogwarts, the first year, which felt excessively lengthy compared to the unfolding plot, finally came to an end. As he boarded the Hogwarts Express to return to London, Lambert felt as buoyant as the blue skies and white clouds outside. Ever since Sirius had been released from Azkaban, Harry had frequently immersed himself in writing letters to his new godfather, enthusiastically recounting the results of what had been exam week, but had turned into the Quidditch Cup for the house. Unsurprisingly, Slytherin emerged victorious. Sirius still expressed regret that Harry had not been sorted into Gryffindor, yet out of love for Harry, he sincerely congratulated him, even if he was merely a substitute who could not play. Harry placed Hedwig's cage by the window in their train compartment, and carefully tucked away Sirius's letter after reading it. He had been invited to live at number 12 Grimmauld Place, bidding farewell to the days of mutual disdain with his aunt and her family, and he could not be more thrilled. Lambert mused that Harry had every reason to be joyous. Had he not hastened the plot, Harry would have had to endure years of torment from his pig-like cousin. The compartment was predominantly filled with Slytherins, the noise level modest, with most students quietly conversing in their compartments, and few wandering the aisles. Harry and Lambert envisioned a splendid vacation, and as Lambert smiled, he reflected on his long journey toward success, feeling that his aspirations to become wealthy had somewhat diminished the joy of life. Gently brushing against the bag beside him, Lambert sensed the presence of the diary as the end of term approached. Draco, perhaps having consumed some errant potion, had unexpectedly taken on a benevolent demeanor towards him. For instance, he had conveniently procured Tom Riddle's diary, which piqued Lambert's curiosity about how he had managed to acquire it from Lucius. He suspected with a 99% probability that it had been stolen. Feeling somewhat obliged to reciprocate the gesture of what seemed akin to a parting gift, Lambert resolved to maintain this rare and peculiar sentiment towards Draco without offering anything in return. As he reveled in nostalgic memories and envisioned his solitary life in the Slytherin dormitories, he fantasized about ascending to the pinnacle of wizarding fashion, cradling a large cat in his arms. Such thoughts were positively splendid. Upon regaining his focus, he noticed a red beetle had unexpectedly landed on the car window. Lambert narrowed his eyes, contemplating an idea for the Daily Prophet. It must be said that Lambert's fashion enterprise had finally begun to resemble something of note. Following the previous Christmas and New Year festivities, the Miracle clothing store had gained a modicum of fame within the wizarding community. Throughout the holiday, Lambert had shuttled between clothing shops in London and the wizarding establishments in Diagon Alley, gradually alleviating the store's previous financial strain. Time invariably flew during periods of busyness, and Lambert felt as though he had scarcely accomplished anything before the new term commenced. As he strolled through Diagon Alley, clutching his list of required textbooks, he found himself pondering the operational challenges of the London shop. With a sudden crash, he collided with a pile of books. "Apologies," he offered. "Excuse me," replied the boy and girl in unison, both looking up and smiling. As Lambert assisted in gathering the scattered books, he remarked, "I should have guessed, after all. Not many would purchase such a plethora of books." Peering down at the peculiar title on the cover, he spotted the author's name, Gilderoy Lockhart. So Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts course cannot be dominated by Professor Snape for more than a term. Can it? Hey, Lambert. Hermione. A familiar, enthusiastic voice called from a distance, prompting Lambert to look up. It was Harry, greeting him as expected. However, he was taken aback by the surrounding circle of red-haired individuals. Noticing Ron Weasley's expression mirrored his own confusion, laden with disdain, Lambert realized it was once again the bustling back-to-school season in Diagon Alley. Harry seemed to have exerted considerable effort to navigate through the throng, and a melancholic-looking man, engaged in a lively discussion with Arthur Weasley, quickly excused himself to join them. "This is my godfather, Sirius Black," Harry introduced. Sirius, with his wavy brown hair, strikingly defined features and enigmatic, melancholic eyes, exuded a lively charm that indicated he was quite the charmer. "I am Lambert Peveril, a classmate of Harry's, and perhaps a distant relative as well?" Lambert stated with an air of nonchalance, unlike others who regarded the recently escaped prisoner from Azkaban with undue concern. Sirius appeared satisfied with this introduction, offering a polite smile as he replied, "Harry often speaks highly of you, a remarkable young man. He truly appreciates your support during his time at school." "You're too kind," Lambert replied modestly. "I am Hermione Granger." She introduced herself with poise, her beautiful brown eyes sparkling with interest as she regarded Sirius, as if she were in the presence of a living legend from the magical realm, a wise and learned beauty from Ravenclaw. "Harry has mentioned you to me," Sirius remarked gallantly, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush a delightful shade of pink. This occasionally self-proud girl, unaccustomed to such direct admiration from men, was momentarily taken aback by Sirius's compliment. Harry's holiday appeared to have been quite enjoyable. He claimed that, had it not been for Sirius inviting him to the Weasley household, and Ron occasionally displaying that inexplicable expression, he would have deemed it a perfect break. It was only when seated at the Slytherin long table, surveying the familiar faces, that Lambert truly felt the onset of the new term. Why did it seem like something was amiss? He mused quietly, glancing down at the large cat lounging beside him. "Do you ever feel as though you've aged a year unrealistically?" The cat pondered before deciding to reveal the truth. "It's because you haven't celebrated your birthday in 2 years, isn't it? Lambert, right? When is my birthday again?" So engrossed in his pursuit of profits, he had completely overlooked the day that could have been an opportunity for discounts and celebrations. The crux of the matter was, he couldn't even recall when his birthday was. Without any formal identification among the indigenous residents of the magical world, he found himself at a loss. It was time to attempt to reach out to Uncle Ryan, who was dedicated to studying primitive jungle creatures in Africa. Hopefully, he was still alive. Now in his second year, and finally realizing he hadn't celebrated his birthday in ages, Lambert felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, even as he gazed at the Sorting Hat, which had resurfaced. Yet, all things considered, the world seemed to be progressing positively. Dumbledore had taken note of Horcruxes. The Ravenclaw diadem, Salazar Slytherin's locket, and the ring symbolizing Voldemort's lineage had all been destroyed. Furthermore, The diary Lambert had obliterated using basilisk venom during the summer had reduced Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes to less than half, rendering him extraordinarily weakened. Rumor had it that Professor Snape's dark mark had faded to the point of being nearly imperceptible, akin to a tattoo that was fading away. Draco had since become a legend within Slytherin. As the promising heir of a noble pureblood family, regrettably he had gone to a monastery, leaving many future Slytherin girls lamenting. Daphne and Pansy showed little interest in courting other Slytherin boys, finding them all lacking in comparison to Draco. With the focused men and their attire diminishing significantly, they had formed a close bond with Lambert. Their daily discussions about wizarding fashion trends made Lambert acutely aware of his increasingly flamboyant demeanor. After the second year, Hogwarts students gradually formed core circles within each grade. Gryffindors clustered around Ron, Ravenclaws established their reputation based on knowledge, and even Hufflepuffs began to gravitate towards those with outstanding abilities. Yet, Slytherin remained a collection of small cliques, with no one fully commanding respect. Harry, with his innate charm, should have naturally emerged as Slytherin's second-year leader, but the presence of several Death Eater descendants ensured that a handful of individuals would always oppose him. Until Harry's strength became evident, they would not easily display any inclination towards him. As for Lambert, among the peculiar purebloods of Slytherin, he seemed akin to a well-meaning Hufflepuff, never seeking out Gryffindors for trouble despite his considerable good looks, amiable disposition, and notable lineage as a Peverell. Yet he was always inclined towards humility, rather than leading. He preferred to shine in his own right. Pansy once jestingly remarked, "Draco's absence has extinguished your interest in quarreling with others, has it?" Lambert, of course, was at a loss for words. He was hardly of the same age group as these individuals, making any argument impossible. Throughout the entire second year, even the infamous Gilderoy Lockhart, whose incompetence was known throughout Hogwarts, failed to evoke any significant feelings among the second-year Slytherins. It was quite peculiar. With Draco's transfer, everyone seemed to be struggling to adapt. Chapter 41. The 30th Day at Hogwarts. Time meandered slowly, traversing through another cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, encompassing yet another Christmas and New Year. Nearly 2 years of tranquility had allowed many third-year students at Hogwarts to nearly forget the myriad events of their first year. They even jokingly referred to themselves as the unluckiest cohort in Hogwarts history to the newly admitted lower-year students. The third-year Care of Magical Creatures class, taught by the towering Hagrid, who excelled at caring for animals, yet displayed a remarkable clumsiness elsewhere, was rife with humorous incidents, leading all but Harry among the Slytherins to dread attending his lessons. Lambert had been indifferent to this until one day he witnessed Hagrid presenting a box of snake spawns, a creature capable of altering its size at will, with eggshells of pure silver that were quite valuable. Its terrifying aspect lay in its ability to grow as large as the sky itself. Lambert was already in a foul mood that day, having won a pair of magical blue earrings in the daily lottery, and before he could voice any objection, his feline companion had automatically adorned him with the enchanted accessory. Lambert. He had no intention of wearing earrings. The cat, equally bewildered, fled the room at the sight of Lambert's dark expression, seeking refuge in the kitchen. What a chaotic turn of events. Leaning against a tree trunk, the boy in the black robe squinted, his pale lips parting to utter a remark. The blue earring in his left ear caught the occasional beams of light filtering through the trees, refracting dazzling glimmers. His figure appeared somewhat slender, yet his proportions were perfectly balanced, broad shoulders and long legs. As he matured, his features softened, drifting further from conventional handsomeness. Yet he remained undeniably striking. If it were not for his hair and eye color, one would scarcely associate him with Harry. At times, Daphne would tease him, saying, "Darling, you are even more beautiful than most of the girls in Slytherin." Harry, standing a little ahead within Slytherin, glanced back at him. In just 2 short years, these individuals had grown as if on growth hormones, each soaring to heights nearing 180 centimeters at the tender age of 15, Harry included. This boy, whose features were gradually becoming more angular and defined, was fiercely protective of his friends. Even when discontent regarding Hagrid surfaced among Slytherins, he would vocally defend him. Upon realizing it was Lambert who spoke, a flicker of resigned darkness crossed his green eyes behind his glasses before he turned back to listen to Hagrid expound on the characteristics of snake spawns. Pansy, observing this scene, looked at Lambert with a teasing glint in her eye, and remarked in a volume audible within their small circle, "Oh, look at our poor Lambert, suffering rejection from a Ravenclaw girl, only to receive a warning from the Golden Boy." She referred to the incident when Lambert had confessed his feelings to Hermione on her birthday, only to be turned down by his goddess. A moment fortuitously witnessed by a Gryffindor who relished capturing scenes and faces around Hogwarts. The very next day, The tale of the pureblood Peveril heir's rejection by the Ravenclaw beauty spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. Especially humorous was the reason for his rejection. Your beauty is too intimidating. Lambert, I lack the confidence to stand beside you. Since then, whether Slytherin had a perfect prince was a matter unknown to those in other houses. But should Slytherin choose a princess, they would undoubtedly raise their hands in favor of Lambert. After all, he was certified as beautiful by the Ravenclaw bell. Shut it, pansy. May I inquire how long you intend to mock me for this? The boy with delicate, elfin features wore an expression of utter exasperation. The girl with short black hair was equally stunning, yet her demeanor exuded an air of superiority, causing anyone who met her gaze to first perceive the pride emanating from her brown eyes. She crossed her arms, feigning contemplation for a few seconds before seriously replying. A year, perhaps? Just in time to share it with Draco when he returns. What do you think? An extraordinarily dreadful proposal, Lambert thought. If she wished to forfeit her discount privileges. He smiled as he responded. That would indeed be a heartbreakingly cruel threat, my dear boy. Pansy pouted, reluctantly abandoning her intention. Yet, in her heart, she silently vowed that it was too late. She had already written to Draco about this explosive gossip on the very day she learned of it. In this lesson, Hagrid was evidently blessed by Merlin, as the breathable glass tank housing the snake spawns encountered no issues throughout the class. The third-year Gryffindors and Slytherins were spared the visual spectacle of a small serpent transforming into a gigantic dragon. Hagrid's good fortune that day delighted Harry, who even on the way back from class, felt compelled to share with Lambert. See, Hagrid isn't careless. He knows how to ensure the safety of his students. Lambert nodded absently, hardly paying attention, as he surveyed his surroundings, his thoughts adrift, contemplating the purchase of a front-page ad in the Daily Prophet. The business of miracles was thriving, yet the events remained largely known only to the upper echelons of the Wizarding Society. If not for the constant advertisements, very few ordinary families would be aware of them. Lambert was unwilling to pursue such a narrow path. Moreover, he felt that although the Wizarding newspapers featured animated advertisements, the monochrome presentation dulled the vibrancy of many magical garments, significantly diminishing their visual impact. He had recently tasked Igor with researching colored animations. As he was about to head with Harry to the Great Hall on the first floor, he was halted by a scene that demanded his attention. Weasley, when did you descend to the level of bullying first years? Put away your wand. Two black-haired boys, one tall and the other shorter, emerged from behind a crimson pillar in the corridor, the former speaking in a leisurely tone while unhesitatingly shielding a first-year Slytherin girl behind him. Between them and Ron lay a boy on the ground, wailing and covering his face, his features obscured by unsightly red blotches that rendered his identity unrecognizable. Lambert noted the Gryffindor crest on his robes. Harry brandished his wand, slightly raising it towards the freckled redhead, signaling him not to act rashly. Ron, the youngest Weasley, was visibly furious, his wand trembling in his grip as he pointed at the boy on the ground, clearly afflicted by a jinx. I am not the despicable one here, you Slytherins. Look at Colin's face. It was that girl behind you who struck first. Do you think I would allow such an unprovoked attack to go unpunished? A crowd of passing Gryffindors began to gather, yet the Slytherins merely glanced at Lambert. And upon seeing him shake his head lightly, they remained at a distance, their focus directed towards the unfolding drama. Are you planning to make me face multiple opponents alone? A commendable thought. Lambert stood relaxed, surveying his surroundings without any intention of drawing his wand. However, no reckless Gryffindor would dare to cast a spell at him. Once, during a feast in the Great Hall, a younger student had misfired a transformation spell aimed at a cup. The spell's brilliance soaring across the Gryffindor table and striking Lambert, who was seated with his back to them at the Slytherin table. The onlookers from both houses witnessed the unfortunate fate of the assailant, who remained unscathed while Lambert suffered the consequences of his own spell. Since that incident, no first-year Gryffindor had dared to aim their wand at him, unless they were certain they could avoid the backlash. Isn't it more pressing to get him to the hospital wing than to stand here gawking at me? Lambert gestured with his chin towards the boy on the ground, who was sobbing inconsolably. Ron shot him a fierce glare, sheathed his wand, and carried the boy away. The other Gryffindors dispersed, some glowering at the girl behind Lambert. While Neville and Seamus exchanged glances, Neville hesitating to speak, and Seamus wearing an expression of indignation akin to Ron's. There will not be a next time. The wand in his hand was poised to jab at Lambert's face. Lambert suddenly smiled, his striking emerald eyes fixed unblinkingly upon him. He slightly lifted his chin, his delicate features bathed in sunlight, his pristine complexion possessing an undeniable allure. His pale lips parted, uttering words in a gentle tone that could not be disregarded. Shall I remind you, Mr. Finnegan, of the outcome of our one-on-one in second-year defense against the dark arts? At that time, I lacked many magical resistance items, yet with the advantage of foreknowledge and assistance from IG, it was hardly a contest. Seamus, however, was undeterred by the threat, a cold smile gracing his face as he pointed his dark wand behind him. The curse, I remember it well. You may stand up next time, Peveril, and we shall demonstrate to you the disparity between second and third years. We shall see. Lambert shrugged lightly, responding with nonchalance. You are far too gentle. Pansy shook her head, leaning against a column in the corridor, her expression one of unfulfilled anticipation as she straightened up and regretfully made her way toward the great hall. Harry patted Lambert's shoulder, glancing back at the girl behind him. Having learned the truth, he felt disinclined to stand idly by, yet he could not muster any fondness for a fellow Gryffindor who maliciously attacked classmates, and thus began walking towards the great hall. Copefort, I remember your name, girl. Perhaps you can enlighten me as to your reasoning for today's actions? Lambert leaned down to regard the beautiful girl, often seen alongside Astoria. Alice, you may call me Alice, she replied. He was spreading rumors about you, and I merely issued a warning. Her demeanor reflected a hint of disdain, completely dismissing her earlier actions. Lambert understood whom she referred to. Colin was present the day he confessed to Hermione. Thank you for your concern, but please refrain from such actions in the future. Using curses against classmates, especially a first year, could lead to dire consequences if caught by the professors. Lambert offered her a polite smile. Alice, a girl with long, dark curls and deep blue eyes reminiscent of the ocean, possessed striking features akin to all Slytherin girls, imbued with a sense of self-importance. I understand, but he is insulting you. Are you truly going to do nothing? Excuse me, what? Insulting? Lambert appeared perplexed as Alice continued, spreading tales of a pureblood's affection for a mudblood. Is that not an insult? Her cat-like eyes gleamed with pureblood pride. Lambert paused, his smile fading as he regarded her calmly. What he speaks is factual. Moreover, could you refrain from using that term in my presence, Miss Copefort? Alice blinked, sensing the seriousness in his demeanor and the underlying aloofness, instinctively replying, very well. As they walked side by side towards the great hall, Alice abruptly remarked, I believe Miss Parkinson is quite correct. You are far too gentle. No wonder you cannot become the head of Slytherin in your third year. Lambert, I feel that your interpretation of gentleness differs vastly from my own. Before he could contemplate how to respond to the awkwardness, Alice continued, why is it that our third-year Slytherins are so peculiar, either enamored with Ravenclaw or associating closely with Gryffindor? She was alluding to Lambert and Harry. If by normal you mean individuals like yourself, then yes, there are such people in the third year, though they are currently absent. At her words, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Alice's eyes, her pace quickening as she said, I know, the heir of the Malfoy family, the legendary perfect Slytherin. Lambert, our definitions of perfection may not align. He chuckled awkwardly, raising an eyebrow and turning his gaze to the interior decor of the castle. Just as he thought they were nearing the great hall, ready to conclude this uncomfortable exchange, Alice dropped a bombshell. Unfortunately, Astoria told me she likes your personality. I must say, you should consider her. After all, she is a pureblood Slytherin, is she not? Lambert. He turned abruptly to face her, his voice tinged with incredulity. Astoria? You mean the green grass? Good heavens. Your future husband just hasn't he returned yet? Why are you transferring your affections onto me? Wake up. The future mistress of the Malfoy family awaits you. A vault full of galleons beckons. Don't lose hope. Chapter 42. On the 31st day of arriving at Hogwarts, the commencement ceremony for the new school year was imminent. After tidying up his belongings, Lambert glanced at the other empty bed in the room, which had remained unoccupied for 2 years, his attractive eyebrows knitting together. How to put it? Having grown accustomed to a single room, reverting to a shared arrangement felt quite unsettling. Before stepping out, he paused, casting a final glance around his current room, thinking that by 5th year, Draco would surely become head boy, and he would move into a single room once more. A life filled with anticipation is indeed a beautiful one. In the Slytherin common room, students from various years mingled. The boys animatedly discussed the Quidditch matches they had watched with their parents or friends before the new term, often mentioning the names of the Irish team or Crumb. The 4th-year students were equally excited, especially the girls led by Pansy, who not only reveled in their joy, but also rallied other girls from different years to discuss the evening's celebration of Draco's return. Lambert was waiting by the staircase leading to the boys' dormitory for Harry, when he spotted the golden-haired Astoria approaching him. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming urge to retreat upstairs and hide in his room. Ever since hearing from Alice about Daphne's inexplicable infatuation a year ago, he had been deliberately avoiding Astoria. However, the little princess of the Greengrass family perhaps driven by a spirit of defiance, upon noticing Lambert's evasive demeanor, decided to cast aside any semblance of subtlety and openly pursued him. The entirety of Slytherin was well aware of her affections for Lambert, while the latter remained utterly indifferent. Pansy happened to be facing that direction, and, coincidentally witnessing the scene, nudged Daphne beside her with a playful elbow. Daphne lifted her gaze, her elongated and exquisite eyes reflecting a mild emotion, while her cascading golden waves framed her finely sculpted features. Choosing silence, she averted her gaze, attempting to act as if she had seen nothing, when Pansy's voice, laced with an unusual tone, broke the silence. "I heard your family intends to arrange a marriage with the Malfoys during this holiday?" Daphne, fully aware of Pansy's insinuation, allowed a hint of mockery to flicker in her eyes as she replied with a slight curl of her lips. "I comprehend your implication, Pansy. You are not mistaken. However, you also understand who my seemingly strong-willed sister has set her sights on." Pansy chuckled, raising an eyebrow in a pointed manner, to ensure she maintains that independence of thought. Daphne's smile widened slightly as she nodded in agreement. "Must you even mention it? I have never been more supportive of her ideas. After all, when it comes to rivals of the heart, the fewer, the better." The girls nearby exchanged glances, their unspoken understanding evident only to them. Lambert, however, was too preoccupied to notice the drama unfolding among the girls. In truth, he was quite troubled by Astoria's advances, and longed to pose a question to the girl among all of Slytherin who held the highest potential of becoming Mrs. Malfoy. "My dear girl, what exactly do you seek?" "My parents wish for me to be engaged to the Malfoys." The girl had approached him, casually dropping such significant news, her eyes, a mirror of Daphne's but rounder and larger, contrasting with the facial contours of the sisters. Indeed, if Daphne's beauty radiated a more seductive charm, Astoria could undoubtedly conquer any man who favored adorable features with her sweet dimples. Lambert paused, contemplating, and responded with a lackluster, "Congratulations?" Before long, he observed the girl's face fall into an expression of disappointment, nearly on the verge of tears, making him feel as though the label of a heartless cad had been stamped across his visage. Having never navigated this particular scenario of silent companionship devoid of confession, Lambert found himself bereft of the opportunity to outright reject her, an exceedingly tricky predicament. "You know full well my inclination does not lean this way." The girl's hopeful gaze was unmistakable, as if silently beseeching him for a glimmer of hope. Lambert interjected, "Where is Harry? Why hasn't he emerged from the dormitory yet?" While inwardly lamenting, he donned a polite smile, striving to avoid gazing at the girl's countenance. "Miss Greengrass, I believe you may have misinterpreted something. It would be best to maintain our distance as friends. The matter of your matrimonial aspirations is not something I ought to discuss with you. Don't you agree?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Harry's voice resonated from the upper staircase. "Hey Lambert, am I interrupting you?" He hurriedly descended the stairs, inadvertently stumbling upon the scene of Lambert cornered by Astoria, and instinctively took a step back. No, my brother, you arrived just in time." Lambert hastened forward, pulling him down and bidding farewell to Astoria with a nod. The girl with the equally beautiful golden hair, upon hearing his previous polite rejection, composed her demeanor, appearing understanding and agreeable. "I see." That expression, though tinged with sadness, conveyed a sense of resilience, evoking a chorus of sympathetic reactions from the onlookers directed at Lambert. In truth, had he not been aware of her future identity, Lambert might have found it difficult to deny this girl. But alas, she was to be Draco's wife, the very one who would bear no guilt in seizing her own fortunes. Should this petty and vengeful individual discover that his future bride had been led astray by Lambert enough, the scene was too exquisite. The commencement ceremony of the new academic year did not align with favorable weather. The skies above the castle were cloaked in persistent rain, casting a tempestuous hue even upon the ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall. First years, each armed with black umbrellas, made their way into the castle, while among the throng of shorter figures, a tall silhouette, unbothered by an umbrella, stood out remarkably. The fine curtain of rain parted as if by an invisible barrier just before reaching the boy's head, his pale golden hair capturing the attention of many even amidst the dreary weather. The boy appeared thoroughly displeased with the inclement conditions, yet bound by the confines of Hogwarts, he could not utilize apparition, resulting in an even more sour expression on his handsome face. With little patience and an irritable disposition, he addressed the few smaller students obstructing his path. "Excuse me if you're walking slowly, kindly refrain from blocking the way." Thus the two girls sharing an umbrella, treading carefully, had no choice but to swiftly sidestep, allowing the boy to pass them with haste. The girl nearest to him caught sight of his profile, momentarily frozen in place. What are you staring at? The person who just walked by? A friend's query snapped her back to reality. Suddenly, 2 crimson shades crept across her cheeks as she shook her head and silently resumed her place in line, observing the lean figure swiftly entering the castle, his robes billowing yet untouched by raindrops. She overheard her companion's informative whisper. Look at his distinctive hair. He belongs to one of the 28 pureblood families, the Malfoys. I heard they plan to arrange a marriage with the Greengrass family. The girl feigned indifference, yet internally, she etched his surname into her memory. As the great hall door swung open, the tall figure emerged into the sight of all Hogwarts students. The Gryffindor fourth years collectively scowled, while a resounding applause erupted from the Slytherin table, accompanied by the headmaster Dumbledore's booming announcement. Let us welcome Mr. Draco Malfoy, returning this academic year from Durmstrang. The boy in black robes, exuding an air of nonchalance, possessed an unmistakable charm. His light golden hair no longer swept back as in his first year, but instead fell casually over his forehead. His silver-gray eyes, though indifferent, bore an intensity when met with another's gaze. With a prominent nose, thin lips, and a somewhat pallid complexion, his sharply defined features, coupled with an aura of aloofness, instantly captivated the attention of every Slytherin girl. The moment he began to approach, 2/3 of the Slytherin girls felt their hearts quicken, while the remaining third completely forgot to breathe. Blaise clicked his tongue and clapped his hands in bemusement, exclaiming, I can almost envision my own dismal success rate while attempting to engage with the ladies of Slytherin. Lambert, on the other hand, grimaced at his own height, resigning to the reality that he held the title of the shortest fourth-year boy in Slytherin. Harry's emerald eyes mirrored a blend of excitement and joy as he turned to share with Lambert. I saw Draco at the Quidditch Cup over the summer. It's a pity you weren't there. He seemed to have a good rapport with Victor. He's a fantastic seeker. Lambert, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, Harry, do you still insist on lamenting that I missed out on Quidditch? Certainly. How could a male wizard remain oblivious to the allure of Quidditch? Except for you, of course. As you are our Slytherin princess, and thus exempt from this generalization? A languid, teasingly familiar voice resonated from his side. Lambert occupied a seat at the junction of the third and fourth years, ensuring that Harry, along with the third-year boys beside him, did not appear overly conspicuous in a descending arrangement of height. Consequently, when Draco paused there, the nearby third-year students instinctively shifted aside, and once he seated himself, Lambert found his appetite for the meal had vanished, especially in light of his recently uttered words. Opposite him, Blaise and Pansy stifled their laughter, still caught in the throes of welcoming Draco. Crabbe and Goyle were even more exaggerated, nearly choking on their pudding, and soon, the entire Slytherin long table erupted with laughter. Lambert felt the ridicule of the world returning alongside him. Draco, I am genuinely curious how you have not been beaten to a pulp outside with such a personality. Lambert ground his molars, listening to Professor McGonagall explaining the sorting rules to the new students from the teacher's table, directing a glare at the person next to him who had returned only to reveal his insufferable nature. Pansy, having had her fill of laughter, took a deep breath and, half-jokingly, interrupted what could have been an ongoing exchange of barbs between the two. Upon your return, your sole focus seems to be on Lambert. We're rather jealous, Draco. Daphne nodded and smiled, saying welcome back. Lambert retorted, could you not take your attention away from me? I truly do not understand. Why does this scion of the Malfoy family return after 2 years only to resume the habit of mocking me at the slightest provocation? Draco raised an eyebrow, glancing at him, unusually refraining from responding, instead acknowledging the enthusiastic welcome from his fellow Slytherins. Lambert observed the peculiar glint in his eyes, sensing something amiss, and tilted his head in curiosity. He finally realized. From the moment he laid eyes on Draco again, he could no longer discern any thoughts beneath his gaze. In response to Lambert's somewhat astonished expression, Draco turned his head, the familiar light mockery returning to his silver-gray eyes, and leaned in slightly, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. Surprised? What astonishes me more is that you haven't thought to learn a clemency in these 2 years. Lambert mused. So has the era of unilateral mind-reading begun for me? He turned his head to Blaise across the table, intending to broach the subject of changing dormitories, when suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed from the great hall's ceiling. Dumbledore's voice boomed. Let us welcome our new defense against the dark arts professor, Alastor Moody. Lambert chose not to look at the professor, instead opting to continue observing Draco. Why is it that trouble seems to accompany your return? You must be the true protagonist here. The plot appears to follow you around. Chapter 43. The 32nd Day at Hogwarts. The first class of defense against the dark arts for the fourth years left an indelible mark on every Gryffindor and Slytherin. as the deranged Mad-Eye Moody showcased his adeptness with the 3 unforgivable curses. Nearly every student exited the classroom bearing a rather grim expression, with Neville being the most affected. The next class was a different elective. Harry ascended to the top floor for his divination class, while Lambert and Draco descended to attend Muggle studies. Lambert was merely there to accrue credits, and as for Draco, he was not inclined to inquire about his reasons. This academic overachiever had essentially selected every course whose schedules did not conflict, and only he and Hermione at Hogwarts exhibited such a profound dedication to learning. If there were an award for the most diligent student at Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly be bestowed upon them. As they passed the third-floor corridor, Lambert beheld a scene both exasperating and all too familiar. Exasperating because Hogwarts witnessed daily confrontations between Gryffindors and Slytherins, and familiar because the protagonist on the Slytherin side was none other than Alice. Particularly this time, she was accompanied by Astoria. Across from them stood Ginny Weasley and another girl whose name escaped him. Lambert swiftly recalled alternative routes to the classroom and, as if hitting the brakes, abruptly turned back. It was best to avoid entanglement in the girls' battlefield, especially with Princess Greengrass present. Draco cast a puzzled glance at Lambert's retreating figure, but he too had no interest in questioning him. There are moments in life when the mere presence of a beloved individual causes one to feel as though they possess an antenna, capable of sensing within a certain radius. Unfortunately, Astoria happened to be such a case. Thus, as Lambert turned back, he had hardly taken a few steps before she called out his name, her eyes lighting up at the sight of her infatuation. Lambert. Lambert yearned to feign ignorance, internally retorting, "Who is Lambert? I don't know him. My name is Lancey. Pleased to meet you." However, at this moment, to turn a deaf ear would seem too contrived. He had no choice but to halt and turn around. With Draco's emotional intelligence, if he failed to perceive the interaction between Astoria and Lambert, he would surely need to consider a different candidate for the future head of the Malfoy family. Upon seeing the two of them, Ginny understood the inevitable outcome of today's confrontation, and, alongside her companions, turned to leave. Hearing Draco's derisive snort, Lambert cast him a frustrated glance, desperately wanting to shout to Astoria, "Look, this one beside me is your future husband." Taking a deep breath, he continued along his original path, calmly greeting the two girls. Draco's demeanor remained indifferent, revealing no signs of joy or anger, merely nodding slightly in response to Alice's enthusiastic greeting. Astoria gazed forlornly at Lambert's departing figure, entirely oblivious to Draco passing by her. Suddenly, the Slytherin who nearly became her fiancé halted, his silver-gray eyes glinting with a bemused expression as he remarked, "Maintain that innocent facade, Astoria. He shall soon capitulate." Alice wrinkled her nose, sensing that Draco's tone carried a hint of amusement at the unfolding drama. Whenever Astoria met Draco's gaze, an unsettling feeling crept over her, as if he possessed an uncanny understanding of her, despite having only met her twice. If Lambert were to engage in a serious conversation with Astoria, he would finally realize that he had discovered a kindred spirit in Slytherin who shared his disdain for Malfoys. As they proceeded to class, he anticipated Draco's inquiries. Yet he remained conspicuously silent until they reached the classroom door. Just as Lambert was about to step inside for class, the familiar, languid voice laced with light mockery arose beside him. "I forgot to congratulate you. Finally, someone in Slytherin can appreciate your masculine charm." Lambert, halfway through hearing this, interrupted him with an expressionless face. "Indeed, and that person happens to be your future wife. How fortuitous." Draco clicked his tongue, opting to end the topic, realizing that any attempt to mock Lambert using Astoria would inevitably backfire on himself. The most significant news of the fourth year at Hogwarts was certainly not monopolized by the madman Moody. Almost all the students swiftly learned of the resumption of the Triwizard Tournament. This year, the event would take place at Hogwarts, with students from the other two magical institutions, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, arriving to participate. The entire school was instantly abuzz. Every student's face radiated excitement, as if they had all been chosen to partake in the competition. Draco's popularity in Slytherin soared to unprecedented heights, with students from every year eager to hear his tales of Durmstrang. Had this been the old Draco, he would have reveled in such attention and adoration at any place and time. However, Lambert could clearly sense that the temperamental young Malfoy's demeanor had soured considerably. Even Pansy hesitated to jest with him, leaving Lambert as the sole Slytherin unperturbed by his frigid attitude, keen to return the barbs he had endured over the years. Blaise remarked to Harry that he was perhaps the only brave soul in Slytherin. Harry had learned to ignore their daily exchanges, skillfully diverting the conversation at precisely the right moments, fully adept at shifting the focus in an instant. Thankfully, all of this culminated on the day the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived at Hogwarts. When the Beauxbatons students made their entrance, Lambert noticed Ron at the neighboring table, his eyes wide with astonishment. Upon the arrival of Durmstrang, he observed the faces of the boys, once enthralled by the charm of the Beauxbatons girls, now transformed into expressions of shock and excitement. Lambert thought, am I the only one out of the loop? Harry excitedly tugged at him, bombarding him with tales of Victor Crumb, while Lambert gloomily rested his chin on his hand, listening to Harry's enthusiastic recounting. The goddess of his affections would be stolen away by this man, and his friend was even idolizing his rival. Life seemed unrelentingly cruel. Halfway through Harry's narration, Lambert sighed. Please don't mention him again, Harry. I despise him. Harry looked utterly astonished, his emerald eyes wide with disbelief. It was the first time he had heard such a clear expression of disdain from Lambert. Why, have you met him? Draco, sitting opposite, snorted derisively, his narrow silver-gray eyes brimming with understanding. Never met him, Lambert replied in a flat tone. Then why do you dislike him? As Harry pressed for clarification, the Durmstrang students at the Slytherin table began gathering around Draco, recognizing familiar faces. Consequently, other students vacated their seats, and the robust Victor Crumb took a seat beside Draco, diagonally across from Lambert. Let me explain, Harry, the disparity between them is far too evident. Draco managed to interject while conversing pleasantly with them. Lambert responded with a mocking smile and an obscene gesture. Harry, bewildered, glanced back and forth between Lambert and Crumb, gradually dawning with comprehension. Don't listen to his nonsense. Harry, when does he not insult me? Lambert rested his head on his hand, feeling drained. Harry coughed lightly into his fist, attempting to redirect the conversation. Look. Dumbledore is lighting the goblet of fire. Lambert replied. Draco, the blonde boy opposite, could not contain a laugh this time, adding with a sharp wit. Don't assume everyone else is a fool, Lambert. Rest assured, in my world, you alone are the imbecile, Draco. Lambert shot him a disdainful glance, his strikingly beautiful face epitomizing regal aloofness. Crumb, who had been half listening to their British banter, was utterly perplexed. Yexem? Aren't you from the same house? He could not fathom this peculiar Slytherin dynamic. Blaise, sitting beside Harry, chuckled in German, and Draco, having caught the meaning, shot Blaise a knowing yet warning look. Crumb nodded in understanding, glancing between Lambert and Draco before returning to his meal with focused intent. Lambert instinctively felt that Blaise was not uttering anything flattering. He turned to find Harry wearing a similarly perplexed expression. Well, is it so impressive that they can speak German? Yes, it is a tad more impressive than you, Draco retorted, having deciphered the implication in Lambert's gaze. Lambert scoffed, responding in Chinese, you're all talk blabbering day in and day out. Crumb felt he might have taken a wrong seat, as he distinctly sensed his presence was rather superfluous here. Fortunately, the subsequent announcements from Dumbledore and the newly arrived Minister of Magic captured everyone's attention. For the safety of all, students under the age of 17 are prohibited from entering the Triwizard Tournament. A wave of astonishment swept through Hogwarts. Suddenly, a student at the Slytherin table stood up. His voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet successfully garnered the attention of all present. I have a question, Mr. Dumbledore. What if I believe I possess sufficient ability to participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Harry gaped in astonishment, tugging at Lambert's sleeve, desperately trying to maintain his composure. Pansy, Daphne, and a cohort of fourth-year students cast reproachful glances at Draco. Look what you've done. What have you turned him into? Chapter 44. The 33rd Day at Hogwarts. Numerous upperclassmen speculated that he might have gone mad with a desire for fame. Professor Snape at the staff table tightened his lips. Deep lines of displeasure etched into his face, his fathomless black eyes filled with discontent. He could not comprehend why his house would harbor such a penchant for ostentation. Yet, the boy who stood remained composed, devoid of the smugness or arrogance that many expected, nor was he infused with the thrill of openly challenging authority. Even under the scrutiny of all the students, his expression remained serene, as though he were merely voicing a simple query during class. Yet that tranquility was impossible to overlook. This young heir of one of the wizarding world's oldest families, Slytherin, had grown accustomed to the perception of his unflappable demeanor as he matured. A hush fell over the hall for a moment before erupting into a fervent discussion, with whistles and jeers echoing, particularly from the adjacent Gryffindor table. They lacked the audacity to openly defy Dumbledore, yet they were equally unwilling to acknowledge the stark disparity between themselves and this Slytherin. In a tournament notorious for its perilous mortality rate, how could he, also an underage student, so brazenly believe he possessed the capability to compete? In the most chaotic of situations, some maintained their composure. Draco propped his elbows on the table, fingers laced beneath his chin, scrutinizing the black-haired boy across from him. whose somewhat overly attractive visage often caused others to overlook his inherent abilities. Had he not returned with the memories of over 30 years, Draco mused. This individual might have been an exceptionally rare talent within Slytherin for decades. Draco observed the elegantly chiseled profile of his companion, suddenly finding it both unfamiliar and intriguing. The strangeness arose from the realization that this individual possessed a unique aura of composure, a quality that effortlessly instilled a sense of tranquility in those nearby. The intrigue stemmed from the fact that this person seemed particularly emotional only in Draco's presence. Over the past 2 years, he had frequently exchanged letters with Pansy, often questioning whether the news about this individual could possibly pertain to the same Lambert he knew. The headmaster of Beauxbatons, with a hint of dissatisfaction etched upon his face, was juxtaposed against Karkaroff of Durmstrang, who pursed his lips, his slightly longer beard shifting as he voiced his disapproval. Dumbledore, the standards were established long ago. You know that relaxing the age criteria would be rather unfair to our 2 schools. Indeed, Madame Maxime concurred with a nod. After all, their numbers were meager. The students from both schools combined barely equaled the enrollment of a single house at Hogwarts. Dumbledore continued to smile benevolently, raising a hand to quell the murmurs until the hall gradually settled into silence. He turned his gaze back to Lambert. Mr. Peveril, I must commend your courage. However, I must assert that, given the established rules, I believe many present may scoff at this regulation. I sincerely hope you do not wish to discover the consequences of challenging these rules. I also welcome Madame Maxime and Mr. Karkaroff to oversee the enforcement of this regulation. Lambert nodded in understanding, returning to his seat and seamlessly picking up his cutlery, as though he had not just risen to announce his intention to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Harry, seated beside him, wore a perplexed expression, furrowing his brow as he adjusted his glasses and tentatively inquired, "What on earth are you thinking, Lambert? Didn't you hear them? The mortality rate in the Triwizard Tournament is exceptionally high." Lambert replied, "Who do you think I am doing this for?" Draco, catching sight of his weary expression, smirked maliciously and retorted, "Serves you right." Lambert shot him a pointed glare in response. Crumb, with his thick German accent, inquired about the earlier events, the handsome German lad often lagging in comprehension, evoking sympathy in those who observed him. Lambert, who was unaccustomed to the late-night study habits, returned to his room early, unfurling the Marauder's map on his bed, hanging his pocket watch at the headboard. "IGG, keep an eye on things for me, would you?" The ancestral spirit chuckled heartily in response. "No problem, kid, but you must be prepared. Perhaps those who wish to meddle could deceive this map as well." Lambert smiled knowingly and replied, "Rest assured, that person's identity remains undiscovered, so they are quite emboldened." The following morning, as Lambert rose, he heard a chime from his pocket watch. IGG, though merely a Horcrux, had not lost his passion for research, entertaining himself with peculiar sounds and effects from within the watch. Unlike the midnight shift changes, no other students had approached the Goblet of Fire. While Draco attended to his morning routine, IGG informed Lambert of the previous night's events. "Who was the duty teacher?" Lambert inquired, leaning over to tie his shoelaces. "Alastair Moody," IGG replied. Lambert sighed, "My heart feels weary." Nearby, a large cat leapt onto the bed, pacing beside him, craning its neck to nuzzle against his thigh, seeking attention. "Don't be a nuisance," Lambert admonished, pushing it away as he grabbed a textbook from the table and headed for the door. The cat yawned widely, its round black eyes gleaming with a sense of self-importance. "Humph, now you neglect me, but come evening, I shall make you regret it." As an ambitious feline, it was clear that over the past 2 years, it had developed a certain proficiency in English comprehension, well aware of Lambert's intentions. Faced with the white ragdoll cat sprawled on the bed, its form unchanged over the years, it appeared particularly adorable and haughty, prompting Lambert to pause and appease the demanding creature. "Oh dear, look at you being all demanding. Come now, let me groom you. And do ensure you lend me your strength later. Just one request. Make me a set of attire that even my mother wouldn't recognize. Something both striking and commanding." The cat reveled in Lambert's grooming, purring softly as it contemplated. Creating an outfit that could bewilder your mother is no challenge at all. As for striking and commanding, the cat seemed to hear a delightful spark of inspiration above its head. Throughout the day, as Lambert traversed the halls, he was met with feigned casual inquiries from students of other houses, such as, "Oh, when do you plan to submit your name to the Goblet of Fire? Or isn't that the 4th-year student intending to participate in the Triwizard Tournament?" Lambert responded with a uniform smile, reflecting, "I fear that if I publicly announce my intention, I might scare you all into calling me father. This option seems rather imprudent for someone as understated as myself." At midnight he rose stealthily, grabbing the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map, making his way out with practiced ease. The cat had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Leaping into action and nimbly landing on his shoulder, its excitement surpassing his own. Standing in the Hogwarts boys' restroom, he removed the hood of the cloak and quietly instructed the cat, "Prepare my 20-year-old model archive." A flicker of disappointment crossed the cat's eyes, yet it complied obediently. Minutes later, in the hall where the goblet of fire resided, the cup engulfed in blue flames suddenly flickered red, as if consuming something. Before reverting to its cool blue hue, returning to the boys' restroom, he gazed into the mirror, admiring the reflection of his once effeminate features, now transformed into a visage of undeniable charm. Indeed, handsomeness is my true nature. The cat, eyes gleaming with expectation, looked up at him. "Will you allow me to shine now?" Having indulged in his self-admiration, Lambert tapped his chin thoughtfully and mused aloud, "Just to be safe, let us reinforce our insurance. It's your turn to shine, my friend." He glanced down at the white cat perched at his feet, noticing its eyes suddenly illuminating like light bulbs, sending a shiver down his spine. 10 seconds later, the refined gentleman in the mirror underwent a complete transformation. If the previous figure had exuded a gentle aura, the present one radiated the commanding presence of a queen. Cascading black curls fell like seaweed across her chest. A snow-white gown accentuated her statuesque form, with a slit reaching daringly to her thigh, complemented by striking red stiletto heels. The reflection bore a face imbued with mature allure, crimson eyes sparkling with mischief, and a straight nose beneath which luscious lips exuded a deadly charm, while gold and crimson earrings further enhanced her exquisite, fair countenance. Petals of roses drifted through the air, landing gracefully atop her head and shoulders, instilling a sense of intoxicating beauty. Lambert stood frozen for a minute, realizing he had underestimated the cat's ability to conjure such a striking transformation. The cat, reveling in its accomplishment, proclaimed triumphantly, "How about that? No one will recognize you." After regaining his composure, Lambert acknowledged the feline with a soft response, "Indeed. A prayer for my safe return tonight." Donning the invisibility cloak once more, he clutched another note and made his way to the deserted hall, casting yet another note into the goblet of fire. Thankfully, the goblet had not gained sentience. No one would ever know that he had brazenly voted for Draco while donning such a flamboyant guise. The thrill of the act itself was exhilarating. Lambert returned to the boys' restroom contentedly, removing the cloak as he pushed open the door, eager to share this joy with the big cat. However, as he lifted his gaze, he found himself face to face with a serene young man with light golden hair, who had mysteriously appeared beside the sink. Lambert. His mind exploded. He was struck dumb with shock. What should he do now that he had been caught masquerading as a flamboyant vixen while voting for his teammate? Help needed urgently. Chapter 45. The 34th Day at Hogwarts. Upon seeing the mature beauty before him, Draco found himself questioning his own reality for the first time, wondering if he had inadvertently wandered into the wrong restroom. The striking contrast of the nearly waist-length black curls against the opulent white gown created a visual impact that was jarring, especially as such attire was virtually unheard of in the wizarding world, particularly at Hogwarts. Had it not been for the unmistakable emotions reflected in those crimson eyes, he might have thought the charm designed to confuse muggles surrounding the school had malfunctioned. Yet, the depth of understanding he gleaned from those eyes was even more unsettling. Since his return to this life, he had only witnessed such profound complexity through one other's soul. Steadying himself, the tall, light-haired Slytherin tilted his chin slightly, his silver gray, narrow eyes shifting from initial surprise to the familiar mockery that Lambert knew all too well. With a sardonic smirk, he remarked in his characteristic London accent, tinged with a hint of levity, "Perhaps I might inquire as to why my roommate is absent from the dormitory at such an hour, choosing instead to venture out in such attire?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the two obvious soft curves on Lambert's chest that unmistakably belonged to a woman. Before he averted his eyes with a complex expression. After a moment's thought he added, "Or should I say, have I been under some misapprehension regarding your gender all along?" The wizarding world was not devoid of potions capable of temporarily altering one's appearance, such as the polyjuice potion. Thus, his words were merely a habitual jibe, perhaps an attempt to alleviate the shock he had initially experienced upon beholding Lambert's stunning visage, and he felt no real surprise. Setting aside the fact that Lambert had the uncanny ability to elevate his beauty to such heights that he resembled a woman, Lambert exhaled a quiet sigh of relief upon witnessing Draco's myriad expressions. He responded with nonchalance, "To be honest, I do have a penchant for dressing in women's clothing during the quiet hours of the night. What brings you here?" Draco had arrived a tad late, entirely missing the sight of Lambert voting while cloaked. However, he had no intention of divulging to Lambert that he had been roused from sleep by his stealthy movements. His instincts had told him Lambert would head towards the goblet. Little did he expect to stumble upon such a scene while hiding from a patrolling teacher in the boys' restroom. Yet, he would never admit to trailing his roommate for lack of anything better to do. With a dismissive snort, he called Lambert a pervert in a flat tone. Lambert. Well, it was better than him discovering the other reason. Bending slightly, he beckoned to the big cat, which promptly dashed over from the edge of the sink and leapt onto his shoulder. As he donned the invisibility cloak once more, Draco watched, incredulous, as his heartless roommate turned his back and returned to the dormitory with his cat in tow. With a click of his tongue, he furrowed his brow and drew his wand, resolving to seize the next opportunity to pilfer an invisibility cloak from Lambert. It was indeed quite a useful item. By the time Draco returned to the Slytherin common room, Lambert had already reverted to his original appearance, reclining on his large bed in a pose of deep slumber. The experience of cross-dressing had become second nature to him, and he was no longer plagued by sleepless nights. Meanwhile, Draco was left utterly curious about what had transpired in Lambert's life during the past 2 years to grant him such remarkable psychological resilience. In truth, Draco, still reeling from the shock of his roommate's cross-dressing, had forgotten to ponder the goblet of fire. This would later become a source of immense regret. The days leading up to the registration were bustling at Hogwarts. Upperclassmen pondered whether to muster the courage to sign up, while younger students weighed the risks of challenging the age limit imposed by Dumbledore. They could still vividly recall that fateful morning when the Weasley twins had failed in their challenge against the old man. When Victor Crumb from Durmstrang and Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons cast their names into the goblet, a cheer erupted from the surrounding students. During such moments, the Gryffindor students would begin to search for Lambert in the crowd, eager to mock him. However, Lambert, who never traversed this hall and had no interest in the spectacle, did not grant them that opportunity. The Gryffindors felt quite disheartened. Simultaneously, many Slytherins began to feel a bit embarrassed, secretly wishing Lambert would triumph over their mortal enemies. Yet this fourth-year student appeared to have completely forgotten the boasts he had made in the past, showing no interest in the Triwizard Tournament whatsoever. The Slytherins were left feeling anxious and irate. Finally, on the last day of voting, Pansy directly asked the laid-back black-haired boy at the breakfast table, who was unwrapping a Gringotts bill, "Lambert, when do you plan to challenge Dumbledore's age line? To be honest, I'm quite curious about how you intend to do it, given that every conceivable method has been attempted these past few days." Having spent considerable time with him over the years, Pansy believed she had a basic understanding of Lambert. She knew he was not one to boast. The typical youthful arrogance found in his male peers was nearly non-existent in him. He simply pursued what he felt was right. Pansy's inquiry caught Harry's attention. He too understood Lambert's character. Pausing in his task of cutting chicken legs, he turned to look at him, his emerald eyes radiating sincerity. Please don't tell me you truly intend to participate in this. You've seen it yourself. No student has managed to overcome Dumbledore's barrier these past few days. If I may interject, Lambert interrupted Harry. Harry fell silent, waiting for him to continue. If your name were to be drawn from the goblet, would you participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Lambert posed a question that left Harry feeling quite perplexed. He furrowed his brow, wrestling with his thoughts for a while before recalling that Lambert had yet to answer his own question. But these two inquiries are unrelated, right? Aren't we discussing why you shouldn't participate? Why bring me into this? Yet Lambert merely smiled, fixing him with a gaze that demanded an answer. I don't know. Your hypothetical is too strange. I lack the ability and desire to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, Harry ultimately concluded. Pansy, slightly bewildered, turned to Draco and found him enjoying his leisurely breakfast, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. You don't want to participate? Lambert fixed his gaze upon Harry's eyes, reiterating his words as if to seek confirmation. Harry nodded, and then he heard Lambert leisurely continue. Thus, this is my answer. Harry was bewildered, a perplexed expression on his face. Lambert tilted his head slightly, his hands stacked with bills, and addressed Pansy, saying, "You shall know the answer by nightfall." In that moment, the eavesdropping Slytherins silently applauded him in their hearts. Go forth bravely, young man. Deliver a resounding slap to those foolish lions. The students of Hogwarts eagerly awaited the revelation of the champions for the Triwizard Tournament. During dinner that evening, no one was concerned about what they would eat. Cutlery in hand felt more like instruments for a symphony with their plates. Dumbledore, well aware of the students' impatience, had already placed the goblet of fire in the empty space before the faculty table. As they beheld the flames, reminiscent of a blooming blue rose, countless eyes were fixed on Dumbledore, awaiting the announcement of the selection process. As I stated earlier, The Goblet of Fire will aid us in selecting true champions. Now the time has come to declare its will. Dumbledore opened his arms to the students and proclaimed passionately. The Minister for Magic stood beside him, a witness to this historic moment of the Triwizard Tournament's revival. As Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour's slips were ejected from the fiery tongue, the headmasters of the two schools could not suppress their prideful smiles. Everyone knew that the next name to be announced was that of Hogwarts champion. The interval before the goblet revealed this name was brief. Dumbledore's aged yet powerful hand grasped the parchment. Beneath the crescent-shaped lenses, his weathered and wise eyes clearly discerned the name inscribed there. He paused for a few seconds. Tension enveloped every house, most pronounced among Hufflepuff, where Cedric's friends encircled him, silently cheering him on. Karkaroff glanced over in confusion, just as Dumbledore turned to the Slytherin table and announced loudly, "Lambert Peverell, congratulations." A moment of silence fell over Hogwarts. Only the Chosen One rose calmly from his seat, his emerald eyes remaining tranquil, neither joyous nor sorrowful, as if all of this were entirely natural. A second later, the great hall erupted in applause. The older Slytherins offered their heartfelt congratulations, while the younger ones spread the word, "He did it. He truly succeeded." Gryffindor was filled with discontent, some stubbornly shouting their disbelief, citing his age. Hufflepuff busily consoled their house champion, while the one in question, after a brief moment of surprise, smiled, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, quickly replaced by a nonchalant shrug. After all, it was him. The Ravenclaws found the spectacle thoroughly entertaining. Hermione furrowed her lovely brows, glancing towards the Slytherin table, keen to understand how Lambert had achieved this feat. Ron Weasley stood up defiantly, exclaiming loudly, "He cheated." Madame Maxime and Karkaroff exchanged incredulous glances. They were well aware of Dumbledore's enchantments. How could a student possibly break them? Was this not tantamount to suggesting that this student possessed greater power than they? What ist? Madame Maxime's displeasure was evident as her face elongated in frustration, looking even longer than a horse's. "Weasley, mind your words. If I recall correctly, Mr. Dumbledore welcomed all students to challenge the boundaries he set. Must one resort to dishonesty merely because they cannot measure up?" Lambert's demeanor was charming, yet his exquisite features bore a hint of disdain, transforming into a potent mockery. Dumbledore raised a hand to quell the dissent, but the hall remained a cacophony, seemingly protesting in unison. Reluctantly, he resorted to a sonorous spell. "Silence. The method of selection by the Goblet of Fire is fair, and all can attest to it. As for how Mr. Peverell circumvented the age restriction, that is of little consequence. What matters is that he has seized this opportunity, and I admire his capability." With Dumbledore himself acknowledging his talent, others had no retort. A synchronized applause erupted from the Slytherin table, as Pansy smiled and remarked to Daphne, "For the first time, I find Dumbledore appears as wise as the rumors suggest." Regardless of the rules, the mere fact that he could strike a blow against Gryffindor delighted them. Just as Dumbledore prepared to usher everyone into a nearby room to elucidate the details of the competition, the flames of the goblet shifted once more, expelling another slightly charred slip of parchment. The elderly headmaster, puzzled yet swift, unfolded the note and read aloud the name inscribed therein. "Draco Malfoy." The Gryffindor table erupted in uproar. "Is there no joy left in our games? Two champions at once? Where is the fairness?"